shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still here. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still Hey, hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find find harmony in mayhem. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take full root.
ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Chronicler as we delve into the final day. And was it just me, or were those fans just feeling like they needed to be a little bit more quiet today?
I don't know. Maybe it is the fact that, Breon, they are now at their full power, Atlas. And that can either be read as a good thing or a bad thing. I myself am not the biggest believer of the narrative, but we'll see here today. Because if there is one thing that I think is even more KT than beating Humble Life, it's somehow losing the Breon right afterwards.
Yep, especially after Breon are eliminated. I said yesterday that there's almost zero chance the KT win this series because Bro are now unleashed. They are unfettered by the chains that bind them to the LCK playoff system because they are just not able to get there. It's just a thing. We can see right here, 5th place taking on 10th, and this is the trap game that every KT fan dreads.
Because right now they're at 7 and 6. That's not a perfect 50-50 Atlas.
It is not.
They've been very consistent with this.
Honestly, losing 1-2 to Bro brings them to 0.
No, I know. That's my point.
Yeah.
It's because they got the 2-1 win. If they 2-0'd Hanwha, I'm like, them getting 2-0, bro, there's no way. But now it is within the realm of possibility. And obviously, we're being a little bit superstitious, but if you spend enough time in the LCK, you just kind of become that way. Because so many times these things keep happening. As obviously, Breon back in the 3-loss streak slump. The only win they got was against a mid-season collapse Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, and that unfortunately is not going to give us too much hope for the Bros finding another win this season, but we'll see how they do because they have had some moments of brilliance, some of these times, and also, surely your bro tax that you are obviously putting in the chat right now has been going to good use in some way or another. Fate versus BDD, not necessarily one that has been very Fate-focused, even when he was on Sandbox and stuff like that back in the day. It was generally pretty BDD favored.
Unsurprisingly, BDD also, I think, slowly getting more and more acquainted with the meta, slowly getting back to the form that we saw him last year in summer. Was obviously one of our standout mids. As Envy coming back in today, I gotta say, At the beginning of the split, I was very much a Semver believer, and I was like, we need Semver, but I don't think the last series was really anything too hot for him. And I also think that Envy, for all his faults, does stuff. And I think Brian, sometimes they just need to do stuff.
Yeah, a bit more stuff would have been a good thing in their previous series, and Sanford did not have a very good time on the Rift, unfortunately. So Envy is back. Let's see whether this can make some positive influence on the Bros, as they will be the ones making their way out into LoL Park first. That means they have side selection. Blue side can be selected now by the Bros. I would expect that they're not going to be banning Ezreal on blue side. We do have Orcs once again in the space today, and so we're very much hoping for his sake that we don't have people blue side banning Ezreal when they have Ezreal players. And Envy has been, even though not necessarily in team fights, he has been a decent Ezreal player, especially in lane.
He's just not good enough right now. The pick is insanely busted as, oh, I love that. Morgan art?
My friend, he loves you as well. A little bit of a profession of love from LoL Park here. Oh man, it is in the air today. And of course, everyone loves Morgan. He is just the greatest. And Youngjae's 4-year anniversary is today as well. So congratulations to Youngjae. We'll see whether he can pick up a victory. Bit of a zoom in on Pyoshik here, and I think you and I are going to be doing a bit of zooming in on Pyoshik today as well, because there is a certain dragon lurking in the back of all of our minds, and we're wondering...
Smolder jungle, right?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds better. Not going to lie, that sounds better. This guy's a Kindred player. If he was playing Smolder jungle, I would be a little bit more enthused. It's obviously the Shyvana that is... I don't want to tell you about what Pyoshik has been doing in solo queue recently, because it might lead us to some of these Shyvana drafts that we haven't been all that excited about. But we'll just have to see, of course, maybe getting ahead of ourselves as BDD, a whole bunch of highlighted stats here, as in comparison to Fate, and especially here in round 2, BDD has been having a pretty good time.
That said, I think Fate, his stats are pretty good, considering the state of Brion, and him coming in was I need to find an angle, Atlas.
I know it's a tough angle to find, but I think you found the only one.
It's not easy. Obviously, I think BDD, a standout, has been farming POGs as well in currently a meta that we do see a lot of like jungle AD and POGs. That's kind of where everything is focused around, and BDD, one of the big benefactors of that, has actually been doing a really good job doling out those POGs, and we'll see here today if he is able to maintain that. I think most likely he will be, because he's BDD and he's just been playing well. He's been good in summer. We had the first couple of weeks where KT looked completely out of sorts, but recently, like, they 2-0 DRX. They did lose to BNK, but then they beat Hanwha most recently. So they should be fine here.
Yeah, they've been doing a fair bit of trading 1-for-1 with a lot of our top teams, managing to beat T1 obviously in round 1, and then unceremoniously being destroyed by them in round 2, losing to Harma Life Esports in round 1, and then somehow managing to win in round 2 as well. It was not a clean series, but it was definitely a lot of entertainment, and to be honest, that day was a lot of high value when it comes to the amount of League of Legends between some of our top teams. So let's see how KT managed to utilize that momentum in moving forward towards the trap game of all trap games. A newly freed Brion that do not need to care about the playoffs anymore, now taking on a KT that may just flip a tails today. It could happen.
Even coming in, the interview with Hera was like, yeah, we will treat them the same as Hanwha. We will not make the mistake that...
You can trust them for that.
We have made so many times in the past, and I think it's very warranted. Realistically, if KT play to even, I want to say like 70-80% of their normal vote, they shoot 2-0 here. I think KT has looked really, really good recently. Their meta reads are, as always, on the creative side, as I do like myself a Gojo reference. Big fan.
Well, does that bring you even more close to being a bro fan? Can Dagon and I recruit you? Can you also just leave those bro
I'm
anti-tendencies
already,
behind.
I'm ambivalent, Atlas. That's as good as you're going to get.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
And that's mostly because of pool bail, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Fade is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that department as well.
Yeah, thankfully we had like a former Challenger player who you absolutely loved, and now a former Sandbox player. Like, how much better can we get as far as recruiting you? But we've got some trees being banned, we've got some rumbles being banned as we jump into the draft here for game number 1. We'll see whether Brion are angling for a dragon themselves, because Ivern has been an option. The Lucian banned away from BDD has been very, very good. That makes me feel like it might be a little bit more Corky first pick territory. And KT, they're going to ban the Sejuani. Will they be banning Ezreal? Or does Deft just feel like Envy isn't good enough?
I was about to say what might happen is if the Ashe isn't banned, they give Ezreal and then they go Ashe Shyvana.
Oh, God.
That's what I think the angle for KT is.
Well, there's a Leona ban.
So maybe Brion wants to first pick. Okay, you can't first pick Corky. Even with the Leona banned, like, you can't.
I mean,
I think you definitely let them have either Ashe or Ezreal, and then you just pick the other one. I think KT are a lot more flexible in that regard, because I think their bot lane has been a lot better in terms of form. They are gonna just ban the Corky, and yeah, that
I think it's fine.
What I was saying, leaning into that trade. So I think
first pick Renekton?
It should be Ezreal.
Renekton. It's gotta be Renekton. There it is. Lock it in. Gorgeous. The Lord gets his champ. This is obviously the best choice that they could have made, right, Chronicler?
Anyway, let's see what KT locks in. Ezreal is going to go the way of Deft.
Do they just lock Ezreal Ashe? That would be so cute, and then just give Ezreal to BDD.
Yeah, I wouldn't even hate that. I don't think Ezreal mid's that good, but I also don't think it's necessarily bad. And
By the way, I just want everyone to know that I was being sarcastic. Locking Renekton there was a terrible decision in any metric ever. It's just not good. And Pioshik's obviously going to play this. His last, like, 20 champions have been Shyvana and solo queue. He's hovering the Lee Sin, though. Definitely one of his better performers. And instead, they are just going to opt into a Shuriman matchup on the top side. That Ashe that you were talking about is certainly a possibility. I think that they would have really liked to have picked Leona alongside it. But that's not going to be a possibility because they banned it. So we can probably lock away the Ashe. And what is going to be the third pick on the blue side here for OK Saving Spank Brion?
Looking maybe towards Zyra? Alternatively, locking in the mid laner here is an opportunity as well. I think Zyra and Renekton is a combination that is quite strong. I don't expect it to be something like the Nidalee. It's just going to be the Braum blind. Which there are players into which you can do this. Barrel is not one of those players.
No.
I don't know if they're going to slam the Karma here, but I don't think it matters. I think you can just wait. That would be... I really figured that KT was going to lean into it more. I feel like they can just wait with picking this until the second rotation.
Yeah, I do think that this is them angling for more of a Shyvana option. Because if they had picked Karma, that would have been 0 engage at all, and would have meant that picking Shyvana gets more difficult.
You can feel it.
Yeah, I can feel it. It's like, unless it's banned by Brion here, there is no doubt in my mind that Pioshik is just going to straight up pick Shyvana.
Oh yeah, no, the bans as well. Is it going to be like? Oh, it's going to be
Zyra Nidalee.
Zyra Nidalee.
Oh,
okay.
wait. Young Jay wants it too.
Oh, he's not getting it. It's getting R forward.
It's getting R forward real.
To be fair, Pioshik I think is also our best Ivern, and I feel like the only guy that actually knows how to play the champion.
Yeah, he's pretty good at it. Yeah.
So
Lilia.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's Shyvana.
Yeah,
it's definitely happening.
I mean, bro, now are they going to cut their losses and just ban it?
I just want to see someone play it well. I think the Space Orcs yesterday did a really good breakdown of why this pick can be good.
Yeah.
And also then we keep seeing in games that players don't really seem to understand how that then in practice turns out. And right now, I think the KT composition looks very strong. You're the best AD carry on the patch. I think Ashe is really good. Ashe Braum is a very impressive player.
God. Okay. Well, it's Trist. So, I mean, it's Shyvana, right?
especially with all these bans.
Yeah.
I find it hard to see, and then Youngjae might end up going for...
Oh, it's Lee Sin. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Well, disaster averted in that regard.
Yeah.
Also think it isn't really a possibility to pick the Shyvana into it. Lee does really bully you in terms of early game presence, in terms of 1v1.
Saw a decent example of that yesterday. Raptor having quite a game on the Lee Sin.
Man, the Raptor renaissance has been so great to see.
It has.
And that's coming from, you know, some pretty big Free Willy fans. At the beginning of the split is we do have LeBlanc. Really like LeBlanc Zinzao, maybe?
I wouldn't mind Zin. Certainly fits the OK
Kinda-
Savings Bank Breon playstyle.
Also takes it away from BDD, because Lee LeBlanc obviously is a really strong 2v2.
Yeah.
Might see BDD go towards like...
Viego
Viego
instead.
makes sense as well. Towards like what? Like the Ari? And oh, the DK Classic?
And that's a pretty decent one too as well. Gold card into
Oh my God.
the... Oh, wow. Okay, this would be going real far back. Lissandra, we just haven't really seen much of her recently, but it is a fun champion. Some follow-ups there.
No.
And we're talking about hovers when BDD was obviously going to play Orianna.
No.
We all knew this. And he played really well in it last time around. This is something that a lot of teams have been aware of. For BDD, we heard coaches talking about it actually. And knowing that the Orianna's coming and just not being able to do enough to stop it from winning.
That said, KT's comp, I don't love the mid jungle 2v2. I feel like that one is a little bit iffy. I do think the Lee was kind of a combination pick away / deterrent, so that they couldn't pick a jungler that had too many scaling potential.
You know that this is a perfect draft for KT. Do you know what they've recognized? Ezreal is completely overpowered. Get another champion that can give Ezreal more power, like shields, movement speed.
Well, it's also, as I was gonna say, like it's a perfect team for composition. You have great engage, you have great front line, you have really good ball delivery systems, multiple of them, and a lot of Breon games will just naturally boil down to 5v5s, and then for Breon, I think the 5v5 is fine, but not having engage outside of Ash Arrow is just always gonna feel rough. And I think if the mid jungle 2v2 doesn't get going early, and if you don't somehow free up that Braum and go for either early invades or like some really strong mid-game plays, if Viego and LeBlanc don't get ahead in this composition, if Breon doesn't get ahead in the early game, this comp doesn't do a whole lot. And given how Breon usually play, I'm a bit of a skeptic, Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, they have been able to navigate early games. It's just not allowing it to fall apart completely in the mid game that Bro have struggled with. So we're expecting a few minutes of fun for the Bro fans. Let's jump into the ring.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, KT and Bro fans in full voice here today as we are ready to see whether Bro are unshackled or whether KT are going to continue the winning streak, coming off a big one over Humble Life Esports earlier on this week. As Beryl's going to face check and take Battle Dance first, which doesn't feel phenomenal. But the Winter's Bite, Concussive Blow is not going to get stacked up. And Beryl actually going to tank another one. The Braum level 1. Pretty strong, as it turns out.
Yeah, I could have known. They're not done yet. They're not out yet. This is actually exactly what I was saying earlier. A very aggressive level 1 is a way in which Breon can get a lot of early momentum going. I do think that Deft and Beryl, maybe they can get some poke in. Deft in particular, obviously Beryl doesn't have his Quill, as you pointed out. As his Battle Dance. Might be looking like some mild vertical jungling here, at least for the start. And yeah, they know. They are very aware that this is happening. The question becomes, how much does it matter? Because I think Deft and Beryl should be able to... Can they contest the wave? I think Ezreal is one of the champions that is actually able, to don't fight level 1 against Ash Braum.
They are just trying to get to this wave. I think they might be able to get in range of these melees.
Oh, well, that helps.
Yeah, they do manage to do that. Winter's Bite goes wide, as you say. Means that they get to approach.
I really think Envy and Palu had to play them more aggressive. I think level 1 in an extended trade, like with PTA procced and with the Braum passive, you have so much damage available. And if you play vertical jungling, you really want to try and get as much wave control as you can get to crash a really big wave when Beryl and Deft are level 1. Again, Beryl only has Battle Dance. He doesn't have his W, he doesn't have the heal.
Yep.
So right now that is looking like it's going, but I think they'll just get the crash and that'll be the end of it. I don't think there's any dive opportunity really presenting itself here. It's a bit of a missed opportunity for Brion. Could have been a great angle.
Level 2 now hit for KT, meaning that Beryl does have access to the Quill or to the Grand Entrance, depending on what he would like. May not have actually skilled it
I think
just
he
yet.
Quilled, yeah. At the beginning of that.
Oh, he did. Okay, never mind.
Which is good. I don't think you need your Grand Entrance, because again, dive isn't really looking to be happening. Could have been an angle, but not going to be the case.
Nice chain going to connect there, as Pioshik, thinking about an angle here, does find 25 gold within the fake LeBlanc. And BDD actually kind of happy with how that trade went. It looked really dicey because a whole bunch of the buttons were being landed by Fate here. But now we've turned off the information, and in comes Pioshik. He was sticking around. That does mean that Flash has been burned by BDD already in this lane, and we know that Orianna can be susceptible to some early ganks without that Flash.
It's actually a really big win because, so they spotted Pioshik. Fate played that really well. Spotted Pioshik with his clone, which meant that Morgan knew that he could freely crash the wave in top, because the one thing you need to be careful about as a Renekton, if you're being split, or you're playing on a split map rather, is that you don't get ganked when the wave is crashed. So the CPO Shik, Morgan knows he can crash his wave, keep playing aggressive, and then they try to set up a play to try and like extend BDD, or use BDD as an extender for the lead kick, but then not a whole lot happens. And instead, it's just a small win for Brion. Not enough, but it's good to see anyway. That mid-jungle 2v2 definitely should go the way, especially pre-6.
Oh yeah. Feeling pretty happy about it. And this is Bro navigating an early game kind of okay. And it has been something they've been good at. They feel well drilled, you know, when it comes to early game plans, as Beryl is going to find himself in an awkward spot, stacking up the Winter's Bite here. The concussive blows do come on down, but Envy just going to get flashed on. The barrier comes in. It is going to be a 1-for-1. Both supports picking up some money. Polo getting the first blood, though. Pretty high value, I guess.
It's very telling to me that Deft is so insanely confident on the Ezreal that Envy is running barrier into cleanse, and he still is like, nope, when they're all in. They don't, but honestly, that's still kind of insane. I think Deft, if he uses the cleanse there, like maybe that could have been enough. Actually takes the full stun, and an auto extra could have been the difference maker between him at least getting the kill. Now it ends up being the Ignite that takes it, so both supports get a kill.
Yeah, I feel like cleansing the stun could have been a decent idea there.
Yeah, definitely.
Deft has been one of the players that really just doesn't like using summoner spells unless he absolutely has to. And I feel like at that point, I mean, what else are you going to use the cleanse for? Let's be real.
It'll be up by level 6 anyway, right? That's the main thing. Obviously, you do want it available at that point, but yeah, I don't think that is the end of the road. Pioshik is hovering around mid, which again means Morgan happy to play aggressive. Does need to be a little bit respectful here.
Yeah, the minion wave is actually just going to move away. Oh, never mind.
Nice.
Perfect. Not quite able to get it completely out of range. That's what he was kind of aiming for, so the walk past the turret was going to be a bit painful.
An early dragon?
I mean, this is the bro activity that we're getting used to, all right?
Well,
The bros,
used to it.
yeah, they're proactive for the first 10 minutes, and then they get confused about what to do on the Rift. But the first 10 minutes, oh, they're nailing it. And you can see that's continuing. 200 gold lead. There's now Morgan moving in. Going to be able to deny at least a full take of all of these grubs. Yeah, Young Jay moving up. And there's going to be one secured by Pioshik, but not anymore. And teleport back from Perfect. He wasn't there to actually contest this, and so that is going to be Young Jay locking down the remaining two. Continuing to pick up wins, as we now have a heal being blown towards the bottom side. Grand Entrance is going to stop Polo from being able to do too much more, but that is a lot of investment into this 2v2, as now Deft taking a fair bit of damage. Polo is going to be the focus here, as Envy is stacking this one up. Deft getting taken down solo. Next couple of autos are going to do it as the heal comes in, but it's not enough. And that is Envy and Polo picking up a kill in the 2v2.
It's the payoff of the earlier play. Def doesn't have his flash. They are very aware of this. And I love the confidence from Paulo to just go in there with the heal, right?
Yeah, just press
Starts
heal and
that
go.
off. Didn't even have the ultimate, doesn't have the barrier time. He definitely took a bit of a risk with that one, because this is just a pure all-in. And it doesn't even really go the way that they want to, right? This first Winter Spike doesn't actually hit. And here, Beryl slows up the initial engage. Then Paulo, I think, tried to get the flash Q onto Deft, but doesn't. It actually hits Beryl, so he still needs to get the ult. And they still win. This is what I was saying earlier. That 2v2, Braum Ashe, insanely strong.
Oh, yeah.
In the extended trade, and we see it there. And nothing to be done there for KT. Killed this time also going over to Envy. And Braum playing out this early game really, really well. This alone, again, not enough. They're going to have to keep stacking these dragons, and they're going to have to keep playing on the front foot, because this is effectively a pick comp, right? You see one target, and once you've set up position, you've taken away vision. Composition is insanely strong. If you ever lose control, though, it gets very, very tough. So the main thing now for Brienne is to try and maintain this, and I think the main thing for me would be to further build upon this gold lead. So dragons are okay, but like kills and grubs and plates, I think, are a much bigger deal, and I hope that they'll keep playing for those.
Yeah, map control is also paramount for these pick compositions, but they do snowball very effectively.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So I think if there's any composition that can utilize an early lead, even if it is a bit slight like this, it is going to be a pick composition. As now Youngjae going to be spotted on this ward that Pioshik has just put down. And they do get full information, so doubling down on a one lane feels like a good idea here. As now BDD taking a lot of damage. The Electrocute coming on through there as the Mimic Distortion does come down. Shockwave does 0. Not sure what that was about there, BDD, but just wanted to make sure that he uses all of his buttons, gets things on cooldown, gets them cycling through. You love to see it.
He's clearly sending a message.
Oh, yeah.
What I imagine he tried to like predict a jump in back from Fate.
Yeah.
But definitely completely whiffed, unfortunately, there for BDD, because one of the big things with this jungle 2v2 is that it's heavily favored for Youngjae and Fate, because LeBlanc is continuously poking, and then once Youngjae comes in, every single chain can be enough, then set up a W, and there's obviously a lot of burst. Whereas for Pioshik and BDD, you're kind of reliant on finding a combination of kick and the ultimate from BDD, because there's so many ways for Youngjae and Fate to try and get out of that guaranteed damage from the Orianna. So not having that ultimate, I think, makes the 2v2 considerably weaker, and you see Brion keeping this pressure. The problem is, though, and this is something that just boils down to good last hitting, Envy is a decent amount behind, and I think that getting that lead on that Ashe to be as big as possible is really important, because for Deft, yeah, he's 0-2 now, but we know what Ezreal is able to do. Regardless of what state he is in earlier, as soon as he hit his 2-item power spike. Oh boy.
Yeah, Pioshik on a big rotation. Flash is available, but there is the quickness in. True Shot Barrage comes down as Envy is just going to get kicked away. And that Glacial Fissure did not help out at all. Deft is gifted the kill, and KT back in control bottom lane.
Very nicely done there by Pioshik. Really good window found. Circumvents the wards in the river, gets over the wall, and even with double investment of the summoners, Envy ends up going down. As Youngjae, yeah, should be looking for a punish opportunity here. At the very least, they're going to zone Perfect away. Fate's on his way as well. Oh, Perfect.
Yeah, I think Perfect is
staying.
He is at least flashing, but is he going to just accept his fate? That is the question, and the answer is yes. Just realizing they're not going to be able to get too much done here as Envy moving on over to try and clear out at least these minions under the turret mid lane. BDD gets a plate for the trade of top laner, and Perfect just getting that top laner experience. Doesn't really like it, but it's just that's just how it works playing this lane at this stage of the meta. You know, it's just how it works.
Perfect also knows, and I think Perfect has been one of our...
Barrel?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yes,
Gone. One of our shockingly consistent players at bouncing back after a rough lane, which for a rookie is quite rare, is Pioshik. Sees one person's like, oh, for me, and then sees two more. Is like, no, I'll dip.
Sounds like a good idea too. Is Beryl is going to face the wrath of a Ocean Drake that has just spawned. BDD down to 50%. Still farming very well. Has his Lost Chapter now completed. And he's just kind of chilling, but not winning as far as health trades are concerned with this LeBlanc.
Yeah, that's the main thing for me with KT right now is they are taking a beating, but like you picked Cassante into the next, and you knew it was going to happen. I think Oriana in like the first couple of levels does well, but obviously it's not like you picked the Oriana to
crush the 1v1.
Crush the 1v1. That's just never going to be the case. It's going to come down to the team fights. I really like the denial of the grubs here. I don't know if it's actually going to work though, as Fane and Morgan doing a really good job at denying access to the area, and now the Drake is taking a Youngjae's on his way.
Yep, Yoshik is going to come back in. BDD gets over the wall, and it's a Hextech Drake. So these Hextech gates are going to be pretty dangerous here as Polo moves in.
That's going to be 4 if Yoshik can't find the smite, and we're going to be having a test.
Deft is closer than Envy, though. He does have access to the arrow. Let's see whether that is going to be utilized, whether that's going to land. 3 for 3 would be okay, but it looks like Youngjae does have control unless KT can pressure them away. Smite is up here from Yoshik if he can get in. That is going to be secured by KT. The arrow is going to be soaked by Beryl, but he's just going to explode. That's a kill. Going over to Morgan is now Polo is going to get kidnapped, and now Morgan in as well. But Culver Meek is so valuable, and Yoshik is trying to get out. It's just not going to work because now it is Viego's version of Cassante chasing them down, and this is what a pick comp does. It just chases you to the end of the earth. And that is Youngjae really having a phenomenal team fight.
Impeccably played by Brion.
Yeah.
That is textbook how to play out this type of composition. So starts off, Smite, very unfortunate for Youngjae, just underestimates his damage. But then the Rakan gets blown up within the first rotation. Grom tanks a lot of damage, and then here it looks like KT might get the turn. Good kick, but it doesn't hit any of the damage dealers. Morgan stays alive, and I think that trying to contest this as KT, at this point when you are pre a couple of your big spikes into a composition that is so good at like this level, like Morgan was what, I think level 10, like around level 9, 10. These are such strong mid-game champions on the side of Brion, and KT just tried to front to back their way out of it. It just wasn't really gonna work. You need a really big BDD combo.
Yeah.
You need barrel nuts to get blown up in the first couple of seconds and actually be able to create a lot of chaos. And at the there's bounties. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now.
It's a 4,000 gold lead. Bro are really, really far ahead.
This would be big though if they kill Morgan.
Yeah, he'll miss out on the wave as well. And so Morgan is pretty tanky. I wish it goes in, but Arrow not going to really do too much. Just going to be soaked. As now, speaking of soaked, oh dear. Perfect going to be in a little bit of trouble. Does mitigate a bunch of the CC, but he's not going to be able to mitigate death. That is going to be fate locking that one down. And that's an inner turret in trade. And yeah, they managed to get some bounty gold, but that is not going to stop this from being a massive win for Bro.
That's the inner going down. It's a kill getting picked up as well. And KT making the misread there perfect. I think a rough one. As I was saying earlier, I think he had been, in the last couple of weeks, shockingly consistent at finding exactly these type of game states and making the most out of it, right? Like either trading back or just abandoning before something would go wrong. As we're taking a look, they're fed. He's just a Cassante who's 0-2 at this point, so obviously never really going to be able. It's so easy to juggle aggro here as well, and they never really need to, right? It's just Palu taking it, but you have a LeBlanc, you have a Viego, so Brion continue to extend the lead. This mid lane turret, once that falls, like Brion are going to run the map, and all they need to avoid now is the one thing that many Bro fans will, will kind of cry in agony over. It's the dreaded like 20 to 35 minute win.
Yeah, it's the closing it out.
It's the lull problem that they need to avoid. As long as they avoid that, they're doing wonderful. Like, this is great. This is proactive gameplay, playing to your strengths. Just get this mid lane turret, keep choking out that vision, and don't allow KT way back into this game.
Yep. And keep being as aggressive as you possibly can. That's been certainly what's been getting them a lot of value. And they also have a couple of dragons. And so in 45 seconds time, that Hextech Drake could give them soul point. That's a very high value Drake. Really actually probably the perfect option for Bro in this game. Try and continue playing aggressive, playing this one out. As turret shot actually picked up by Fate there as he was going aggressive, but that's not going to be too much of a worry here for the LeBlanc. As the entire outer ring yet to fall, but this mid lane outer is very, very close, and that Rift Herald should be able to help take that one down. That transitions beautifully into this dragon in 10 seconds, and Bro are just not letting up the gas. This is beautifully done so far. Orianna moving down. BDD is going to be here for this battle, but this is so much extra money for Bro. I don't know how KT could possibly find a team fight in this one.
They're not. They're just saying we're not going to try. BDD is just TPing towards the top half of the map, which I think is the right call. Brion, get the mid lane turret. Like mid lane turret falling. You know, with the LeBlanc, always going to feel absolutely incredible.
Oh yeah.
And Rakan, as good as he is, can definitely struggle a little bit in these type of face check scenarios, as we do have the arrow to come through.
Yep, absorbed by Beryl, as it could have hit on the BDD. It might have been Fate with the ability to maybe lock something down, but not looking like the case. So, 6,000 gold is the lead. 3 dragons to 0. We're even on grubs, but that is 4 turrets that Bro have. The amount of map control that this LeBlanc Diego composition has, man. And I think all the setup needs to be, this is just Bro straight up winning. There should be no way that they lose this game. They have managed to figure out ways to do so in the past.
That's you can, if you're listening, you can sense our hesitation.
Oh yeah.
We've been in this position before. It's not just with Brion, but with many AT. BNK very recently got a couple of great leads, and then you know that.
I mean, BNK not a very good example recently, just because they have been very consistently good.
Yeah, but against Gen.G, I mean, the fact that we kind of knew, you know, that Gen.G just needed the one out to fight their way back in that one. And I think Brion right now, all they need to avoid are 2 things. Don't flip Nash under any circumstances.
Yep.
And don't do nothing. Really, outside of those, I think everything's... you can push aggressively towards the side lanes. Keep farming the enemy jungle, because they shouldn't really be able to walk up. Avoid choke points is the one thing that I'd be a little bit worried about. I think the way you can still lose a team fight from this big of an advantage is specifically if, like, Envy and Fate both get hit and get 100 to 0'd in the span of one or another. A couple of BDD just isn't that strong.
As alright, arrow going to be flashed there by BDD. They do have a fair bit of playmaking on the side of KT. Like, if they do get all of their ducks in a row, can be something that our Bro does need to be hesitant about. They're not going to be winning any trades just straight up if KT aren't able to hoodwink them. And so Bro now just bide their time for another 3 minutes until this dragon comes up, and then you're unstoppable. Then it's impossible for you to lose, I think. With a Hextech Soul and an Ashe, oh man, it is so incredibly tough. That's 2 items now completed for Fate as well. He is moving towards, I mean, he might even finish the Magi Soul Stealer. 7 stacks on the Dark Seal in his back pocket. Feels like the kind of game for it here. That sort of confidence play that you'd love to see. 7,000 gold the lead here as Polo has found Pyoshik. He is going to be able to take his Grump though. He's had to battle for every camp, as we've seen. And Youngjae has just been the king of the jungle so far this game.
Ever since that Herald skirmish, it's a very easy one for KT to look back into as well, right? Because that's everything went wrong there. You got a third Scuttle or a third Grub, which is very much whatever.
Yep.
You deny the 4th, obviously, but might have not been worth it. Yeah, look at these gold leads. The 2-item spikes are being hit across the board for Brion, and for KT, they're just not. I know Deft has hit it just now, so he will be strong, but outside of that, they will be working off some pretty severe item deficits, and they are going to have 100% fight in 1 minute and 40 seconds. There is a scenario where, like, maybe Brion go in too aggressively when they head towards the dragon, and then you can, like, sneak a Nash, but then still you're trading Nash for Hextech Soul, and it's Hextech Soul with a LeBlanc and an Ashe on the enemy team. And like, obviously, even Youngjae uses the ability ace and the attack speed well, but particularly the ease of application is kind of insane. So I find it hard to find angles, barring Breon really making some colossal mistakes, because it's not even like it's, it's like one Zeri that's super fed, and if you Pyosik kicks her into the... There are 4 carries on the enemy team.
And they're all mega fed.
They're all fed.
It's kind of ridiculous. So Def goes back, grabs some Lucidity Boots. I don't know whether that's going to be a difference maker here, because you've got almost 3 items done for Morgan.
It's going to have to be.
Fate hasn't been back in a really long time. It's 45 seconds now. And KT, you have to fight. You can't give this one up. Because if you do, then it is just waiting for the game to be over.
They might still decide to. And as I said, there is a good amount of vision in the topside jungle. So it's not like Brian isn't going to know.
Well,
Feels
some
like,
vision is being put down here as Fate gets over the wall. Chain's going to connect onto Perfect here as Pyosik comes on through. BDD and Def now joining up with their team. And Beryl can play the front line somewhat. He's pretty maneuverable, but Pyosik getting on in there. There's a safeguard out. I don't know about that one because he now has to just walk, running out of buttons. Teleport comes in from Perfect. His health bar is back up once again, but the arrow going to connect onto the Cassante. He eats that CC, so that is arrow now down for not much of a response. And Def needs to hit a few of these Qs. Does manage to get himself out, but my god, the burst damage is ridiculous. And KT, they do manage to at least get into a position to maybe challenge. But that is about it. That's the end of the Hopium. And now Fate comes on forward. Beryl looks for the quickness. Onto the LeBlanc. She takes so much damage. Pyosik tries to find her. The kick doesn't get it. And now Fate is able to teleport his way back into this fight once again. BDD over to the side. Will he be able to find a shockwave angle? That's the question. As Perfect is tanking so much in this fight. But there goes Pyosik. That is going to be the Dragon going over to Bro, and Fate has teleported in. And he is named effectively because Bro's fate is to win as soon as they have no hope of playoffs.
Oh, we knew going into the day, Atlas.
Oh, yeah.
It was so obvious. And if you come in, you're KT, like, God, these guys are so superstitious. Like, what is this? Why are they talking? KT just beat Hanwha. Hanwha is an incredible... Yes, we know. And then Breon comes in. So much burst here, goes into Fate, so he's effectively taken out of the fight right from the get-go. But the golds, the wallets are so heavy here. The poke from KT just doesn't land the same way. And then the moment that Morgan shows up, KT, you see, like, they need to retreat because otherwise the Crocodile's going to ace them. But they can't retreat. Like, Perfect, Pyosik are stuck on the other side of the wall. Fate, throughout all of that, back in with the plethora of vision that they have available. That's Hextech Soul and Breon. They're about to win this game, Atlas.
They absolutely are. Baron has been now secured. They can take some gates if they want a shortcut as well. And yes, KT's base is still standing. That's not for very much longer as it's a 10,000 gold lead. Hextech Soul in hand. The amount of, like, I don't know, these champions as well with these leads that they have, like Def just gets cued from Young Jay and he's just basically dead. Yeah, Poly's going to take a little bit of damage, but that doesn't matter. He is Brom. Pyosik, I think, managed to get a camp. That was nice. On that top side, he's going to have to come back and try and play some triage, though, for these turrets. As Fate goes in, Perfect is just trying to avoid whatever he can.
Oh, look at that. That's not fun.
No, it's not.
That's slow. The electricity. It's obnoxious, Atlas.
It is. And this is unfettered Bro. This is Bro without a care in the world.
I didn't want to believe. Oh, how wrong I was.
Well, this is one of those things. Once you've seen it a few times, it becomes less about superstition and more about it's just what happens. It's just one of those observable things that we see. We may not necessarily be able to explain, but it just happens, and we just have to accept it.
Science can't explain it.
Yeah. Sometimes we just don't have enough to really explain it, but we know that it's a thing. And that's just how it goes. We don't have computers that can work it out yet, but that we know that there's a reason. Coincidence? I think not. And Bro, they don't think so either. They're looking to try and get this push happening towards the bottom side. Morgan, full health. Fate coming on over. That is going to be base broken in the mid lane. Not actually pushing too hard, Bro, but they're just getting what they can with the movements that they have available to them. And it's working out very nicely so far. Perfect. I don't think it's going to be able to defend this wave. So that should be the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane falling down. And KT not wanting to lose this without a fight, but I just don't think it's a fight that they can win as Arrow is going to connect. It's soaked by Perfect. He's probably the right target to soak it, but now they're just closing in onto KT. Deft has gone back. He's picked up maybe an item or two, but that's still inhibitor down in mid, inhibitor down in bot, and Bro will just slink away.
They're playing it out so clean.
Yeah.
Only you could say, you know, maybe you want to do a triple lane push, but I don't fault them. I think triple lane is obviously better when it works, but Grayon as a team is currently 1-12, so going for the very safe route where you just have one person flexing in between the two lanes. Fate, obviously the best target for that because he's really hard to pin down. Because, like, also look at who pins down Fate. It's like Beryl with his ultimate. Like, that's pretty much it. It is really hard. There's nothing like Maokai.
And if
like
he does that as
Nautilus.
well, then you can't get the quickness in that AoE fashion that we see Rakan's utilize it in.
That you need, right?
Yeah.
So like it's completely besides the point. Oh, Fate, you got to turn it into a Magi's, man. You got to do
he
it
does.
for the bro leavers out there.
And it won't get any more stacks like this.
It's textbook.
Yeah,
It's just
beautiful.
textbook. And now you all run into the same lane. Yeah, keep the Renekton there. If you try to collapse on Morgan, he has Sterix.
He can also
Level
collapse up.
17, Atlas.
He is a very big boy. And the fact that he's got so much damage as well in this build, like he
3
is
levels
huge.
up
Yeah.
on everyone on KT.
And Deft is like dashing forward. Arrow's going to be soaked here by Beryl. Probably the best option there, but Deft is down to 50%. I think almost incidentally. And KT, I think it's just preparation for the end. I think they need to be planning for game 2 and what they're going to be changing up against Bro here. Because this wasn't it. I thought as soon as they got Ezreal that it was going to be all over, but Morgan getting Renekton, who knew? First pick Renekton, that was going to be the way. I think we all knew that it was going to happen. Whether it was going to be a good thing, that was the question mark.
There you go. That's
Why
what
did we
we're
doubt?
talking about. Well, it's Fate coming in, revitalizing. It's Envy back after not being the starter last time around. All we need now is Morgan flashing his own emote as the Nexus falls.
Oh, that's what we need.
And it's
the
perfect.
shaky hands. That would be just so perfect, so poignant.
And this is only game 1.
Yeah.
But I don't care. We're celebrating it.
Oh, yeah,
Atlas.
it doesn't matter. Remember, it needs to be a KT 1-2 loss for them to get back to equilibrium, which is where we know they want to be. So even if they win game 2, then they lose side selection moving into game 3. And Bro, they can move back to the blue side and draft as beautifully as they have here.
and B1 Renekton again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know we don't like results-based analysis, but what we really do like is the other thing that Orcs came up with. What was that one? Outcome-focused assessment. We love outcome-focused assessment. And Renekton, first pick, won. So I'm going to say that it's really, really good. Well, it hasn't won yet. Let's see whether this team fight, anything miraculous is going to happen. That kick was beautiful. That might be the start of it as Envy is going down low. He will be traded for Pyoshik in here, but it's Fate with a lot of damage still and some very heavy wallets. There's the Heartbreaker forward. Deft is flashing away from Young Jay, but he's not going to be able to get anywhere because Morgan comes in and cuts down his former AD carry. That's going to be the end of the game, and Pro Leavers rise up. You might be out of playoff contention, but you can still blue shell these teams that are still in the running. Nexus goes down, and Bros, obviously, take game 1.
Grayon with a draft that you're looking and go, okay, you know, I can see there's a lot of strong picks, there's great synergies. If you play this proactively, if you play this well, it can work. And then you look at a team like, oh man, I just don't have the faith. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't think, and then they just do it. They do every single thing we talked about.
Yep.
They freed up, they won the bot lane, right, with that Ash Braum. They then freed up the Braum, roamed around the map. Mid-jungle 2v2,
Gorgeous.
they were smashing. First, forcing early flashes, and Morgan, with the B1 Renekton, got to play a completely solo, unbothered lane. He got like a gank once, you know, from some help, and then after that point, didn't need anything. And KT, oh, they're going to go back to the Herald fight a million times, because that was where it felt like the game was done.
Yep, it certainly was. And you can see this is a very exuberant Bro trying to work out what they're going to do as they tackle game 2 on the red side, assumedly. unless KT decide that they want to stay there. Having a look at the damage numbers, we know that, Deft was always going to do the most on his team, but it wasn't actually impactful, right? It wasn't actually able to change the fate of this game. And maybe KT are going to look back at certain points of this draft and think that things are a problem, but honestly, it was just Bro outplaying them.
I want 5 POG votes. I want everyone on field to get
Everyone deserves it. Everyone deserves it. Get them all out here, and we can have a conversation with all of them after this series. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, it is game number 2 in the space. We'll see you there.
물릴 거야. 너네 좋아, 너네 좋아. 마구 포킹해, 마구 포킹해. 주먹에서 던질게, 이거. 야, 리리. 빨리 좀 와, 빨리 좀 와. 빨리, 리리. 밀게만, 이게. 못 앉아. 끝내. 얘들아, 이제 정 없어. 맞아, 앞으로 와. 이 잡을게. 앞으로 와.
야, 이명
잡아. 아, 이겼다.
야, 이 팩끝들아!
야, 얘들아, 근데 진짜.
미친 것 같아, 그냥!
안전해. 야, 괜찮아. 다음 판 잘해보자, 얘들아. 아직 안 끝났어. 끝났어? 다음 판 잘해보자.
재밌지? 아 1대1 사람
나 오로라 해도 돼?
건이 형 개패야겠다. 오로라 개패는 미드가 뭐가 있으려나.
그냥 사거리 긴감이죠.
그래? 후회해야지. 나 초사이어인 후회인이야.
그게 뭐임?
이거 봐봐. 오! 와! 오, 뭐지 이거? 아 잠깐만, 나 건이 형한테 병 느끼고 있는데?
아, 근데 창현이가 그냥 회의를 한 번도 안 해봤나 보네, 이거 하는 게.
라인전은 좀 어렵네.
아, 회의 개쎄다. 나와.
형은 안 돼.
아니, 내가 이 오로라 딜을 정확하게 몰라서 이게 우리 어떻게 할지 모르겠네.
들어오세요.
뭐야 르블랑은?
나 르블랑 잘함.
관상이 못하는 관상인데?
내 관상이 어때서?
메이지 못하는 관상이야.
조이리 르블랑은 1레벨 멋지거 형아.
큐찌가.
큐찌공? 고마워 보통이야. 아! 평큐? 평 감전 터뜨리고 백무빙. 평.
너가 도인 줄 알았네? W 찍어야 되는데?
어? 아, 나 뭐하는데?
너무 못하는데?
아씨. 아, 1레벨 큐 찍어가지고 짜증나.
진짜 극혐인데? 뭐지 이거?
아, 2렙도 아니고 1레벨에 죽었는데?
아, 보성이 형이 구라핑 해가지고 구라핑핑.
야, 롤드컵 결승전 마지막 판이다, 여기.
예? 롤드컵이라면? 감독님 너무 오버치는데? 그거 맞긴 해요. 조용히 해주세요.
근데 2대1이건 2대0이건 의미 없어. 이기기만 하면 돼.
아, 오늘 저 너무 아파.
아, 너무 아픈데, 오늘?
아, 우리 팀 오늘 이렇게 보험이 많아.
네, 뭐 하는데?
곡소리가 너무 많이 들려요. 저희 상태가 그럽니다.
아씨, 우리 상치 쫄았네.
전 대회에서 쫀 적이 없어요. 잘해봅시다.
화이팅.
얍. 건대 미드 아래. 카이사 너플. 야, 막자.
레오 너플.
야, 나 02초 볼래?
나이스.
이거 한번 볼래?
큐 돌아. 걸어 조심해.
아 천천히 해봐.
천천히 봐줘.
괜찮아 보이는데?
얘 타워 노플이야. 천천히 봐줘.
나 싸움 괜찮아. 밀어줄게. 나 궁 3초.
스테리 노플이야.
잡았어.
나이스. 괜찮아. 나 코어 떴어. 개이득이야.
침착하게 한타 잘하자. 야 쌈 봐. 제리 없어. 쌈 보자.
야,
야 트리 쌈 보자.
야, 이거 잘 쳐봐.
각 좋아.
막으면서 해봐, 막으면서.
제이스. 카이사.
야 트리 잡았어.
와, 카이사.
야, 최대한 킬 안 주는 게 좋긴 해. 카이사는 내가 나 절대 못 비벼줘 이렇게 되면.
우리 레드쌈 하자.
야, 좋은데 이거.
3번. 데리고 빠졌다.
위에 제이스.
제이스 노플.
킬 맞았다. 나 2대. 아, 나 죽은 거 같은데. 라인 끊어봐. 근데 이거 미드 만약에 쭉 가면은 얘 라컬 없는데 타워 칠만하지 않아? 좋은데.
할만해. 가자. 그냥 봐. 지르자.
야 우리 미드라인 관리.
집.
미드라인 안 좋아.
얘 모르는 거 같은데?
아, 미드 가자. 야, 이거 끝낼만도 해. 근데 결국 얘들 쌈이긴 해. 나 들어가서 공간을 생각할게. 이거 쌈 보자, 이거.
3번 돼.
날려.
나.
뽀삐 날렸고 나 날라갔어.
괜찮나? 다시 보자.
보자. 딜각 좋아.
앞라인부터. 무조건 앞라인부터. 떼줘도 묶였어.
야, 날려가요.
야 밖에.
가자. 한 번만 살면 돼.
그냥 제리 가야 돼. 코너가 천천히 때려줘. 주냐 있나? 주냐?
제리.
제발.
보여주자.
나이스!
나 9일초였어.
진짜 잘했다. 와. 그러냐.
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner in your control.
Big hands, big wins here for Bro as they take a huge victory against KT. And it is time to rejoice, not fully, but, baby steps here for us. The Giga Chads taking the victory here in game number 1. Welcome to Space, Digon, alongside Ox and the Valdanalist here to break it on down. And we have to pose a question here, Ox. I'll let you do it.
Who would win? 5 Giga Chads up against a quarter-century legacy in esports for KT roster. 4 World Championship titles in their current roster. The most broken pick on the patch, which is Ezreal, and a 4-season streak of making playoffs. And the answer, obviously, 5 Giga Chads.
Not even close, actually.
Not even close.
An absolute stomp. I mean, Bro came out. They came out to fight. Digon, you were clapping for them. Maybe that gave them the extra energy. They're like, hey, we are Giga Chads. We can do this. And KT do have, unfortunately, kind of a reputation of dropping games that they probably shouldn't, and this was one of them.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look at the draft here, you had a couple things that you wanted to highlight. The Croc and the Ezreal coming on out.
Yeah, we felt like it was an interesting decision to trade off the Ezreal, especially because you ended up playing Ezreal Rakan into Ashe Braum, which is a good lane, despite what we saw in the game. Unfortunately, KT kept getting caught up in the extended fights. We kind of heard Chronicle talk about this. The Ashe Braum, if you're not able to get away from them, you're going to have a bad time. The thing with Ezreal Rakan is you're so mobile, you should never really get caught out by that. But they did. They ended up, dashing in, and credit to Bro for punishing that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Bro played it really well, and KT did not. Like, Deft and Beryl were like, we're going to go into melee range of Ashe Braum. We can fight this. We win. We have Ezreal, right? It's like, well, yeah, he's strong. But at the same time, we want him to get into a good spot where he's farming well and not dying and hitting his 2-item spike. That's where he's really strong. So while Bro did win the game, I still don't agree with this drafting decision from them.
I will say the big fumble for me was when they went the Lee Sin Orianna into the LeBlanc Viego, a much stronger duo, and KT was kind of humming and hawing on the Orianna, and you can see in this fight, really, the driving forces around this Viego being able to get those resets, get that momentum, the Renekton as well, so strong at this point of the game, Morgan escaping with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and it always kind of feels like when we get a bit of happy gaming from the favorites in a series or in a game, it's like they kind of just run into the fights and they're like, no, we win this. You know, they don't kind of set up all the things that you have to set up already. So I feel like KT a little bit was like, no, we're just win this, and they just kind of went in a line one by one, and it was not a good play from them.
No, definitely wasn't. You're getting to see the power of the Ashe getting in there and just some of the coordination that the bros have here now that it feels like the shackles have been unleashed. As we take a look at the second highlight, as at the soul fight for the Hextech Soul, again, bros just had control here, no way in for KT, and the flank came on in.
Yeah, already at a deficit in this situation. They have to stop the soul being secured. They try and jump on a LeBlanc, but unable to finish it off. And the thing is, health bars are low, and they have this Renekton on the flank, and it starts to become really painful for KT to position in this situation. You can see they're trying to peel away the Renekton, but they're losing health. They're getting shredded down. And as soon as you start to lose a member, that's when the resets come in. That's when the momentum is there. The LeBlanc also getting this flank angle in. So well played.
Yeah, Ashe, Viego, Braum all together, even the LeBlanc as well, just really able to never let their enemies go and always chase and continue getting resets. So from ahead, it was just almost impossible for KT to do anything, and Bro just played it really well. That was only 23 minutes into the game as well, and that was the Hextech Soul going to Bro. So they also were getting all the objectives and doing a great job snowballing their lead.
Yeah, again, we've seen a lot of teams get ahead but not know how to close it on off. But Bro able to do that here in game number one. Let's take a look at the POG for game number one, and it's first mate Fate in the mid lane getting it done on the Lebleezy.
Yeah, had a pretty monstrous performance on the LeBlanc, and I feel like the mid jungle really did so much in just driving the pace of the game forwards. Honestly, I feel like Bro's biggest issue in the past few years has been having a really slow pace, not pushing the game forward, even when they have control, which wasn't that common. But here you can see the pace they set to this game, and I think really it's showing a lot of growth, this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as the caster said, get everybody on the team a POG vote. I honestly think that all of them did their job really well, and they took advantage of KT with a little bit of happy gaming, and everybody played their part. We did not vote for Fate over here. We went for Morgan and Palu, which, even in those highlights, I didn't really see Fate doing much, honestly. I thought it was the rest of the team doing
Envy left behind in this one, so a little bit unfortunate. But I think everyone did a pretty fantastic job in here in this game. And even though, obviously, we had mid lane shine out, I think the whole team should be happy with that performance.
Valdez, you saw as we took a look at the coaches' cams and in the box after the game, you saw Hirai kind of getting frustrated with him, frustrated with the team. What do you feel like they need to do here? Is this just a wake up, guys?
Absolutely. I think that KT, they do this, right? They come in and they're like, we will play to our opponents. And unfortunately, they played to a worse level than Bro, actually, which was kind of weird to see. So I would understand why Hirai, who's generally a very emotional coach, would be extremely angry with that game.
Yeah, I think they played to the level of Bro when they were still in contention. But Bro, when they're not in contention, is just a level above. And that's where the misbalance came in.
Yeah, again, it's very difficult to keep up when you're going against Lord Morgan, First Mate Fate, Young Jay, like all the whole squad here.
Progress.
Yeah, do you like that? Brositivity.
Oh, I wanted to ask Tigon because I saw you in Twitch chat and you were predicting for one of the
Giga Chad 2025 starts now. Ox,
how many points did you win?
You know what? I think we have to.
Which team did you predict,
Ox?
by the way,
yeah.
in Twitch chat?
All right, time to go for game number 2. The Bros on the cusp of getting themselves a victory and stopping the slide.
Wow. So, Digon,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he makes the Brositivity and Bro Leaf thing and then loses all of his channel points by predicting KT. That's Brotax, baby. That's what that is. He gave all of his points to the Bro Leavers.
No.
Do you know what that is? That's beautiful. That's what a true bro would do, is just donate his points away. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. He's a brolanthropist. That's what he is. And KT, they're going to choose the blue side.
Anyway, back to game number 2.
Do we want to get back there? I don't know whether I want to. What happened in game 1 was not what we came to believe from a team that's able to take down Humble Life Esports. And it's weird.
I want to be very upfront about this. Part of that Humble Life loss was also the fact that they picked Shyvana twice and Peanut looked very bad on it. And we can acknowledge that. But it's also KT played. You don't win against Hanwha just because they pick one bad champion. Like KT played well. They were a cohesive team. They were doing all the right things. They were not cutting corners left and right. And I imagine in this game it's going to be the same. And look at that.
I like the LeBlanc band.
Fact being paid to fade a wry grin on his face and earned after that first performance. Because I do think that when we got to the team fights, I agree with the space. I think it was very much a team effort. But I think just the laning phase alone, Fate actually did what he needed to. So how do you feel about game number 3, Atlas?
I mean...
Because we shouldn't overreact, especially not after what we saw last time around. But I do really feel like Rumble is a little bit silly.
Yeah, bro, we're doing some drafting today.
So you're getting... What are you...
Renekton Ezreal, baby! That's what we do.
And then you just go...
I'm writing it in.
You go Hex Drinker first and pray.
Yeah.
Morgan gets it done.
He does.
And what actually is going to happen is he's going to pick Cannon. And they're going to go Cannon Ezreal in 1-2. Although he can pick Cannon on
I've already written in Renekton Ezreal, though.
Well, you can try and deal with that how you want to.
Well, it's the wrong order, so I messed that up.
That's fine.
I assume they're going to think for a bit, and then Morgan's like, give me the croc.
Nah, I'd win. Doesn't matter. That is.
Oh, that's a Maokai. So I'm gonna have to adjust. I'm gonna have to adjust a little bit here. Is that going to be enough to push Pyoshik over the edge into Dragonland? It's not.
No,
because we can just play Vitalia, and and then if KT loses, I'm gonna lose my mind. Because this is a very, very powerful 2-3 on the blue side. If it is going to be the Talia that they do lock away, this is something that's been banned away from BDD relatively consistently from other teams as well. He has been playing very well on the champion. So unless they want to take an AD carry for Deft, which could be a thing, they are going to do that instead. I would have personally just liked for them to lock away their top side, but Kai'Sa is a response to Ezreal that we have seen in the past.
And I do think that back in the day, it used to be as soon as you hit 6, you basically are a really, really tough thing to deal with for the Ezreal, because if you ever hit a W, you win the all-in. I think right now you don't. You don't win the all-in, but looking at what they have already, like this is a dream Kai'Sa comp right from the get-go. You have Vi as well as Rumble. So Vi ults someone, as long as Rumble is even remotely close with his R, you can always go in and pop a target. So I definitely think that in the light of the composition it makes sense, but I do think that when it comes to laning phase, it's not nearly the matchup that it once used to be. And Brion right now looking really solid here in the mid and AD carry department. So top lane still to be determined. I was actually, I think that makes sense, because a lot of the things you'd pair the Kai'Sa with are just anything that can proc Plasma, which definitely not going to feel too good if you end up playing that into a Karma and you don't find your early all-in.
It's a good point. See what the last ban is here on the side of OK Brion. I imagine Talia should be taken off the board. That's what I sort of feel.
Yeah, it's a little tough. I think Talia is a really good one. They are that is really interesting, and interesting is code for bad here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
I don't like it. I feel like the Talia is kind of
Morgan's Talia top lane. That's gonna be his response.
No, it's obviously Maokai top and then
got it.
Talia jungle. No,
yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what is picked up here for Palu. It's going to be instead keeping that support counter pick until the end. So they really value doing really well in this bot lane. And after the last time around, never mind. They're just going to go pick Alistar. Alistar's solid. I think Alistar also is not going to feel too bad into the Rel, which is most likely what they want to go towards.
I mean, Talia Rel and KT has the dream draft. That's what I'm assuming they're going to go for. Maybe not wanting to, I mean... Yeah, I think Nautilus is fine here too. A little bit more guaranteed lockdown. Shen. Obviously, it was Shen. Why did I assume that it was anything else other than Shen? Because he's been picked all of those 0 times.
Yeah, a bit silly on you, Atlas. I know that there was a lot of Shen support that was being played recently. We did see this pick pop up in solo queue a good amount.
I have been recently watching a guy on YouTube that just plays Shen. and that was kind of fun. But he doesn't play it in the support. He plays it in top lane.
In Fury as well, Shen into double AD carry should have a lot of value. Like realistically with his
circle.
Yeah, I
sword circle.
Call it like what's the? I guess just sword circle.
Yeah, sword circle is fine.
Well,
we're gonna lock that
circle.
one in. I did used to know all of his ability names, but I don't anymore.
This is a little bit underwhelming for an R5 pick because you are going to get so bullied. And I imagine KT fans look at this composition and feel a whole lot better. You have insane amounts of aggressive power. You have the best top laner on the patch. You have a wonderful dive comp with a lot of upfront burst. And the OK Membro comp I think is fine, but it's the same issue. You're countered in top lane, you're countered in mid lane. And bot lane, I honestly don't know. I imagine that Deft and Barrow will do fine if they respect.
Yep.
Obviously, the early range of Ezreal is a bit tough, but Alistar is so weak level 1 in lane that I don't think it should be too big an issue. I think KT looking great here in this game number 2. And let's not forget, to keep the perfect 7-7, 0 games, we're going to have to go to game 3.
Yep, and we'll just have to see whether KT can bring us there. I do really want to remember Shen's Q name, because it is in my brain somewhere. Might have to use the fan chance to just really rack the brain about it. Stand United's all you really need to know.
Yeah, I think the shroud is W, the sword.
Oh yeah,
sword circle.
The sword.
Q is when you pull
That's
the blade.
The 3 autos, right?
Yeah, when you pull the blade and when you get the empowered autos.
Yeah. Is that still called? Because like his passive was Key Strike as well. That was a fun one, but that was old Shen.
Well, we're going to find out this game because we're going to see Shen's support make its way back.
Very excited to see whether Beryl is going to be a genius or perhaps a fool in this one. As Bro 1-0. Let's hop up on the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, so I racked my brain, and while I was racking my brain, Jisun just told me what all of Shen's abilities were, which meant that my brain racking was very successful, because now I know everything. And it's kind of cute that Key Strike, that is what his passive used to be, is now just Key Barrier. They just decided that they didn't really mind about it. They're just gonna change that one over. But definitely Spirit's Refuge is the most fun name of an ability. That is the circle, the sword circle. So Spirit's Refuge I'm actually kind of okay with transitioning towards, because it is a bit of a refuge, you know, because you can't be hit by auto attacks, and that feels fantastic.
Especially against a team comp where every single player has a reason to try and auto you.
Yeah.
And, you know, normally you have some champions that really don't care. I think, obviously, Maokai is kind of a stretch, but even he wants to auto for his passive, and then I got 280 carries. Alistar wants to try and set up his empowered autos and stun.
Shen really did need a rework, didn't he, when he got one? Because he had probably one of the most basic kits ever. Do you remember Feint? That used to be his W?
No.
Where it did, like, basically nothing at all, apart from give you a little shield. That was it.
Yeah, there's still a couple of kits in the game that we just kind of, you know, they're there, technically.
Oh, BDD going to cancel an auto there a little bit, but does find the auto into the queue. And Fate is, like, I mean, BDD's Lucian has been phenomenal so far this season. 7-3 is going to be its win rate as well, so we've seen it find a fair bit of success in the hands of Chovy and Zeka in particular. As far as our other Lucian players, the BDD has certainly been responsible for quite a few of the Lucian wins here in mid.
Fade definitely taking a bit of a beating here early on, as we can see. Do see that the last one to play it actually...
obviously, Lehens.
Yeah, that's not a shock at all.
He was a huge fan of the Shen support. That was when he debuted, actually. Was sort of known as the Shen guy.
That was in spring playoffs of 2022.
Yep.
Which was...
that was back when Lehens was still allowed to have that one Shen game.
Why? Is he not anymore?
No. Have you seen it?
Well, no, but I guess he has just been playing very basic stuff.
Yep. You know, he used to be able to get like his one Singed game and his one Elise game as well. But we've also removed those.
Yeah, the only good thing about Yuumi being meta was Lahen's playing Singed.
Yeah.
That was actually the only good chain effect of that.
And he was also the best Yuumi, which was the worst part.
Yeah.
He was sort of the offender and the only bastion of hope.
The only solution.
Yeah. As Youngjae getting to work on this Rift Scuttler, it's going to be a trade between the two of them. Some clears coming in from both of our junglers, and we'll see where everyone is going to go after this, as BDD is very, very pushed up. And he is now going to have to try and find a way away from Youngjae, and that is relentlessly pursuing over the wall and not even hit by the little alien, so he's just fine.
Actually, I'm not saying nothing about BDD. I think Youngjae was thinking to maybe go for a flash play, but I don't think they had any intel into where Pioshik would be, and if you flash and get caught in an early 2v2, you definitely don't win. The early damage from the Vi, definitely something to be respected. So, nicely done. As,
Beryl is shadow dashing in. Thanks G-Sun and Yundo for letting us know. Shadow Dash, though, that one has not changed. It's Kayon as well, it's not Yundo. I keep crediting him for things that he doesn't do. And Beryl just now going to carry around his sword and stuff.
Yeah, maybe also a good idea if you don't know what Shen does and you have, what is this champion. I mean, I think that's fair. You know, I assume there's a lot of viewers that have just never seen him because why would you?
He does
not that popular.
Plonk, plonk, plonk. That is the gameplay.
Yeah, so you have a spirit sword, and if you pull that through someone when you press your Q, you do a lot of extra damage, which is cool.
Yep.
Then wherever your sword is, you can press your W, and then you put down a puddle, which is like you know, like the Samira spin where you can't get hit by anything.
The Blade Whirl, yeah.
It's just
more like
those.
Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you're right, actually. But it's an AoE Counter-Strike, right? So that's cool.
Yep.
And then, as Alice was saying, his E is taunt, and then his ultimate, he TPs over the entire map, and he gives a shield to someone.
Yep.
Which is very cool, because it can mean he can make really cool side lane plays. And once upon a time, there was also the legend of River Shen, but that's best a tale that we should let rest.
I mean, it is still theoretically a thing. We just haven't seen it out in the wild for quite some time. So River Shen obviously still exists. It's just not often.
He's hiding in the shadows.
He's still in the river, in fact.
He's skulking.
Yeah, we'll see whether you know, Beryl has he taken water walking? Don't think so.
No,
he definitely has not, in fact, because I can see that it's ferocity secondary. Ah, very sad. But that's okay. KT have a slight gold advantage. It is going to be some grubs picked up on top of it, but the bros get to work on the dragons. And it's going to be what they're taking down. Perfect with a whole massive minion wave here. Morgan misses out on a cannon and a melee. But because it's a cannon wave, he does actually manage to walk back to lane relatively unscathed. It's a 20 CS advantage, perfect playing the lane. To be expected, but also very well. You know, you have to credit a player for being able to utilize a counter pick, or well, I mean, it wasn't a counter pick, it was a first pick, just an overpowered pick, I guess, that another player opted into picking not a great matchup into.
Should have been cannon.
It should have been not Cassante. We've seen Cassantes get roasted by Rumbles too many times.
Yeah, I really have. So this is kind of the downside, which should have come as a surprise, but I think particularly on red side, getting counterpicked in 2 lanes feels really, really bad. And I know that they self-counterpicked in top, but it is a bit of a...
Yeah, having resulting lane matchup speed is really horrible when your red side is not great.
It's not ideal. And I do think you're hamstrung a little bit because of the power of some of the picks right now. Is Pioshik maybe in trouble?
Yeah, wants to try and get out of here, but there's an all-out from Morgan. And Nature's Grasp comes in, flash, and then the Vault Breaker. Beryl is in position. Can taunt them up if he needs to, but he might be sacrificing himself if he does so. The flash forward from Morgan, and there's the Shadow Dash, but Hepa Pole will result in first blood going over to Fate with a cheeky rocket from downtown.
And it all starts with Pioshik not actually getting his Q over the wall.
Yeah.
That could have been the difference maker. Oh, a trade back a blade. Not the end of the world for KT, but still nicely done there by Brion.
And Red Buff now on this Corki as well could really help him out as far as getting back into this lane. He was already 20 CS behind. So it's not going to alleviate the gold advantage that KT have put together, but First Blood going to this Corki really will be helping Bro triage this problem that has been the early game.
See if that's enough to really turn the tides. And going for the PTA this time around makes sense into specifically that Kaisa as well.
Yep.
Trying to play for that burst. Although, of course, I have seen that PTA is just in general really good after the removal of lethal tempo. Even in longer trades. Yeah, Fate, at least for the duration of this red buff, will have a slightly better time in this counter matchup, but still not going to be great. And it also, as we see now, Morgan is still stuck in a 1v2, which he's not going to be able to do a whole lot in. Just needs to try and get as many creeps as he can, but
loads of plates going on over the KT here.
It's not his fault, like, it's just your Cassante.
Yeah.
So it's not that much you can do, and he does know this is happening, and he doesn't have flash. Does have reinforcements on the way.
Yeah, Plasma's stacked up, but his health bar is so low. Great Vault Breaker there from Pyoshik just to make sure that he's definitely not going anywhere. And now with the 3 grubs that they've picked up, might be able to get some decent work onto this outer turret into the top lane, but there is reinforcements coming from the Bros. Are going to be able to lock that one down. We're going to go all the way back to this First Blood though, as Pyoshik, like you just saw there, not able to actually get over the wall with the Vault Breaker.
Yeah, what I think happened is
Was he all outed out of it?
I think it was just a W stun. So he tried to Q over the wall and then the Q got interrupted.
Got it. That makes more sense.
So if he just flashes over the wall immediately, I think maybe he makes it out. Because there are actually a good amount of members in the area. I'm going to take a look here. Yeah, especially with a fully stacked passive. Like, he was just never going to make it out alive there. Beryl just ensuring that there's no Cassandra shenanigans, because as you look at the minimap, you could see the bot lane on its way. So doesn't want to run the risk. Very straightforward. And with all that burst, and also the itemization, Morgan just goes down immediately. And now we see the gold lead getting even bigger for KT. I think KT, you know, they went back and the coaching stuff was like, guys, come on.
Yeah, don't be silly.
Tighten up. And they have. And now they have gold leads in every single lane.
Yeah, I think the we mentioned before, and I think the space illustrated it quite nicely, that KT also had a slight draft advantage in game number 1. Not being able to quite utilize the Ezreal power though, and thus just sort of fell down to a much more high tempo draft from Bro. This time around, KT have a way better draft, and they also have the high tempo draft. And oh my god, Envy has to use his barrier just to eat through the equalizer, but it doesn't get a whole lot of value. And Pyoshik is just dead again.
It's not a great day for Pyoshik, Atlas.
It is not. It's also not a great day for KT's 5v5s.
Yeah, they have looked a little bit dicey. And we talk a lot about KT, and I still think they're in a really good spot as Envy.
Yeah.
Barrier.
So he actually didn't need the barrier last time. It was a different shield, I guess.
Yeah, as I was saying, the 5v5 of Brion remains strong. Like, they picked for 5v5 effectively, particularly with this Cassandra, with this Alistair. So their CC and their upfront damage in teamfights, I think, is actually very respectable.
And there's a Locket of the Iron Solari. I was actually wondering, like, that is a beautiful pickup from Young Jay.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. I think that Locket into Rumble, so good. So glad that we don't see Leandries or something of the sorts. Because as good as the composition from KT is, it is very much isolate individual target and blow them up.
Yeah.
If you can't do that quite as easily, that is quite huge, as there is the Shen ult.
Stand United coming in there as Beryl looking for a taunt angle. Not quite able to get there. Pyoshik going to step away from the dragon for the minute. And we'll now just head back. Beryl in hand. They should be able to lock this one down. Deft moving on in as well. We'll have the DPS to lock down the dragon.
Do note though, with Brion getting the early dragon, they can give up a good amount. There also might be a Chemtech here, which I think Chemtech, especially with Ivern coming back, we have actually seen increased value. And I'm going to be honest, Ocean here, it's great for Brion, but for KT it basically doesn't do anything. You're a dive comp, right? If it's Infernal and it helps you hit the breakpoints of 100 to 0ing a target, I think it's great. I don't think Brion really cares about it, so that even more lowers the incentive. That said, giving up too many plates and falling too far behind in gold is still going to be a recipe for disaster when it comes to Brion, so they do need to make sure that these turrets don't go down too early, as Envy goes for the ult on Deft.
Yeah.
And maybe throwing some of that into the wave could have been good as well, because again, Don't want to give up too many of these plates.
Yeah, so he is going to be able to at least throw Qs in, but that's a very healthy siege minion. But it'll be fine. He'll be able to tank it up for a little bit there and save the turret. Too much hurt. BDD and Pyoshik now towards this bottom side. Perfect just left alone to crush down this turret, and that should be all plates going over to KT in the top lane and first turret blood. That is very, very dangerous. There are a lot of members invested towards this bottom side for Bro as well, as we can see Youngjae and Polo in position. The barrel's there as well. Stand United still not off cooldown just yet. So BDD does need to be that little bit more careful. But with that turret falling down, I mean, Perfect is just so incredibly massive.
Yeah, for everything in this game, I think Brion do actually have a bit of an angle.
Oh, that's just cease and desist onto Envy. There are 4 members of Bro here, though. It's a trade of ultimates between the 2 junglers as a result. And Pyoshik doesn't die this time, but Beryl eating honey fruit might be punished, but isn't going to be.
So my first instinct is that there was definitely a fight angle there for Brion if they collapse onto Beryl. But the key thing here is that Perfect had TP and Morgan had not. So if they would have gone for that, and the Rumble TPs in and lays down an equalizer right above that banana brush, you will get cooked.
Yeah.
So definitely made the right decision not to do so. I gotta say though, Brion, as long as they can keep the gold leads to around this point, they'll be fine. I think realistically though, that's not what's gonna happen. Perfect is sitting on Leandri's as well as Sorkpan boots, which we're gonna be very happy about, obviously.
Yep. Beryl just standing around. That is a teleport in towards this bottom lane. Stand United going to be utilized once again, but they're going to try and blow up BDD as best they can. They're culling onto Polu, though, and BDD not even dead yet. He finds a few autos. That's a double for KT in the bottom lane. Perfect taking a lot of damage. They do manage to take him out here as Beryl doesn't have damage himself. That's the Shadow Dash flash, and that was a weird thing to do, but it's fine because KT are also taking out a turret mid and probably the inner as well.
Looks good for a second there for Brion, but KT with the map play still get the better end of that trade. Still a little bit dicey there initially, but that's the power of the Shen support. You can be at any point of the map at any given time. You can stall so much with your W as well as just with the shield from your ultimate. And Perfect, that TP we just talked about, comes in clutch here. As we take another look, the big thing here is that they do have an earlier rotation on the AD carry, so we already have Envy on its way. But yeah, realistically, this is kind of tough, right? Polo can tank for so insanely long. And BDD, there just isn't that much damage, again, because Envy isn't there. Brion feel very priced into this, though. End up going very aggressively if like Envy maybe hits a W a little bit earlier. There's Perfect.
Yeah, nice headbutt back onto Perfect. He's being thrown around like a ragdoll. The Flame Spitter still getting a fair bit of work done, but Polo just soaks it up, and he'll be A-OK. They are punishing the Rumble here as he tries to get that juicy wave top side.
The gold lead is still there for KT, and they're going to get this this bot side outer as well, but Brion are trading up now slowly and steadily, and we're currently looking at a fed Fate and a fed Envy and 2 fed carries. When there's a Locket, it's definitely going to be something that's kind of tough to deal with. Envy.
Well, yeah, that is cease and desist once again coming in, and Envy going to have to flash. Beryl not finding the Shadow Dash there, so no taunt onto Envy, but he does have to use both of his summoner spells. And so that means next time, Pyoshik should be able to find an angle.
Ooh, I'm not 100%. Obviously, in the long run, it's definitely going to be worth, but right now, that's 2 ultimates gone here. No Deft, no Pyoshik ult, which are really big. I wonder if Brion want to run the risk, and it looks like with this rotation, they're actually going to try and fight. And I think they have an opportunity. Yes, Envy doesn't have sums, but he is Ezreal, very safe generally. And that was a lot that was blown by KT in that fight just now.
Well,
setting up the wave here as well as Fate.
He teleported top lane at the same time, so he's going to try and put on as much pressure up there as he can. The Drake kind of just being left to the wayside. Neither team really too worried about an Ocean Soul. And so therefore, just getting onto this map, taking down turrets where they can, is going to be the option. BDD picks up the wave, though, as Pyoshik Bolt breakers his way out. Envy taking a lot of damage from that Harpoon, though. This Rumble may have died in that last fight, but he is still extraordinarily powerful. Couple of masks now picked up. And all right, Pyoshik almost with that ulti back.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where both Deft and Pyoshik's ultimate will be about available, so not really a window there. I'm not sure about the decision to teleport towards the top side there from Brion / Fate. I think that there was a window there, but it is risky, right? And they can give up this Drake, so I don't think it's the end of the world. But they're not really getting anything out of investing a teleport. If you can like turn that shoved wave into some side lane pressure and then rotate over quickly, I think that could have been an angle, but not really going to lead to anything. As we take another look at this, yeah, perfect. He feels insanely strong, but definitely overestimates the numbers that they have. It's very straightforward. Then there's just the setup for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
He's still almost toast Palu.
And I think if Pyosik had have sort of invested into assisting him, it could have been a thing, but it would have been 2 versus 4, and likely Pyosik would just be dead again.
It would have been a 2-for-1 trade, I think. Deft might have joined, but I think at that point he was still level 10, so the range on Killer Instinct really isn't that big.
Yeah.
As we now have Pyosik on a very proactive angle here, trying to look for something. We'll see if they're actually going to play for it. Maybe Brion just decide not to play towards that top side. Doesn't look like it's the case. And we are.
We're going deep.
That's a deep flank.
Yeah, Pyosik is now just going to back. And Fate does move on over. Yeah, he's seen on vision. Does come down through that tri-brush. So not going to be finding anyone. Does have that ulti ready, and that's why Pyosik is just happily looking for whatever he can find. And now Def just tidying up waves in the mid lane. He is ahead by about 15 CS or something like that, but the 3 kills going to really make Envy happy. Now does get the transformation, so that 2-item spike that we were talking about in game number 1 is going to be there here for Envy quite quickly in this one. 20 minutes ticking over, and the Ezreal is feeling strong. Still, Fate needs to get there. And I think the next dragon will be one that Bro will be very happy to fight for, because that is when these item spikes really are in there for this team. All right, KT looking to steal away a blue buff right as it ticks over 20 minutes as well. That feels pretty good if they're able to actually do so. And you can see Bro then not wanting to make that one happen. There is the flash forward as, all right, blue buff going to be secured here, and the Bramble Smash gets them out. And so KT, they're the ones with the blue. And Bro not quite able to start a fight that they were looking for.
Good call to disengage there. I think Brion also realized that they were fighting in the jungle against the Rumble. They get the TP, so TP for blue I think is not too bad a trade for Brion. Right now though, KT looking at the spikes that have been hit. We have Perfect sitting on the Rift Maker, so in longer fights going to be able to do even more damage.
The Battle Rumble.
Ginsu's done there as well. BDD also continuing, just now hitting Assassin's Reaver, probably going to go into Cleaver next. That has been the most popular build.
Yep, one that he has certainly liked. Don't know whether it's all of our most favorite, but certainly with Def there as well. You can follow up a little bit.
It's Pyosik just being a nuisance.
Yeah.
And for Brion, the main question is going to be, when we get to these fights, what is our target selection, right? Like, who do we try to kill? Obviously, Rumble is ideal, but you do need to be a little bit careful that Def and BDD doesn't get too much space in the fight. And on the flip side for KT, I think target selection can actually be a bit rough because of how much disengage there is, right? And you can obviously layer Rumble on top of any Vial, and it'll probably kill the intended target. Same for Def's ulting in. But if you have your team get stuck and like someone gets dragged away by the Cassante, Palu is able to headbutt someone away, and then you have Young Jay with his ultimate. Could be big as Palu.
Oh dear. He just Hex flashed over. That is going to be a lot of damage onto the cow as the culling is blocked by Fate there a little bit. As Voidseeker could have killed him. Did have the Unbreakable Will running, so it might not have been a full death, but that is still now Palu with not a lot of summoner spells and not a lot of health bar, and so he's going to be forced back home again. KT with a lot of map control. Not a whole lot to do with it. I don't think a Baron at 22 minutes is something that they're really strong enough for. As now Pyosik has found a cease and desist into the backline. There is a great equalizer this time around, but Young Jay gets on top of Perfect. Stance United invested onto the Rumble, and no one actually dead just yet. BDD dashing forward, but punished immediately. And Envy went down extraordinarily low. Had to use the barrier, but is going to survive.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? You see there, just the ultimate from Pyosik combined with an equalizer is enough to chunk any target, but that's, again, KT didn't actually get their target. So right now, I think Brion might be in a position where they can play for the second Drake, And the gold lead, yeah, it's like 3K. It's good, but it's not winning the game from the get-go. And I think KT's composition is a lot harder to play out, right? In a straight up 5v5, because Brion have so much CC, so much frontline, and so much control. And their poke, obviously, as we see Envy sitting on 2 items, he has a BF sword. That's chunking.
I mean, this is mid-game Ezreal, who hadn't fallen behind, right? He's 3-0-1, and he's just soaking the pressure that KT are trying to put forward. Working out very, very well. True Shot Barrage going to connect onto B2D, a fair bit of damage there. And Bro can just move over and equalize the Drakes if they'd like to.
Fade also has now hit 10 stacks on his Jack of all trades with the Zeal finished. So he's feeling really strong as well. I haven't really talked about the Corki yet, but that's the other problem, is that if you go 2M on the Ezreal, you might get punished. I do think Brion should really play towards his Dragon, but they don't want to overinvest because they're afraid of a possible Baron play. That's a deep flank. Biersch is just straight up going to get spotted. Oh, no, never mind. He is going all the way around.
Yeah, he is making sure that he avoids this vision, and now he's in the Raptor pit.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, they have somewhat... No, they didn't spot him. And Biersch's now going to be seen on the minion wave, as now KT in somewhat of a decent position, but Youngjae, great angle for Nature's Grasp. He's going to throw it in here as Beryl not quite in range. B2D able to move out of the way of the CC, and KT just moves towards the Dragon Pit. They will be able to stay out of trouble, but this is going to be Bro taking down this outer turret. The Dragon is secured in trade for that one, so KT now is soul point.
I think at least you try and force a summon. I'm not going to run the risk. There was a window there to at very least get a summoner or two, but instead it's going to be soul point. We see there the toughest part for Brion is actually ensuring that you get a good fight angle. They can't really funnel through either side of the jungle because of the fact that Rumble's there, so you just need to walk in through the river. KT get the first move, get the objective, but this is a very tense game, Atlas, and it's not really what we were expecting coming out, and I just think that Brion, they're holding on and just coming into that today's series. We said it partially as a joke, and partially because part of us...
Wait, you said it as a joke?
Well, you know I did.
Oh, it's weird.
Yeah.
No, it's just how it goes. Remember, you know, at one of the heights of Gen G, when they were setting up for this dynasty.
Summer, the final series of Summer 2020.
The Bros just came in and said, you ain't that good.
And then they 2-0'd them.
They did.
And then Gen G still won playoffs, and it wasn't close.
But they couldn't beat Bro. That's the main thing. If Bro had been in the playoffs, danger. As now the culling just coming in to soften up Morgan there. Does have a Rook Urn, so health bars are a bit confusing, but
we're posturing.
Does take some damage.
Atlas posturing around Nash.
Yeah, quite a bit of posturing, as Beryl is going to take a rocket to the back of the head. Does have Shadow Dash, so he's able to get out of the way. And Stand United is going to be there, so if he does just want to go back home, join the rest of the team pretty quickly.
Any second now, Brion is going to start it.
Oh, yeah.
Force a summoner. There we go. They're doing it. They're starting it.
They see B2D on vision, and they immediately start up the Baron. We can see KT has no idea what's going on. They will now invest the Scryer.
All right.
As so now the teleport comes in. Yep.
Should probably dip Brion, but they're not going to. They're using the Maokai ult.
Yeah, Perfect is going to come in as well. Gets a lot of damage, but it's still the Maokai that's able to lock down the Baron. Morgan is going to go all out, but he's now all out of the fight. If he's just the one sacrifice, though, that is very high value. The rest of Bro, they're not going to be able to make it all the way out just yet, though, as Dev, he wants the Killer Instinct, and he's able to deliver a Shen as well. And Polu, he'll be taken out also. 3 Barons for 2. Maybe you just take that. Maybe that's just fine.
That's 100% worth it for Brion.
Yeah.
Because not only do you still have it on free members, but most importantly, you also deny it from KT. KT now doesn't get to use that. And the one downside of KT, look at this. This is all very short range stuff. Your longest range is either an Equalizer or a Lucian, who isn't known for his sieging. So we're just going to extend the game, and this Red Bull Baron power play slots perfectly into that next fight for Dragon.
Precisely. And yeah, it's going to be a negative as far as the amount of gold right now is concerned for that, but it doesn't actually matter, as B2D actually slowed down by the sapling, meant that he couldn't follow up very quickly at all. So maybe that was part of the denial. Nicely played by Youngjae.
There was also a nice Q3 there from Morgan, knocking 2 people up. And then, unfortunately, the extended range of this composition, when it comes to engaging, is still really, really powerful. So you do see that they're able to pretty handily still get a bunch of exit kills.
Yep.
But again, I think you're not too sad about that. The downside is that because of those kills, actually offensively using your Baron buff isn't really a thing.
Yeah, but I mean, bro, they're not very offensive. It's a lovely team. They are only going to be nice. And so it's not about the offensive plays. It's about just wandering through and convincing the Nexus to explode. And
they're basically the Ivern of... They're green!
100%!
Oh my god.
Yeah,
it was right in front of us all along.
We knew. It's all about wildlife conservation.
We're going to
But not Nexus conservation or turret conservation.
Okay,
they will
so
definitely be taking those down.
Brilliant, you need to push hard. BDD doesn't have TP.
Yeah.
You need to keep going.
And they are going to look to do that. Equalizer can be invested in this wave.
That's
it's not going to be enough. Yeah, Inhib's going to go down. And BDD is still coming back. Oh man, he could have even pushed forward and tried to get himself a inhibitor turret there, but he actually doesn't do so, so it's just a straight up trade.
Yeah, I think they didn't have that much sweeping done in the jungle behind them, so if they get flanked, you don't want to be the team that over pushes for an inhibitor and then loses from there. But this is a dead even Atlas. KT, I gotta find a pick. I gotta find an individual target and blow him up in seconds.
Ocean Soul on the table as Morgan goes forward aggressively, utilizing that W. There's an equalizer thrown in, and he also gets CC. That's a lot of damage onto Morgan. No teleport to bring him back into a fight is now perfect. He has him in the banana brush, and there's the equalizer, but he hesitated for just that little bit. And that equalizer is not going to get the value that it really wanted. Pioshik is diving in to that backline as BDD is layering all the damage. They take down Def, but at what cost is BDD? He's also executed from this one. The only damage left is Perfect, who wants to turn it onto Envy, and he is still very, very big. But is he big enough to try and take these guys down? He has no flash. He's not getting out, and Morgan's going to get a triple kill. Did you bro leave in the 2-0, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, we both know I didn't bro leave, Atlas. But right now, Breon at the very least gonna get the dragon. Okay, guys, if we rotate everyone over, we should at least get the inhib.
We get the multiple angles of Giga Bro Leaf coming through from Dagon here. It's fantastic to see. And I think we all kind of felt it in the air today.
I want to highlight here specifically as a dragon gets taken, so it's not as big of a win as it could have been for Breon, but a lot of damage gets thrown into Morgan. Beryl goes in really aggressively, so Morgan, the front line, is mostly taken out of the fight. What's crucial is watch what happens to Deft here, as Pioshik is very far away from this fight initially, but by the time he goes in, Deft has already been hit, and he just gets taken down. Envy actually with a really good aggressive flash, and then at this point, that's already one of the biggest damage sources gone, and Morgan actually has a ton of resistance at this point, right? So Perfect doesn't really fry him. Envy, I think, plays this fight on the edge really, really well after taking down Deft, and then they don't have the damage to chew through this front line. And Breon get the Ocean Drake, but what's more, I think these wins for the mental matter so much. Like the fact that you're winning 5v5s when you're already won game one in the stomp, and KT are so clearly the favorites. That's hard to deal with, Atlas.
Well, I mean, you say that they're clearly the favorites. I don't think that many people expected them to actually win this series. They might be the favorites for getting to playoffs, but that's only because it's impossible for Bro to get to the playoffs. 3,000 gold is almost the lead for KT right now. And so they are still ahead, but that Ocean Soul was denied. Bit of extra time now for Bro. And the more tanky that Morgan gets, the more powerful Youngjae gets. And the fact that like Fate now has 4 items, there's 4 items on Envy as well. I mean, it's feeling more and more difficult because Bro's composition kind of just plays itself.
It really does. And at this point, we're getting also to the point in the game where GA's done for Fate, right? So he can play really aggressively, try to trade his life. Envy is sitting on the maul as well. And again, you have the Maokai ult. Like, if you're on the objective first, approaching is really, really tough.
Yeah, well, Beryl is going to find a Shadow Dash onto Morgan in that front line. The culling comes down. They keep the Baron leashed as Deft is in trouble. He's just singled out and obliterated. This equalizer is a little bit better, but Envy is still alive. That Mora Malmortius doing absolute wonders. And KT are being torn to shreds. The Bramble comes down and smashes them, but BDD, he's dancing around the fight. It's now a 1v1, BDD versus Morgan and Fate. He'll come in so late to the fight after TPing back, and he will end the hopes for KT.
And I think that might be it, Atlas. The teleport is there for Morgan. And Fate, this is a Fed 80 carry. He's gonna shred for this in seconds.
And you might count out Bro when they are still within a shot of the playoffs, but once they are eliminated, once all of that pressure is removed, this is the scariest team in the LCK.
They still can't get
unless you're an inhibitor. Unless you're if you're an inhibitor, you're fine. You're safe.
So really, who saves this game is just BDD. Deft, unfortunately, not having the greatest day. Gets again clipped very early on here. He tries to use his ult to reposition, but it just isn't meant to be. And then that's, again, one of the biggest damage throws has gone immediately. They're not really able to get full value out of the equalizer. Like, it burns a lot, but they don't
really
actually have a lot of people on top. And this is also a problem with the composition in here. If BDD doesn't do this, like, that would have been the end of it. And I think the fact that Fate teleported back in could have been the window where BDD, gets an extra kill. That said, though, we're just going to get another fight. Now the gold team.
Yeah, they're just going to go back and do this again.
Oh my God, Envy! Look at that.
That's an
arm guard.
pretty decent arm guard position.
Oh, Yoshi anywhere near the pit. He has the blast cone.
And he doesn't actually use it to get over the wall. That is going to be the Baron secured here by Bro. They then dive on top of the Lucian, who is in just straight up the wrong position. Morgan is looking for Deft as he's just supercharging away. It is now a 5 versus 4 in favor of Bro. They have the Baron. They have inhibitor turrets removed.
Take the inhibs, Bro. You can do it.
I reckon they could just probably follow some minions there. They're pretty tough and strong minions now.
They could, Atlas, but they're going to do this textbook. We're not taking any risks. Everyone to the top lane. Yoshi pulling the wave, trying to deny, but there's a top wave.
And Equalizer is up and available, but these are Baron buff minions. I don't know whether that's going to stop any of them from just marching towards the Nexus. 2 inhibs now down, Bro, just with some time on these Nexus turrets. And did you predict it? Did you know what was happening? Bro taking down KT. As Beryl, he'll be cut up where he stands. Poet will die, but he doesn't mind about that one. Deft is on the fountain, nothing he can do. And the Nexus will go. Bro, 2-0 KT.
And coming into the day, we were joking about the possibility.
You were joking about the possibility.
I was joking about the possibility of a 2-1 victory. And instead, they 2-0. I need a moment to think who to vote for, because again, that was a total team effort.
Can you just draw a really big tick across the whole team?
Everyone? Is it Maokai for pressing R? Like maybe. Is it?
I mean, Young Jae had a really good game. I think it could have been him.
You know what?
I think it could be anyone. Just make a choice so that
I'm making
so that
we're doing it.
Yeah, there we go.
We're putting it in. I don't know, but who cares? It's a Bro 2-0 Atlas.
That is the way. Look at Morgan, the Lord himself, showing us the name of the team. And the Bros really needed this. And it doesn't matter that they're out of contention for the playoffs. They were never going to be like the best team in the LCK, but they are definitely the best blue shell that we have ever seen in this league. And KT is going to have to really shape up. If they can beat Homolife Esports, but they can't take down Bro, then there are some consistency issues. And there is no two ways about it.
And I want to remind everyone that there is a very realistic world where either KT or BNK still gets overtaken by Kwangdong. And coming into the week, Kwangdong obviously aren't looking too hot, but say that Kwangdong take a decisive victory over Nongshim.
Yeah, I think we need to watch that series before we start drawing
no. But I just want to say, the fact that it's a possibility, just as KT loses 2-0 to Breon, that's keeping that playoffs race spicy, Atlas.
Oh, it really is. There is a serious battle going on between especially Kwangdong, KT, and B&K.
Oh, yeah.
But there is that dark horse. You know, if Nongshim, if the Noodle Boys are able to do it, this is such an important match that's coming up against Kwangdong because that's one of their direct competitors for those last playoff spots. And when it's the bottom 2 spots that we're seeing fought over, that's the most fun because we've seen so many seasons where it's been just that last playoff spot that is kind of the battle. Everything else is sort of locked in. This is not the case. It's the bottom 2 spots that we're still looking to try and fill. Man,
I'm
the
still
bros
just
gobsmacked, right?
So on one hand, all the credit to Breon, right? Like they played, especially I think this second game, I think KT was very clearly shaken. I think Breon had really good team fighting, which is something that we haven't even seen that much of them. I think even the team fighting, which used to be a big strength, has kind of fallen by the wayside. But I think since Fate's come in, they've been able to kind of tighten that up. But that first game, it blew me away, Atlas, because it went against so much of what we've seen from this team. The fact that they were able to execute a composition that requires...
Leave your assumptions at the door when it comes to Bro, okay?
No, but Atlas, I'm an analyst. I
know, that's why you don't like Bro very much. Because also leave your analysis at the door, Chronicler. It's just about having a good time and having faith. You know,
I'm not good at it, Atlas.
Your science does not belong here. Okay?
This is a realm of mysticism and belief.
All you have to do is trust in the bros, and sometimes you won't be sad. And most of the time you will.
Slowly, they say.
Yeah, look, they were looking for the turret, then they decided, no, we are fighting. And I think just ending the game would be a good idea here. Nexus, says Young Jay.
And Envy is like they're saying Nexus. Envy is like, I'm eating into people.
Yeah.
That's 2 of them. I'm gonna take him.
Oh man, Perfect did a lot of damage. It did not matter. That is Ezreal losing in the hands of KT, and then Rumble immediately afterwards losing in the hands of KT.
You know how we've before said that you can't take any stats seriously when it's Gen G because they're too good? I know KT draft is safe. Not in a good way, not in a bad way. We don't know. We just don't know.
I kind of think that if they had gone for the Shyvana attempt, it might have been better than whatever this
that was what they needed today.
Yeah. What a day. What an incredible start. We've still got one more series to go of this week as well, and we have no idea what's going to happen. But what I do know is going to happen now, is I'm going to throw it over to the space. They're going to break it down.
Thank you very much, bros, as welcome back to the space. It's your boy Brogon alongside Brox and Broden Valdez as we break down the clean 2-Bro as Bro take down KT 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, strategy was leave Rumble open, Rumble does 40k damage, win anyway, Giga Chad. It's that simple.
I feel like they really made a lot of progress today. Honestly, the browsitivity was off the charts. And if we take a look at the draft, it was actually really smart from OKMan, bro. You can say, my original thought was like, wow, they left Rumble open. That's, again, a little mistake. But, small note, they leave Ezreal open as well. So they get Ezreal and Maokai. And it's perfect into what is probably going to be a dive comp from the side of KT. They read that. The Maokai does a lot of work. And you've got Ezreal. So eventually they just win.
Also, I love that the fact they had this like Maokai, Alistar, Cassante trio. So Vi really had a hard time, the Shen as well, in these fights because you just had these 3 bouncers saying you're not allowed in. Anytime the melee champions from the side of KT were also try to approach, try to set up CC, they were just getting bounced around, knocked about all over the place.
Yeah, Giga Chad move. They knew that Beryl loves to pick anything, and they left Shen up, and they just baited him. They mind controlled him.
They saw it coming.
There. The Shen.
Beautiful play from Bro. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like, the Beryl had some great taunts, but still, Bro able to stall this one out and get themselves to scaling and eventually make KT pay the Bro tax. As we take a look at some of these highlights here, 14 minutes, it's the Bro bot lane dive that, at first, I'm glad they got it done, but it was a little scary to start.
Yeah, I think a big thing, obviously leading the charge with the Alistar and having the Maokai to follow up. a lot of the fights in this game were scrappy. It wasn't all clean sailing for the side of Bro, but this is a team with so much more confidence than we've seen in any iteration in the past to make these plays happen. And the execution here, grabbing the aggro with the Ezreal so that Morgan can go deep, just really well played.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, at the same time this was happening, KT got a really nice push in mid, so we wanted to highlight this, especially because there was still a chance that KT won from here. They actually had a gold lead for a lot of the game, did KT, and it didn't seem to matter for some reason because the fights were just being won by Bro over and over. So the dive goes well, they get some gold back in their pockets, and that's all they needed.
I think we established gold, draft, structures, all kind of irrelevant. It's about vibes, and Bro had that.
Yeah, they were definitely vibing here as then the Bros took their fight over to the Drake, which for some reason wasn't always like the priority right when it spawned. Eventually people just moseyed on over there, but this time the Bros had control of the space. KT tried to work their way on it and they get punished.
Yeah, the thing about this is that, you know, there's a nice angle. You've got kind of the submarine Shen going in on the Vi, but they ult onto Morgan, I believe, and many of the fights happened where Bro, they had their sights on the right target, which was Deft, and Deft would die very quickly, so you're missing a lot of damage, and BDD tried his best to be second AD carry and did pretty well, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, ends up still being close. I think obviously assassinating Deft at the start, pretty fantastic moves there just to shut him out the fight. But the ensuing fight, like the Cassante getting so much value in these extended trades where everyone's all clustered close together, because it felt like Bro, apart from when, like, you know, obviously Ezreal and we jumped ahead there to get the execution, they were playing really tight and getting a lot of value from the front line they had.
All right, well, let's see who the Giga Bro is here in game number 2 with the POG vote, and it goes to Morgan. The Lord in the top side gets his first POG of the split.
Ox is very happy that he voted for Morgan and I did not. I was a cringe young J voter, but honestly, as the casters were
there's
saying,
no cringe voters for Bro.
exactly,
no cringe.
Exactly. As the casters were saying, I think everybody deserves a vote, honestly, but Morgan did kind of send his face in there and got a lot of Cassante plays going, but I thought that the timing from a lot of Young J's plays was actually really key to their victories.
It was a team effort. You know, I feel like the team fighting from Morgan was fantastic, getting so much value in these scrappy fights, but let's be real, the reason they won is because Lord Morgan willed it, and that's why he deserves the POG.
Yeah, it's all about Brope there, and he broped it into existence. Great job there by Lord Morgan. 8 of 12, a couple votes. Yeah, down the bot side, down the jungle there.
In Right Media, just
in Right Media,
two of a
piece
kind.
pod.
It's just my best friend. I love Right Media. Yeah, me and him, just like this.
All right. Well, with that, it's time to show the lack of bro leaf from all of us here on the desk. No one picked Bro on this one. I couldn't do it. I thought, I was like, all right, KT, they're scaling, you know. Bro had their shot against DRX, so, you know, all of us in Twitch chat, sure. You know, YouTube chat, you know, you put your channel points in there.
You talk some big game in Twitch chat, Egon. You ain't putting your money where your mouth is.
Well, you know, you know, channel points. Channel points is where it's at. You know, the Preds here.
Who did you put your channel points on in game 1?
There's a new update on the app, and there was too many buttons to click. You know, I just need to do it on
here.
Yeah, this is not very
say you wanted to
convincing.
vote for KT, it's fine.
It's okay. We voted for KT, you know, which obviously backfired, but we'll admit that. Just admit that you didn't have the Bro Leaf.
I was just busy drawing my sign, right? We had to get the coin flip in there, right? I actually drew the hand a couple of times because the first time Ox said, "What is that, a cockroach?" And I was like, okay, I guess this drawing skill wasn't very good, but this one's a lot better. You can't really see it, but each one of the fingers is one of the players on the team as well. The details here, none were spared.
Where's Samber?
Well, Samber, we couldn't fit. You only have 5 fingers.
Could have been the hand or the arm, you know.
Yeah, maybe. I guess the arm should have been Coach Edgar. What a great draft. He just knew what he was doing.
You know, that second draft, he made me a believer. I do think that Deft had a really rough day today, and this is kind of bad for KT. They're not supposed to lose to Bro like everybody else has beaten Bro except Kwangdong, I guess, but now it's fair between them and Kwangdong.
Well, when we think about the Shen pick, that just felt a little too stylish here. What are your takeaways for KT? And I guess even after game 1, some teams lose a game every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, none of us expected KT to lose to Bro, but it's also not a surprise at all. I feel like this is just... The thing is, I feel like any other team, I'd be like, wow, this is like Quantum Freaks lose to Bro. I'm like, okay, this is not a good look. KT lose, I'm like, what does this mean? Like, them losing expectations are low. That means they'll perform well. Like, is this a good way to reset expectation before playoffs? But also, they kind of didn't play well in the...
Didn't they also drop a game to Nongshim and then they immediately came back and beat Hama Life Esports? So what does this mean? What is their next matchup?
I don't know.
It's hard to understand, honestly.
We'll work on flipping some coins right now
do
for
have Genji
KT
still.
later on. But we have the interviews standing by with our bro winners, so let's send it on over to Jisun. Jisun, GigaChat, take it away.
2024 LCK Summer OK
Thank you very much,
저축은행부리온과
guys. This
KT
is
롤스터의
Jisun for the
대결.
POG
그
interview
결과
translation,
OK
joined by the
승리를
Bros
성공했습니다.
after taking down KT Roaster with a perfect 2-0
승리
victory.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations. We are here joined by Faith and Morgan, the POGs on the side of OK Savings Bank, Brian. Oh, what an upset up against KT Roaster. How do you feel? So, right after I joined in the second round robin, I got a win, and then we were on a losing streak. So today, when I was coming to Lowell Park, I was like, I wish I can get another victory. And then we got a 2-0 win, so it feels absolutely fantastic. Morgan, it's been a while since we've seen you in the interview stage. This is your first POG of the summer. How do you feel? Yeah, it's been a very long while. I'm so glad that I finally am doing an interview after that POG performance. So OK Savings Bank Brian defeated KT, who defeated Hana Life with a clean 2-0 victory. It's been a year since you last won with a 2-0 score. What do you think was the key to this win today? So today we were approaching the game with a kind of a wider perspective. You know, we wanted to make a plan for the game as a whole, and I think it worked so well. Game number 1, so Bro picked Renekton as the first pick, followed by LeBlanc and Viego to support him. I think the draft was excellent. Was it your suggestion to play LeBlanc into enemy's Lee Sin? We had several options, but I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play LeBlanc. And Fate. So you showed a phenomenal performance with your signature pick LeBlanc, making crucial plays for the team's operations. So did you intend to play a role that supports and kind of empowers your team? I don't think it's about the LeBlanc pick, you know. I think it's just the way I kind of approach my role as a Bro member. I just want to kind of support my team to function better as a whole team. The Fate, with you gathering up, you were able to push the enemy away, and later on, you guys even won out the team fight very big. So we were, I mean, the numbers doesn't really show that we are having a lead, but I was kind of aware that we are going to be having the control when it comes to a skirmish or a team fight. And then Morgan also told us, you know, he's pretty fed and it's kind of his power spike. So I think the follow-up coming from my team was also excellent. Then Morgan in game 2, the enemy brought out Shen after a very long time. Did you anticipate this? So throughout the pick and ban phase, we had no idea that they would actually lock in Shen. Then what was your reaction? So I was actually having the last pick card, so I was trying to just, you know, see what I can lock in order to round out our team's comp, and I thought I should be playing something tanky, something reliable to support my team, and Cassante was the one. And in game 2, you truly were the Lord Morgan. You let them pick Rumble and then countered with Cassante successfully. So I think enemy's comp kind of would love. I could tell that they would love to make a play early on to accelerate either one of their laners. So Cassante definitely is a pick that kind of absorbed the pressure. Of course, the laning phase is not easy for him, but still, as long as you get through that, I think he can do a lot of work. Now let's take a look at this replay. You were taking all the callings and then Bro turned the fight around. So enemy kind of was doing a great job of punishing my position and the lack of like critical skills and summoners I had. So I think they opened up the team fight really well, but also the follow-up coming from our team allowed us to turn the fight around. So I just want to say thank you so much to all my brothers, especially Fates. You know, he was the main shot caller and he helped us kind of organize around team fights. And Fates, at the end of the first game, we were able to have a listening to the player comms, and you were kind of sternly directing your teammates and passionately giving feedback in the coaching booth as well. It seems like you play a significant role in your team. What role do you see yourself playing in the team right now?
어쨌든 간에 평소에는 코치님들이랑 전력 분석관
Well,
이제 잘 봐주시니까
usually, because we have coaching staff and strategy coach, I rely on them to give us coachings and advices. But in game-wise, I try to be the one that leads the team. Morgan, what do you think about that? Oh yeah, he's doing a fantastic job leading our team. Sometimes he's a little bit, you know, strict, but still I think it's helping us so much. Although the chances of Bro making it into the playoffs is gone, you still need to show good performance in the remaining matches. What are your resolutions for the rest of the summer season? Finally, a 2-0 win after a whole year, so it means a lot to me. I'm glad that we were able to bring joy to the fans, and sadly, we cannot make it to the playoffs, but still, I just want to make sure that we are developing and stepping up until the very end of the season. I mean, it might sound repetitive, but I really mean it. I want to make sure that we win as many matches as possible in order to bring as much as joy to the fans. And that will be the end of the interview from Morgan Fate, and back to the space. Thank you.
Takes one GigaChat to translate GigaChat. Thank you so much, G-Sun, for that translation as Lord Morgan winning minds and hearts out here and matches as they are now on a one-game winning streak, drifting their way up the standings.
I'm going to be honest, Dion, you say you're a huge Bro fan, but the biggest Bro fans right now are BNK FearX, because that loss for KT has actually really helped them get a chance to move up the standings.
They can join us. The faith never left. Just like my channel points are now back. And you better be back because we got another game for you. Kwangdong Freaks and Nongship, playoff implications on the line for this one as well. We'll see you in just a little bit so that we can close out the week.
틱틱 부은 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
안녕하세요. 제이스 성우 남도형입니다. 23년 월드 챔피언 T1 팀의 우승 스킨이 드디어 출시됐습니다. 우승 스킨 속 11가지의 재미있는 사실 함께 보시죠. 1. 사방신. 한국에서 치러진 월즈에서 타지역 리그에 맞서 극적으로 LCK를 지켜낸 순간이 있었죠. 그때 극적인 스토리를 LCK를 수호하는 사방신으로서 표현했다고 합니다.
저는 제이스 좋아합니다.
2. 제우스는 제이스가 좋아. 제우스 선수의 1픽은 늘 제이스였다고 합니다. 다양한 옵션이 있었지만 선수의 매우 강력한 요청에 의해 스킨의 주인공은 제이스가 되었습니다. 제우스의 힘을 느껴봐라. 3. 제우스의 늦잠. 제우스 선수는 마지막 스킨 미팅에 늦잠을 자서 참석하지 못하는 해프닝이 있었습니다. 하지만 이후에 따로 추가 미팅을 통해 전달했다고. 4. 정말 내가 쓰려고 만드는 스킨.
깔끔 앤 심플? 심플 앤 깔끔.
제우스 선수는 스킨의 화려함보다는 실용성을 추구했습니다. 디벨롭하는 과정 속에서 너무 복잡하거나 화려한 이펙트들을 줄여달라고 요청했다고 하네요. 나는 더 나은 스킨을 위해 싸운다. 5. 이 세계에서 월즈를 우승한 내 리신이 다른 세계선의 S급 리신을 만남. 오너 선수는 귀환 모션에서 뱅기 선수의 리신과 마주치고 홀로그램으로 부서지는 초안이 있었는데 서로 힘겨루기를 하는 모습으로 최종 결정되었다고 합니다. 6. 오너와 백호랑이.
오너 선수님은 팬님 없나요? 호랑이단. 호랑이단으로.
오너 선수는 리신 스킨의 사방신 중 백호의 상징을 넣고자 했습니다. 궁극기의 호랑이 이펙트, 가슴의 호랑이 발톱 자국 모두 오너 선수의 의견이었다고 합니다. 오너 선수의 호랑이 사랑은 유명하죠. 7. Simple is the best. 페이커. 평소 AI 같은 이미지인 페이커 선수이지만 의외로 스킨 피드백에선 오리아나의 기계적인 면과 화려한 부분을 덜어달라고 했다고 합니다. 8. 불타오르네. 페이커 선수는 우승 직후 첫 스킨 미팅 때 우리에게 익숙한 진한 빨간색보다 좀 더 빛나는 불의 색으로 표현해달라고 했습니다. 9. 우리 귀여운 둥이. 구마유시 선수는 징크스의 귀환 모션에 반려견 둥이의 등장을 강력히 희망했습니다. 둥이를 담기까지 많은 피드백이 있었고 결국 이렇게 귀엽게 완성되었네요. 둥이는 스플래시 아트에도 깨알같이 들어가 있습니다. 10. 뉴진스 나와! 둥이 나와! 캐리아 선수는 바드의 모션에 뉴진스의 춤을 넣길 희망했습니다만 여러 차례 미팅 후 바드의 얼굴과 정령들에게 토끼를 가득 담는 것으로 캐리아 선수의 팬심을 담았습니다. 11. 2022년의 아쉬움 그리고 극복. 바드의 귀환 모션에는 특별한 스토리가 있습니다. 눈물을 흘리던 당시 캐리아 선수를 1년 뒤에 캐리아 선수가 다독이는 것 같아 저도 덩달아 찡하네요. 자, 지금까지 알고 보면 더 재미있는 11가지 사실들을 살펴보았습니다. T1의 스토리가 가득 담겨있는 스킨 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
지난장 중계 경기 패배 후 하나가 되기 위해 동리아의 궁극기를 타고 인티비티로 떠나 은퇴양난 수영장에서 정말 꿀잼 게임들로 웃음이 끊이지 않았습니다. 아니 근데 서영아 조회수가 망했던데? 이거 괜찮은 거야?
아이 뭐 저희는 뭐 친해지기도 하고 더 돈독해졌잖아요. 조회수는 뭐 PD님들이나 작가님들이 좀 경향이 있는 거니까.
그치, 재밌긴 했어 우리는.
여튼 다음 이야기 상체팀과 하체팀 승리는 누가 할 것인가?
마지막 게임도 기대하시라.
무리를 달리는 자 게임이다. 난 무리를 달리는지 안 찍는데. 자, 게임 방법은 양 팀은 첫 번째 주자부터 마지막 주자까지 순서를 정해주시고 한 명씩 서핑보드에 올라타서 다음 주자가 있는 곳까지 이동하시고 마지막 주자가 꼬린 지점에 먼저 들어오는 팀이 승리하는 방식입니다. 오케이.
근데 위치가 좀 불편합니다.
이것 때문에 계속 움직여. 여기 뭘 처음 이것 때문에 우리가 안 먹지. 수영장하기 게임을 하시면 우리 한장기에 그러면 나 숨 잘 참아. 나도 숨 참아.
오케이, 숨참기.
자, 우리 주라트의 자존심 대결 한번 보시죠.
아니 저 너무 자신 있었는데 여기 그냥 3분을 참는데 해녀예요 해녀.
오래됐어.
아 자신감 너무 아니 사감이가 있는 거 아니에요? 미친 압박감이 지금 숨이 잘 안 쳐지는 거 아니야? 나 불렀는데 아니라면 머리 잡아 당겨줘. 나 간다 이대로.
자, 콜라기 불면 바로 들어가는 겁니다. 자, 네. 뭐야? 자신이 있었는데 내 종인이 벌써 종인이 형 죽은 거 알지?
에이, 소행이가 죽었네. 소행이 금방 올라오겠다.
아니 진짜 왜 이렇게 잘 참아? 바로 죽어? 야 이거 뭐라고 목숨을 거냐? 아니
소행아, 그만해.
죽은 거 아니죠? 감액이 없는데 죽인가? 아니 서영이 형 죽은 거 아니에요?
아, 이거 뉴스 기사 일면 나오기 싫은데. 살짝 무서워져, 지금.
진짜야? 진짜야?
쟤 빨리 이렇게 끝까지 가.
못해 이게 못 이겨요. 이거 못 이겨요. 못 이겨. 와 뭐야? 잘했네. 1번 타자 김종인.
2번 타자. 저희 이거 갈아탈 때 도와줄 게 있나요?
네. 너무 좋다, 너무 좋다. 시작을 하시면 됩니다.
아, 방해? 방해. 넘어뜨려.
좋다. 왔다. 이겼다.
아직 몰라. 누구는 몰라.
반대. 갈게요.
아직 몰라.
아, 이게 방해하는 게 손해네.
아직 몰라. 할 수 있어.
좋아요. 전체가. 넘어뜨려 그냥. 야 방해하는 게 손. 다시다. 아직 오래 걸려. 마지막 찍어. 다시다.
안 찍었어.
안 찍었어. 빨리 와요. 할 수 있어. 일단 찍어. 빨리. 야 이거 와.
집착해. 할 수 있어.
할 수 있어요.
왕만 뒤집기 가능해. 타기만 하면. 야, 반칙으로 이겼다. 빨리. 저 버럭텍 존나 그대로 오면 돼, 지금. 그대로 오면 돼. 야, 못타, 상대 못타. 야, 못타, 상대 못타. 대충 사는 척하고 찍으면 돼, 이거. 지금 왜 저래? 이거 인정이잖아. 인정. 도와줘야 돼. 야, 너 설거지 하고 싶어. 내가 설거지 하기 싫잖아. 빨리 가. 가야 돼. 야, 그렇지. 뭐라. 그렇지, 와, 빨리 와. 그렇지, 와, 빨리 와. 아, 처음에 잘못하는 이걸 오답이 질 뻔했다. 너무 가까워 됐네. 자, 여튼 오늘 게임은 사이트에서 오늘 건너뛴다는 것과 하는 걸로. 다 같이 이렇게 몸 닿으니까 더 가까워지는 거 같나요? 설거지 같이 하는 거니 하나니까.
야, 입술이 파래요.
얼굴에 낯빛이 잠깐 머리를 너무 많이 박아가지고 땅이 울리더라고요. 괜찮아요.
종래 마무리해 그러면.
자, 여러분들 식사로 가기 전에 아무도 못 알아채신 것 같은데 여러분들 유니폼을 보시면 새로운 로고가 추가가 됐습니다. 우회제야. 팀부터가 새롭게 추가가 됐어요. 여러분들 물놀이로 인해 빡빡해진 눈을 촉하게 만들고자 선물을 보내셨습니다. 아이템을 많이 쓰는 거죠.
이거 프로게이머 필수템이긴 해.
성향감에 따라 수능을 추가인 살기가 있으니까 사용하는 거 해주시고 중예제약에서 사실 요청한 게 있어요. 우리 중예제약의 딸 지원씨 광고를 좀.
이거 LCK 광고에서도 나와.
안 답답해? 답답한 지하철이고 프렌즈 아이드롭 약국에서 만나요.
너 바로 만들었습니다. 저희가 아이 답답해하면 옆에서 이렇게 건네주고 자기가 하면은 저희가 다 같이 약국에서 갖고 있는 예, 웃지 말기 옆에서.
큐.
아이 답답할 땐 아이드롭이지.
아이 촉촉해. 약국에서 만나요.
완벽. 너무 좋았어. 야,
대시로 꽤나 과장돼 있었어.
완벽했다 이거. 깔끔하다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
오세요. 맛있겠다. 근데 형님이 다 구워주는 건가? 해볼게. 88년생에 너
태어나서 처음 해보긴 해요.
나도
진짜 태어나서
저도 이런 거 만져보는 게
저도 항상 제 친구들이 해줘가지고.
뭐 놀러 가거나 이런 거 없어요?
그러면 아내가 해줘.
근데 보통 여자 쪽이 많이 하지 않나요?
그렇진 않은데.
아니 은근히 저도 뺏기긴 했거든요 옛날에. 전에.
아니 나는 내가 할라 그러면 답답하다고 저리 가라 그래.
보통 그게 많이 그렇대요 근데. 그러니까 남자가 경력을 쌓을 곳이 없었던 거지. 저도예요
맞네.
저도. 아이고. 어서오세요.
아이고 상치님들.
이거 하고 있습니다. 아직 안 됐네.
앉아 계세요.
잘 구웠다.
너무 잘 구웠는데요?
딜리셔스. 한번 먹어보겠습니다.
가져가서 그냥
고기
자르는 게
보쌈처럼 생겼는데? 이게 먹어도 되는 때깔이야 이거?
그래도 뭔가 익었게 먹고
익었어?
싶어하는 사람들
바베큐라 괜찮은 건가? 자르는 게 나을
구워서 자르는 게 나을 것 같아.
근데 이게 너무 두꺼우면 아니요.
아니야. 익은 데가 있고 안 익은 데가. 아 귀찮아 안 해.
요즘 고긴 깨끗해서 괜찮아. 저 먹어.
네,
좀 먹어? 맛있어. 마실 거야?
마시죠?
마시죠. 소맥 먹을 사람?
저요.
저도 먹을게요. 감독님 소맥?
소맥
드십니까? 오케이.
국민이 형이
기가 막히게 원샷 각으로 타드릴게요.
기가 막히게 말아주세요. 근데 왜? 원샷이 소주가 너무 많은데요?
아니 이 정도 먹어야지. 받아들여.
짠이야?
그냥 뭐 짠만 할까요 일단?
짠! 원샷이야?
아니요 아니요. 편한 대로.
미지근해.
이거 소주가 상당히 많이 들어간 것 같은데?
형이 원샷 했어 설마?
아니요.
와 근데 진짜 누가 탔어? 암살이야?
아니, 제 입맛 이상한 거 아니죠?
아니 이렇게 먹는 거야 원래 소맥을.
부장님 스타일인 거잖아.
1대1도 아니고 이건 뭔 비율이에요? 이게 KT 스타일이야.
잘 보이긴 하나.
다들 편한 데 있었구만.
KT가 옛날부터 유명하긴 했어. 강한 자들만 살아남았구나 이거.
다들
지민이 처음부터 끝까지 서포터 했어?
전 처음부터 끝까지.
서포터 왜 했음?
처음.
아니 왜냐면 내가 왜 서포터 시작하는 애들 대체로 물어보면 다 후야.
저도 중간에 한번 원딜로 바꾸고 싶었거든요.
근데 왜 안 바꿨어?
한사연 감독님의 만류로 서폿이 없다고 그냥 계속 하다 보니까.
왜 바꾸려고 마음은 왜 먹었는데?
아니 솔랭에서 원딜들 좀 만나 보니까 할만한데. 원딜로 했을 때?
그때 공빈이 만난 거 아니야?
나도 나쁘진 않았는데 나름.
너 같은 팀 했던 원딜이 누구 누구야?
테드랑도 하고
테디,
강진이
퓨리.
형이랑도 하고
퓨리랑도 했어?
퓨리랑도 하고
퓨리.
종인이 형은
범현이랑 카인, 고릴라, 눈꽃 이렇게 3명이어서
얼마 없네 생각보다.
범현이랑 좀 오래 했어서 그렇지.
그래서 다 만족스러웠어?
아니 그러니까 그러니까 제가 근데 KT 가가지고 아니 저는 근데 롱주 했을 때도 저는 좀 많이 열심히 했다고 생각했거든요. 근데 KT에 있었을 때 약간 많이 부족하다는 걸 알긴 했어요. 일단 오창종 감독님이 바텀에 요구하는 게 굉장히 많아요. 뭔가 약간 그런 주도권 콜도 빡세게 하고 뭔가 우리가 먼저 움직일 수 있다. 근데 그거를 약간 이제 라인 밀기 전부터 얘기를 해야 된다. 왜냐면 너 알잖아. 약간 이런 느낌으로 계속 얘기해 주셨거든요. 그래서 그걸 다 해내면은 그냥 제가 보기에는 그냥 일장이거든요. 네, 그거를 좀 해내기 버거웠던 것 같아요. 저랑 눈꽃이가. 그래가지고 그래서 그때 가가지고 아 내가 진짜 꽤나 많이 부족한 사람이구나. 그래서
그 전까지는 자신감이 넘쳤는데
어쨌든 다시 프로게이머 이제 그만두고 다시 이제 원래는 한 번쯤은 다시 하려고 그랬는데 너무 준비하지 않은 상태에서 했어가지고 그게 좀 아쉽긴 하죠.
시간이 좀 더 있었다면 좀 더 아름다운 뭐 그런 게 있었을 수도 있겠지만
같이 하자.
같이 했죠.
재밌었지.
저희 근데 상대 팀이 혹시 정해졌나요?
솔직히 정해졌죠.
그래서 그냥 발표를 할게요.
진짜 정해져 있었어요? 여기서?
여러분들한테 선택을 하게 하려다가 당연히 타이팀을 뽑을 것 같아서 이번엔 노페 감독님께 여쭤봤어요. 정근철 감독님의 선택은 DRX 책임집니다.
DRX.
현재 몇 등이죠? DRX랑 같은 순위입니다.
그러니까 노철 형이 고른 거지 이거. 감독님 탓인데 지면? 저희 그냥 계속 이렇게 벌레가
차라리
좀-
안에서 먹는
네,
거.
벌레가 많아가지고
너무 많긴 하다.
아, 살려줘. 감사합니다. 다 원하고 계셨을 거야.
나 원했어. 너무 원했어.
난 사실 노력했어. 가자 얘들아 잠깐 모여봐봐.
오케이.
오케이. 다들 거기 앉고. 종일이가 크니까 위에 앉아. 자, 우리가 이제 상대가 정해졌는데 남은 기간 스크림 때 어느 정도 방향성을 갖고 하는 게 좀 좋잖아? 도움이 필요할 것 같아서 린다랑 해설님, LCK CL의 린다랑 해설님한테 우리 제발 어떻게 하면 이길 수 있을지 이 선수들은 어떤 특징을 갖고 있는지 좀 코멘트를 해달라고 했거든? 또 우리가 이 데이터 해석하는 데는 도와줬잖아. 뭐 우리 감독님도 있었고 원래. 같이 한번 알아보는 느낌으로다가 자료를 한번 보도록 해봅시다.
확인.
DRX 챌린저 2024 LCK의 서머.
너무 어린데?
정글러가 나이가 많이 17세 있다.
일단 정규 시즌 성적 5위, 4주차 종료 기준인데 4승 4패, 세트 9승 9패 이 정도 괜찮잖아. 아니 표정이 안 좋은데?
5위?
5위 근데
5위면 1, 2, 3, 4, 5면은 상위권이네? 서부이잖아. 정부가 아니잖아.
서부긴 하지.
맞지.
일단 우리가 가장 싫어하는 스타일이야. 운영보다는 교전지향적인 팀. 소위 말해서 이제 박치기 공룡이라고 하지. 강점은 우리가 이제 익히 알고 있는 세테, 파더. 이 두 선수가 1군 경험이 있는 선수들이고 실제 게임 내에서도 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여줬기 때문에 체급이 정말 높은 딜러진을 보유하고 있다. 그리고 약점은 탑 정글 서포트. 나머지 세 라인이 상대적 신인. 왜냐면 이제 원래 CL에서 뛰던 선수들이 지금 1군에 올라가 있기 때문에 이게 보자기 아래쪽에서 완전 어린 친구들이 올라왔는데 신인들이다 보니 실수가 좀 잦은 편이다. 라가 이 팀에 대한 해석이 되겠지. 어때? 주정님 생각이 어때?
서폿에 일단 메릴이 있는데요. 저희가 감당이 가능할까요?
그래서 이제 뭐 어느 정도 이렇게 간단하게 설명이 되어 있던 거고 이 선수들의 좀 디테일을 한번 같이 보면서 얘기 또 나누면 좋을 것 같아서
정리 좋은데요?
좀
그 상태를 못 하는데?
사태를 못한다? 이건 좀
좋은데?
국밥이다 이 선수. 국밥이야.
근데 그 상태는 저는 상대 잘하는데 형들이
아니 그 상태가 엄청 커 있던데?
아니 그 상태가 라인전이 약한데 자꾸 내 정글에 와 있어. 이게 맞는 거야?
대충 해주고 갔잖아요.
아름다운 팀원입니다.
그럼에도 우리한테는 굉장히 호재다. 그렇죠. 상태를 막 이렇게 좋아하지 않을 수 있는 수치를 갖고 있고 실제 승률도 별로 안 좋으니까.
근데 공격적인 챔피언을 선호한다기에는
그치.
공격적인 챔피언이 약간 승률이 별로 안 좋긴 하네요.
그 이유가 미드원들 중심으로 너무 잘하는 팀이다 보니까 상대적으로 탑에서 받쳐줘야 되는 역할을 종종 하다 보니 챔프풀이 자연스럽게 스카노, 크산테 막 5대 1로 좀 내려간 거고 레넥톤을 하는 거는 이제 최소한의 방어책이라고 해야겠지. 나는 공격적으로 하고 싶은데 받쳐주는 역할도 하고 싶어. 이 두 개가 같이 혼합된 게 레넥톤이고 실제 승률이 그쪽이 잘 나오고 있다.
좋은데? 레넥톤을 내가 쓰면 되는 거지.
맞지. 그것도 맞아. 근데 그럼에도 꾸준히 우상향을 그리는 경기력이 뭐 성장력이 돋보이는 선수라고 하니까 또 3주 뒤에 어떤 선수가 될지 또 봐야겠지. 근데 가서 일단 그런 탑은 이 정도까지 보고 바로 정글.
와우.
쌀 요한이 브랜드.
니달리 양승 3패. 니달리는 아니네.
좀 마음에 들어.
K가 0.67인데?
니달리는 저
힐을 하다 만 건가?
저기도 상승 8초하다 무너졌나?
너무 빨리 해야 되는데.
그런가 보네.
아니 어때? 이거 보니까.
아니 챔피언이 저랑 비슷한데요?
진짜 형이랑 챔프 비슷한데요?
좀 비슷해.
브랜드만 약간 브랜드가 근데 너프 당하니까
사실 이 선수 자체가 딱 선호하는 챔피언 구성으로 봤을 때는 교전지향적인 챔피언들을 좀 많이 하는 느낌이 있잖아. 정글 동선, 라인 개입, 그리고 정말 안정적으로 오브젝트 위주로 굴려나가는 운영에 통달한 팀은 아니다라는 게 저 지표로도 보이는 거지.
일단
챔으로?
나는 다 좋고 리신 안 하네.
좋네.
리신을 안 해?
일단 PTSD가 원래는 없구만. 그래서 이 선수의 특징으로는 아마 자기 뜻대로 안 풀리면 약간 억지로 교전을 유도하면서 풀 가능성이 있다 보니 우리가 침착하게 잘 상황을 보다 보면 받아칠 각이, 빨아들일 각이 굉장히 잘 나올 수 있다. 이제 문제의 미드를 한번 보자. 세테.
여기는 뭐
써있는 것처럼 라인전 체급이 국제 최상위권, 분당 CS 상위권. 포르키를 잘한다는 건 박치기잖아, 얘도. 그렇죠. 게틀링 키고 싸우고 싶을 때 자신 있게 싸우는 그런 거를 잘하는 선수라 어떻게 보면 정글이랑 일맥상통하는 경향이 있는 거지. 좀 어때서요?
빡세 보이는
근데 나는 별로 걱정을 안 하는 게 서행이의 최대 강점 중 하나가 뭐 뱀픽 구도가 좀 밀리던 상대가 미드에 정글이든 서포시든 인원 투자를 하던 최소 망하진 않아. 항상 반반 이상 가려고 하는 타입이야. 서행이가 충분히 대처가 될 수 있어.
거의 에이스잖아요.
우리 에이스 너 아니었어?
저번 경기보고 잘렸어.
그래서 이 선수에 대한 데이터는 이런 느낌. 파덕. 이즈, 카이사, 지.
서머 때 했었고, 올라가서 했었구나.
당시에도 이즈를 좀 잘했던 기억도 좀 있고 실제로 지금 이즈에 대한 자신감이 정말 엄청나게 높은 상태다.
저런 거 봐. 이즈리얼 배나죠.
잘하는 이즈리얼 많이 하네.
근데 약간 백가대가 벌써 쌓이는 것 같긴 해.
저거 감독님이 어떻게 하셨어요?
뱀픽에 마실사 있으니까.
아니면 우리도 하던가.
우리가 해도 되네? 근데
우리
잘 맞추는 게 잘 피하더라고. 이 먹은 놈이 잘한다고 이게.
그래도 스킬샷이 굉장히 강점인 선수라고 하고 아까 그 세텝 선수랑 같이 DRX의 상수 역할을 해주는 굉장히 눈에 보이는 빛나는 선수들이다. 서포 볼까?
어우
간단하다.
든든하다.
땡땡이들만 하는 거만?
얼리스타가 오스틸이네? 그냥 지민인데?
도 하고 연수픽으로 이제 바드 룰루 멜리오 이런 것도 쓰네요.
그러니까 이 선수가 재밌는 게 아이디가 우리가 베리를 떠올렸잖아. 연상케 했는데 실제 플레이도 베릴과 비슷하네. 약간 그 도사 모먼트가 있대.
근데 베릴님 플레이 따라하다 못하면 이제
그래서 이제 실수가 잦은 라인에 서포터로 들어가 있는 거야. 어떻게 보면 피지컬적인 부분에서는 당연히 뛰어난 선수지만 아까 얘기한 것처럼 운영적인 부분에서 정글이랑 같이 아직은 좀 부족한 선수다. 내가 보기엔 두 가지 방에서 갖고 연습을 해봐야 될 것 같아. 첫 번째는 같이 라인전을 싸워볼 수 있는 챔피언으로 붙어보면서 우리 체급을 키울 것인가, 아니면 그냥 처음부터 딸깍 받아치기 좋고 단단하고 튼튼한 애들 위주로 뿌려놓고 연습 과정을 한번 밟아보는 것도 하나의 방법이지 않을까.
탑은 이기는 거 하고
그래? 넌 이기는 거야?
딸까 그냥.
맞아. 주인공은 너야.
상대 정글은 딱 보니까 일단
쟤도 딸깍인데?
같은 딸깍하면은 내지컬로 이겨버린다. 아니 그거 중요하지.
미드는?
미드 일단 기반이랑 제바가 어떻게 되는지 보고 스타코르키만 어떻게 하면 괜찮을 것 같아요.
원딜은?
난 너무 무섭다.
내가 상대한테 무서워. 얘기했어? 옛날에 영상 찾아봤다니까.
솔랭도 지금 최고점이고 종이
맞지?
열심히 할게요. 네.
우리 그럼 서포트.
보니까 KDA가 좀 안 좋던데 진짜 박치기를 좀 잘할 것 같은 선수라.
그치. 실제 우리가 지난 경기에서 따라가는 그림도 대체로 쟤네가 무리한 거 받아내면서 조금씩 따라갔었는데 얘네라고 안 할 거야. 우리가 냉정하게 기다리면서 침착하게 마인드만 잡고 있으면 분명 역전의 기회는 오지 않을까. 그리고 알지만 무관중.
그치. 그 친구들이 많이 긴장할 수도 있어.
오히려 좋을 수도 있고.
오랜만이라 떨릴지도.
나도 뱀픽하다 절 수도. 다 같이 한번 파이팅 외치고 끝내볼까?
네.
자신 있게 갑시다.
화이팅! 화이팅!
네, 화이팅! 은퇴한 날!
화이팅! 화이팅!
8일 남았어, 8일. 점심 일어나서 스크림하고 잠깐 쉬었다가 또 저녁에 스크림하고 하루 종일 오프라인 스크림.
블리츠 천천히 뛰어간다. 어라? 아니 리방? 보여주나?
야. 이렇게. 또 이길 뻔했는데 또 맨날 이길 뻔하다가 지네.
근데 진짜 진심으로 너무 할 만한데?
근데 진짜로 이거는 좀 심각하게 받아야 될 것 같아, 얘들아. 왜냐면 팬들이 보기에도 얘네가 노련하다, 확실히 레전드들이다 느낄 수 있어야 되는데 솔직히 보기에 스스로도 쪽팔리지 않겠어? 너네가 나중에 생각하기에도?
ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. It is the final match of the week. I'm still Atlas, joined by Chronically here as we're ready to delve into whatever it's going to be when Nongshim clashes with Kwangdong Freaks. Because we actually just don't know. This one is going to be a weird one. Will the downfall of Kwangdong continue? Will the Noodle Boys rise up? Or are Kwangdong about to be on the right track once again? It is all of vital importance here, Chronically.
Really is Atlas, as he's hinting towards something. We'll get to that when we get to that. Yeah, you do. I want to highlight, with KT's loss just now, sorry for the spoilers, but you're tuning into the broadcast, so I assume you know. Yeah. KT just got 2-0'd by Bro, which means that the race for playoff remains very, very competitive. And if Nongshim find the upside today, obviously, I do think like coming in, and if this was a couple of weeks ago, huge gap between these two teams. But right now, are they really that far apart in terms of play level? I think that this score is a bit of a misnomer, and Kwangdong right now are in absolute freefall, and they are still, in theory, the one that's closest to overtaking KT and BNK and getting themselves back on that playoff tracks where they so firmly were only a couple of weeks ago.
Exactly. They were also there in previous seasons as well, and, you know, only barely scraped by after being so incredibly, basically a shoo-in, right, for that playoff position. Yep. Closing it out at the end of the season has been always tough for this team, and now Nongshim might be able to deny it from them. Keep their hopes alive. Of course, it is only Bro that has been eliminated from contention completely just yet. There should be a couple of teams that are to follow afterwards, but if Nongshim pick up a win here, they could start making that last-ditch effort, that final run.
The biggest problem for Nongshim is that they still have to play against DK, Genji, and Hanwha Life. So that's not ideal.
Yeah, I prefer to just, like, let's just stick on where we're at the moment. And where we're at the moment is vital from Challenger, of course. If you're an Oceanic viewer, he did spend some time over in OC as well for a little while. He has came up into the main roster for quite some time, but then dipped back down once again with the uprising of Jiwoo. And now we're going to have both of them, as that was amazing artwork of the Noodle Bros.
And correction, that's phase T1, which isn't a lot better than Hanwha. Basically, for Nongshim, this is kind of a must-win if they do want to continue the play of dreams. But more importantly, BNK also have a tough schedule ahead of them, or Kwangdong rather, including BNK, who are the direct competitors. So for Kwangdong, it is still a possibility, but they basically need to win today. There's only one other team which is weak that they're going to face, which is DRX. Outside of that, it's the direct competitors and some of the stronger teams still left. So this win against Nongshim, with ideally the best game score possible, 2-0, is needed. And we have seen this team crumble under the pressure so many times now.
No, exactly right. We are going to welcome them out onto the Lol Park stage here as the Kwangdong Freaks look to try and get one step closer to those playoff dreams like you were talking about. There is, I mean, with a win here, they do move up to a decent scoreline as far as being able to challenge. Right now, sitting at 5 and 8, they can get up to 6 and 8, and with KT and BNK both sitting on 7 and 7, it is very possible for them to be able to fight back.
And Kwangdong are facing both KT and BNK in a week. So basically, after week 8, they'll know what their fate will be if they beat them both. Things are looking good, and there he is back. Vital, the other recent challenger, AD carry turned support experiment, was Blada, who unfortunately isn't DRX, but we're telling you, he's really, really good. So for Vital, hopefully a debut like that today, because I think, unfortunately, the Google experiment didn't really end up working out.
Yeah, and you forgot to mention the greatest AD carry to support swap that's ever happened in the history of League of Legends, two-time World Championship winner, Beryl.
I thought you were going to go with Core JJ, but then you said two-time. I was like, hold up.
yeah. I mean, Core JJ is another decent example, but Beryl is obviously the one that I am biased towards. Key player matchup going to be Leaper versus Jiwoo, or is it Leaper versus Vital? How many 80 carries do we need in the bottom side of the map? The answer is 2 if you're Nongshim. But Jiwoo has certainly been a phenomenal player for Nongshim, and we know that they do love to play around him. We'll see whether he's going to be able to have another one of these great performances again here today.
And Leaper came in with a lot of praise, a lot of excitement, but particularly in round 2, haven't really seen anything from him. And unfortunately, he's gonna have to step up here today. And I think for Jiwoo, it's kind of the same. I don't think this player commands the same aura, has the same consistency in team fights that he once had. And today, we'll see if he's able to bring that back alongside Vital.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Vital can actually get done. We did see him in Challenger trying out the support position. It started off very rough. Wasn't looking super great.
They've been climbing up. So things are initially very bad, but them and Humble Life have kind of slowly started to trend upwards. We'll see if that's enough here today. As Mihao, I think, a very, very unfortunate position where he has good moments, but it's so clear that this player is really inexperienced in particularly map movement, right? We saw with Perfect last time as well, and I think Perfect actually generally, not today, but generally it's a good example of knowing when you need to dip from your turret. Because unlike in Challengers, if you sit under your turret and you're not supposed to be on that side of the map, you will die 100%, and there's nothing you can do, you just need to not be there.
See whether Mihail can pass some of these tests, because of course Dudu is no slouch there towards the top side of the map, and in fact Cuz and Dudu really have been kind of the guys the Kwangdong Freaks have got behind, especially recently. I mean, there was that one game that Dudu actually just won by himself. He just picked Aatrox and found a flank, killed 4 people, and then they won the game. Like, this can happen once again. Andil back on the roster as well. We did see him in the previous series. It was Quantum before that for quite some time, and Andil is feeling better. I actually caught him having a bit of a chat to Custjun. Custjun asked him how he was feeling, and he had a giggle and said that everything was fine. So that is certainly great news as far as Andil's health is concerned. And so hoping that he can have another good game up against a possibly confusing bottom lane opposition here. And I'm very interested in what sort of the picks that are going to come through from Jiwoo and Vital, because Nongshim have been known to cook up some spicy stuff. You know, much is their namesake, right?
Is it good? That's going to be the main question, because CV Max has also done a lot of cooking, and very often we end up with something resembling everything stew, which
Yeah.
is not what you want. You know when in Breath of the Wild you just throw everything in and it just comes out and it's
Yeah,
like,
the suspicious food or whatever.
I think both teams have
It
been
ends up
having a lot
making
of
you
that.
sick. It does.
It's not good as right from the get-go. I don't think Sylvie's Ivern was that great, but Ivern is really annoying.
It is.
So I understand it from that perspective. As the Sejuani actually going to be banned here, really interesting. So yeah, I was about to say, I don't think Leaper has been one of the standout Ezreal players, but it still is an insanely strong pick.
And he's been picking it a lot, right,
Yeah.
as well. It
Yeah.
feels like one of the better champions for Leaper specifically, even if he hasn't necessarily been winning. And one last ban here for the Kwandong Freaks. And then Renekton is probably going to be banned here by Nongshim Red Force. So Rumble and Ezreal should probably always be banned on red side, and let's hope that somewhere KT are taking notes, as Lee Sin is going to be taken away as well.
That's a really interesting ban. That must
Yeah.
be a scrim thing, because I think Sylvie has been...
No.
Is it the Narc top
It's
counter?
first pick Shyvana prevention.
No.
No, it's not.
No.
It's probably a Nidalee from Cuz. He had a phenomenal game on this last time out, and they are going to lock that one away. So I'm actually kind of okay with it. I actually think that Cuz has kind of passed the Nidalee test.
Oh yeah, for sure. Really has. Bulldog also, to me, the only mid 80 carry that he really shines on is specifically Tristana. I think the other ones he's fine, but he's not a standout.
Yeah.
Like him a lot more on his usual mage picks, but those are just not that strong right now. So Renekton and I think Zeri make a lot of sense. You can save your jungler for third rotation here.
Or Lilia.
Wouldn't mind it that much. Lilia, Renekton actually is quite strong. Zyra is, I think, most likely based on also what we've seen here before from Nongshim. The downside of Zyra picking it really early is I do think that there's a lot of compositions in which it struggles. We've seen that already from, I want to say it was DK that had, yeah, that was loose. They were like playing no engage Zyra into a poke comp, and it was just not great. It was a little sad.
Yeah, that was a bad.
Guangnong series where they just kind of got, and that was Cuz on the other side on that Nidalee.
Well, let's see what they augment this Nidalee pick with. You were talking about Tristana. We're having a look at Bulldog right now. And that Tristana is going to be considered, probably locked in as well. I don't see why you wouldn't do it. Going to take some time, though, before they do lock that one away. And now, what are we going to do to round out this first round of picks? I just feel like it's going to be Cassante. Ooh, Draven's fun.
We're not blinding. Because I know that Zeri has been picked, but it could very well be a pick for Fisher as well. Don't forget, it doubles as a counter pick, or as a flex pick, rather. We saw Bullock himself also play the Zeri. It's going to be the Ashe, which I think is the safest bet. Very, very solid, very, very safe. Now, what is going to be the round? I personally would love a jungler here. I think that there are more mid laners that you can flex in now that Tristana has been taken down by a pretty considerable amount. Then again, Sylvie, I think, has been pretty adept at flexing his champion pool. We're not going to love this.
Are we going to pick Shyvana into Nidalee? No, we're not. We're going to pick a Vi instead. That does give Fisher a whole bunch of casters that he can play, as they will need some magic damage in this composition. It doesn't make me super excited. I imagine that the things like Talia will probably be banned away now. Talia Renekton, even that duo, even though there'll be solo laners in this draft, would be powerful, so they do just ban that one away. And so picking this Vi on 3 just feels a bit awkward to me.
I agree, but I think that the problem is there's not a lot of matchups that do on to Nidalee. I don't think that Vi does particularly well, but she's fine enough. That do well into Nidalee, and you expect to make the second rotation. Like, Vi was 100% going to be banned, and I do think Nongshim are maybe looking to put Vidal on an Enchanter. If you have the Zeri already, you can go for a Lulu, play a little bit more towards the lane, especially because a Braum is relatively likely. So having a little bit of flexibility there is good. I actually love these two bans. You already mentioned the Talia. I think the Ahri is also a no-brainer. LeBlanc is still available, but you can't really blind that. So you're either going to blind for Fisher here, or as we zoom in on Vidal, it's going to be a support pick. This is obviously going to be something that there is a counter pick potential for Andil, who has been very happy to go for these. I think the Rakan makes a lot of sense. You already have decent enough front line between the Vi and the Renekton. It's not that tanky, but it's good enough. And then I love Rakan follow-up when it comes to Vi engages. I think that you can use the Vi as a really easy tool win and then follow up. And there are a couple of great targets on the enemy team. So at least you pass the we need enough hard engage into poke test with this Rakan right from the get-go.
And you don't need to lock away too many other things, but that is Poppy being considered. That will be locked in. Dudu could play it, of course, has been one of our Poppy top enjoyers, but Andal could also be piloting this one if he would like and keep the Poppy in lane with the Rakan. Feels very, very good to have this champion. And now Andal, considering what he wants to do, and it looks like it is going to be Dudu on that Poppy top this time around. It's a decent matchup into the Renekton as well.
Yeah. Really solid, makes it a lot harder for Renekton to get either the aggressive slice and then trade and then dice. That combo doesn't really work nearly as well. On the we do need some AP damage, so we'll not get too carried away here.
What are you talking about? When you press last breath, you get rid of their armor.
Very good point. Yeah.
So you don't need it.
So the rel is interesting to me. I really thought that it was gonna be the Nautilus coming in because it's a lot more guaranteed engage onto the
Zeri,
Zeri. Doesn't end up being the case, and I think Nongshim, this is fine. This doesn't really make anyone excited. I do think that now that the changes to Tristan have come through, this matchup is a lot more playable for the Azir, so Fisher should just be fine. You don't have kill threat, but I think previously you just got bullied out of lane very early on, and you're always playing on the back foot. Nurse definitely should make that better. I think both of these drafts, they're fine. I think we've seen a lot more cohesion in drafts recently. I think BNK are a really good example, who are looking like one of our current favorites to make it into playoffs, where every time you see the draft, you come out and you're like, man, I feel like this draft does this one thing really well when a team can play around that. Even last game from Brion, we saw an early game draft with a strong mid-jungle 2v2, and that worked out amazingly. I think both these drafts are fine, pretty well-rounded, so it's going to come down to the execution.
Yep, I think Kwangdong Freak certainly came in with a lot more answers. I do really like Poppy in this situation, especially for both nullifying the lane and just being a good pick into Rakan in general. She's going to be extraordinarily tanky, and they can, just put their big 80 carries behind the Poppy and the Rel. So they've got frontline even in this Nidalee composition, which can be difficult to fit in. I do think that as far as a Nidalee draft is concerned, this one feels pretty good. But like you were saying, this one kind of just does what it says on the tin. Just some Shuriman flavor in the solo lanes. You got a vibe for some pretty consistent engage. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1. Man, Nongshim fans, exceptionally loud here in Lowell Park today. Of course, Kwangdong Freak's fans always loud, but sometimes the turnout is kind of off. But this is a Nongshim that are holding on to playoffs for now. See whether they can keep doing so as we get into game number 1.
Something that's interesting that I'm going to take a look at here today is, as we take a look, Vital does get the sidestep.
Ooh, mechanics check done. Passed.
Doesn't get hit by the, as a
Jiwoo.
That's Guardian.
Oh, we're going to need Gugu to come in. Vital, 80 carry once again. Zeri was one of his best champions. You saw the swap was late. He was like, but I could.
Maybe.
And then Jiwoo's like, but I'm not a sport.
That would end very badly.
It would have just not been good.
What I want to mention is that some Nidalees, I read this, I was on Reddit yesterday, read about this, have been going for back to Blackfire Torch, which is an item obviously we haven't seen in quite a while. It's mostly just been Leandri's focused. And then you go for Trap Max second, and the double burn actually makes it really big. Dude, might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, the Grand Entrance does come on through, as Vital is just going to look to push him away. Sylvie is not going to invest in anything into trying to kill the Poppy, and will instead just take down the blue buff. Make sure that this jungle is not going to be put behind. So lane swap in effect here for Nongshim.
So I don't dislike it. I do think that the top side matchup, it doesn't really get better. I think that it's just very much a nullifying matchup, and that's going to remain the case as you get deeper into the game as well. But the big benefit of this is I do think that Ashe's level 1 is one of the strongest parts of the champion. We talked about this a lot. And Zeri Rakan, the less time you spend in lane, the better. I think this is an extremely strong combo. It used to be one of our highest win rate duo lanes for a really long time, but it's because of what it does out of lane. The laning phase itself, outside of the odd all-in post 6, isn't necessarily anything that you're going to pick it for. So, going to see here a setup as we do know. Dudu knows that this ward is here. Again, in these lane swap scenarios, the main goal is just to get experience. That's all you really care about. So as soon as they see 2 people here, I wouldn't be surprised if Meow just immediately TPs.
Dudu might just die though. The Ignite's ticking, he's still going to flash, and he's going to die. It's a 1-for-1 trade though in the end. Both of the supports picking up kills, but now Bulldog, he's making his way in. The immediate teleport back from Dudu. As Andal, that crash down was actually fantastic, and Mihail, he's gonna just explode. Goomba stomped by Bulldog, and now he can head back to the mid lane. Jiwoo will survive, still had to use Cleanse, and Kwangdong Freaks turn it around.
Really good roam there from Bulldog, but that is a pretty costly roam from him. So we'll see what the actual results of this are going to be when everything shakes out. Key thing for me is that Nongshim isn't actually investing TPs to catch the bot wave. Most of the bot wave was already gone. They crash into the turret. So they're going to be really far behind in experience. Now, couldn't really TP to top either. As we take another look at this, and here the key thing is that roam from Bulldog. Dudu, I think, still makes a big mistake. I don't think he necessarily needed to go in that early. Could have waited a little bit. But then here, if Meow's level 2, like this is probably somewhat playable. But he's not. Bulldog is obviously solo laner, so already level 3 comes in, and there's not a whole lot to be done. And then Bulldog can just base and immediately TP back to mid. So as we can see, Fisher wasn't even able to get a lead out of that at all, which that's kind of insane. I actually did expect him to at least be even, but actually behind. Obviously this wave is going to come into him, and I imagine that will equalize it, but this is a pretty colossal winner for Kwangdong right from the get-go. Let's not forget, it was Nongshim that initiated the lane swap.
Yeah.
I didn't really see it. You're always supposed to fall behind a little bit in terms of lane swap when it comes to gold because of the protection, right? And even more so after the nerf to lane swap a couple of patches ago. So them going down in plates, them being behind like 300-400 gold, I don't think is the end of the world, but definitely didn't really pan out the way that they were hoping for.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be an 800 gold
yeah.
right? It's supposed to be like 400 at the worst, generally. That's what happens when you switch back at level 3. Jiwoo is going to sidestep the Shattering Strike. I think they're pretty aware of the ward that's in this brush now. As Leaper and Andal looking to scuffle. You can see it's about a wave ahead for Leaper there as Fisher, after this explosive charge goes off, he is going to be equal as far as that trade was concerned. And now Jiwoo's in trouble, not able to skate over the wall. They put that one on cooldown. And Battle Dance does come through from Vital, but still Flash now down for the Zeri. This bottom lane from Kwangdong looking real strong right now.
Big thing here as well is that Andal is
walks up
4.
and ignites him.
Yep, just hits him with the dubstep ignite.
Love
walks
that.
in, and unfortunately for Jiwoo, he gets engaged on as we do see the win rate. I do want to say, you know, some of these are also teams that you would expect to win a lot, but the fact that Sponge, for example, also got a win on it. I think that was the 0-3 Nidalee that just got some stuff. It was very funny. And by stuff, I mean dragons.
Yeah.
But do note, like, Vital is a level down. Jiwoo is a level down. Top lane, I think, should still be favored to Dudu, but at least in terms of experience, it's already going to be. And then you look at the CS, and
yeah,
they're looking kind of rough here in the early laning phase for Nongshim Atlas, and this is a pretty snowbally drop here from Kwangdong.
Yeah, it feels like Kwangdong have just done the fundamentals a whole bunch better in this game. I think that Nongshim is not quite able to tick all the boxes, as it were. There's going to be a grub going over to Cuz. He'll be able to at least collect one of them here. That is going to be taken down. There we go. That is one grub. 3 picked up for Nongshim. So only 4 grubs to be going down right now, which is a little bit weird. That's all right. Bulldog in some trouble, but so is Mihail, who does get a stun off. There is a flash, but I think he's still dead. Steadfast Presence comes down. Mihail! Oh, he keeps himself alive, but there's the auto attack, and Cuz is able to lock it up in the end. Emperor's Divide did come through. Andal is dead in the mid lane, but I think the Kwangdong Freaks probably still kind of psyched about how the state of the game is resting.
Yeah, it's a really big kill. You're going over to Cuz is huge. As a solo AP source, you really want to make sure that he gets as much as possible. If Meow had a Q there, he would have lived for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't have the cooldown, I assume. As tried to look for a shuffle there. Nice ult by Bulldog, as Vital was level 3 still, by the way. So I wonder what happened there towards topside, because what happened is they knew Cuz was there. So, and I saw Mayhao disengaging, so maybe it was a Dudu just finding an ultimate and then knocking him back or knocking him into the wall. Hope we get to see a replay of that, because that shouldn't have been a kill, and that could have been a trade-up for Nongshim, a really big one, by them getting the play onto Andil. But instead, Mayhao ends up going down, as we do take another look here, and yeah, that's just... Wave was already pushing into you. You knew that the Nidalee was there, so I think really big mistake. I wonder if it was a miscommunication, maybe? With the jungle, but that's definitely a very costly error, as yeah, Sylvie ends up being just in nick of time here, and even with the arrow hitting, ends up being bait.
Yep, Emperor's Divide just used to make sure that the extra damage goes down and they guarantee the kill. Not too bad there for Nongshim, who still stay within touching distance when it comes to the gold and especially the kills here. Only 3-2 right now, so not the end of the world, and this game is starting to get messy.
Oh yeah.
I feel like compositions with Vi and with Azir and things like this, if it's messy, feels a little bit all right. The problem is that they have a handbag in the top lane instead of a Renekton. And handbags are not as dangerous as crocodiles, in my opinion, unless there's a brick in there, you know.
No, I'm unfortunately for Mayhao, I think his job is going to be stand around Geo if they're engaging, and otherwise go in and absorb cooldowns, and then hope that
I'm helping.
Yeah, that you're helping, and that either Geo or Fisher can do stuff.
Well, right now it's going to be difficult for them to do stuff. Spear goes wide as Cuz just makes his presence known. That is going to keep up the pressure in this bottom lane, and I think Vital's going to be able to do anything. Jiwoo really wants this experience in this wave. They have been missing so much, and is at least not punished for that. Cuz just electing to go back home, as Blastcone will get Andal back down towards that bottom side. So, as it settles, it is going to be about a 1,200 gold advantage as we head towards the mid-game now for Kwangdong Freaks. But that dragon that they were able to take, certainly good news. Picking up a single Hextech is still very powerful. It's an Ocean Drake coming up next, so Chemtech would be probably the worst sole option, but outside of that, there are only really good ones. And even Chemtech, when you've got Primal Surge, fun stuff like that, Bloodthirst is being built, you know, maybe you're not too upset about it. But it still would be nicer if it was one of the others, especially for Valdez, who's currently in the space and doesn't want those Mega Cones, the pesky Mega Cones for the Ultra Disengages. Not as fun. I want Speedy Go Rift. That's what I want.
Mario Kart Rift.
Hell yeah.
Drift Rift.
Exactly. Oh. Drift Rift, man. That's beautiful.
We've never called it.
Haven't done Drift Rift yet. Yeah, and
that's it, right?
Yeah, no, it's perfect. It's absolutely beautiful.
No one says Infernal anymore.
What, it's just Cindy Rift?
It's Drift Rift.
Oh, no. Isn't... Oh, right, yeah, because of the Cinders. But isn't... What about Cloud Rift? Because you're also drifting around that, too. Yeah.
I think it has to be Cloud.
But also, now that we've seen the Cinder Drift, that... was it... Oh,
we do it in honor of Viper?
Yeah, in honor of Viper, because he drifted around.
Let's
so
do
I think you're right. It has to be Infernal.
Drift Rift.
Yeah, and then what's the Cloud Rift called then? We need to figure that one out. It needs to be it needs to be as cool.
Well, I can't do that. It has to be you. You're the Cloud Rift guy.
Swift Rift? Oh my god.
Back to back!
And it works!
Back to back!
Okay, we got the Swift Rift and we got the Drift Rift. We nailed it. I didn't expect to pass that test, but I feel like I did.
I think
we don't have anyone to adjudicate, but
so we can go home now, right? Like,
yeah, no, we can. Our job here is
done for the day.
Yeah. Yeah, we can call it a day. G-Sun gave us confirmation. So thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be back for another team fight in about 5 seconds' time. As Andal looking to try and get into position, but there is cease and desist. Maybe he's gone too far. He has immediately been taken down as now Leaper in a bit of trouble. Cuz somehow takes the dragon. Not sure about that one as now Leaper creating some space. Fisher in trouble as well. He's going down low. Sylvie just getting kited. Can't really do anything, and Leaper happily following after. It looked really bad until it absolutely wasn't for Kwangdong Freaks.
And I think the key thing here is Rakan is in 6. So Vital only has one set of cooldowns that he can throw, and then he isn't that useful in the rest of the fight. And they blow a lot. And I think killing Andil here is definitely a fruitful endeavor in of itself. Denying the... wait. I'm not sure how that happened, but I'm sure we'll get another replay of that. So they do get on there, but again, if Vital had 6 here, and he can help get on top of Leaper, right? He can do anything besides just be in the pit and go down, I think that could be the difference maker. But instead, because of the experience deficit, you have not enough CC, so you blow everything, all your cooldowns on one target, and then, particularly in a longer trade, like Ashe, Tristana, and Nidalee, they literally just auto you down, and the heal comes through. It's very hard to actually play out, as right now, it looks like it might be 3.
I'm very confused because it was 3-1 earlier.
Yeah, no, that was an oopsie because that was the first rotation. Was 2 to Sylvie, 1 to.
Yeah.
No,
I
saw
2-1.
that as well.
I was like,
don't worry.
What time is it? My brain is really struggling to comprehend
Atlas.
this.
It's
was
Drift.
there a fourth? It's Drift. Oh my god.
Drift. Immediately got it.
Wait, does that mean that we? Oh, so we could get Drift and Swift Rift on the same in the same series
on the day we named them.
Oh, that would be gorgeous. Well, Orcs, you heard what you have to do. Just eliminate any Chemtech Souls from the next series, next game's rotation, and we'll be laughing, I reckon. As all right, Mihail has done a great job pulling back in this lane. He's almost reached parity once again when he was struggling to really be within touching distance at all. So definitely good. Managed to get that solo flash from Dudu. Holds onto his own. And Nongshim. So they've at least sorted out some of the issues in the lane that's at the very top. They now need to address everywhere else.
Yeah, I think Nongshim, one of the biggest issues they've had consistently this split is that their laning just hasn't been up to par. And that means that you come into any single play with a deficit. I don't think their team fighting was as good as it was, say, in spring or last year. I definitely think they've taken a drop off across the board. But the laning consistently has been an issue for them, where right now, like, there hasn't been a turret take yet, right? And we're going to get that relatively soon, I do think, for Kwangdong. But already we're looking at a pretty sizable deficit in gold just from the CS. And in the jungle matchup, that's kind of warranted. But I think particularly in bot lane, that failed dive, or the failed swap rather, didn't really do what Nongshim were hoping for.
Well, Fisher is looking for it, and Leaper is just going to go down. Grand Entrance is fantastic with the Magnet Storm. It does come in, it's just not enough to save the 80 carry, and Nongshim even out the scoreline, only behind under 2,000 gold. As they're now looking at a Rift Herald, and without the Ashe, maybe it's possible, but the rest of Kwangdong Freaks are still very strong.
Oh, a lot invested as well there.
Yeah.
Ultimates from Nongshim, so we'll see if they actually want to commit to this. Kwangdong can also just trade inside.
Well, they also could just do both, maybe.
Huh.
As, okay, at least Bulldog is going to back away from the top outer turret. Kwangdong Freaks definitely going to be able to take Shelly. As Cuz will just pull it out of the pit and take her down. So that is going to be some more drifting on the Drift Rift, but it's Shelly this time around. Everyone can drift when you're on the Drift Rift. As, yeah, Leaper unfortunately just standing within shuffle range. And
not a whole lot to say about this play. So I imagine the call was to try and set up a bait where he is the tasty piece of bait, and then Andil and Cuz swoop in from the sides. Once Fisher goes in, unfortunately it was a 3 against 3, and Leaper didn't have flash. So the bait was successful, but he also got eaten.
And now 2 turrets just fall down in quick succession as well. And so Kwangdong Freaks went from being in a decent spot to being in a really good spot. It is over a 3,000 gold gap for the Kwangdong Freaks now, and they have one of these compositions that can find engages and picks all over the place. They can poke very well, and they have great late game insurance as far as consistent DPS is concerned. I feel like also taking down Baron when that is on the table is going to be something that they'll be pretty confident in as well. Their turn, phenomenal. And so Nongshim are slowly but surely running out of options.
Yeah, that really is kind of the hope Zeri carries as Bulldog.
Yeah, there's the Vault Breaker flash. They throw everything at the Tristana, and she is going to go down. Dudu teleported in, but he is not going to be able to save the Trist because she died in a blink of an eye and only CC'd from 100 to 0.
That's actually quite clean. Now the question is, have they invested too much? Again, 3 ultimates thrown into this, and Nongshim, you got to get the Dragon out of this. Just getting that kill was not enough.
And now Jiwoo needs to make it back to his team as well. Shelly comes in, manages to take down the outer turret in mid lane, and I think Kwangdong Freaks can still kind of be okay with this, but they do not want to be okay with it. There goes the jungler. Cuz is able to move in, The keeper's verdict is so powerful, man, as now Mihail, he throws down the ulti, but unfortunately Sylvie can't get back. The flash forward, but the immediate denial, the crash down was so good. Vital's destroyed. Bulldog had just teleported in after exiting the death chamber, and now he's just taking names. Spears are landing left, right, and center, and Cuz, I think, is going to go up to 7-0 on Nidalee.
And you can see there, Sylvie. That's rough. The Vi getting hit by that ultimate from Dudu. That is the difference maker. That is what decides that fight. Because all of a sudden, Nongshim have to cede position, and we take another look. And Nongshim, it's such a clean play, right?
Yeah.
Q flash ends up getting it. I do think that ultimate from Fisher was too much. Like, that's probably what you want at the very least have. And again, the Poppy value in this fight is absolutely nuts, right? First, you knock out the Vi, which means you get the Dragon. And I want you to take a look here. Dudu goes in. There isn't really a possibility for Sylvie or Gio to join the fight. Then Vital ends up dying because he can't actually jump out. And that's the end of it. At that point, the fight's already won. The DPS all very, very healthy.
Yeah.
That's Kwangdong taking a commanding lead now. 5K, Soul Point on the Drift, and everything's looking splendid here for the team that, again, needs this win. Ideally at a 2-0 to close that gap with KT and BNK.
Or at least stay in the running, right? Keep yourself part of the conversation, because Kwangdong Freaks, they were right up there for being, you know, not even necessarily the bottom rung of the playoffs. It was, you know, talks about, is this a top 4 team? Then, of course, the Kwangdong collapse comes in, and you're like, do they even make playoffs? Still certainly within a chance, right? With BNK and KT being the other options. They can cleanly 2-0 here, though, especially with these drafts that do look very clean. Playing to their style as well, and Cuz playing this well at the same time. It's really good for Kwangdong Freaks.
It's also, again, beckons the question, why is Cuz on Kwangdong, and why was he picked up by a top 2? Which is a
while
question.
since we've been having this, this conversation.
It's yeah, you know, I think it's good to bring it back
in
the public mind every now and then, and remind ourselves that this was probably the best all-around jungler at the very least.
It was one of the easiest all-pro jungle votes that we've had in the LCK.
Leaper.
Yeah, Leaper is just going to kite some
I'm like,
Raptors.
yeah, so Sylvie was in the area, and we had some shenanigans happening here with the vision. I thought that there was something was going to happen, but Jonas Strong,
yeah, he likes to create some drama.
Me.
Yeah. He sensed that maybe, you know, you were talking about Cuz and why no one picked him up, and he was sad about that. And he thought that he'd maybe just create some artificial drama here that is not actually real, but it is still Soul Point. Like, it's going to be so hard for Nongshim to find any sort of angle in this game.
Yeah, it's tough, Atlas.
And I thought that maybe this was going to be turnaround time for Nongshim. I was really feeling it this week.
Yeah, you and I were both Nongshim predictors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in this game 1, it's not looking good.
Yep, the arrow is going to connect onto Vital, and he is very dead. So as we say that, our fears are confirmed.
I think this game you kind of we probably rode off already.
Yeah. Yeah.
This was not the one.
But it's a best of 3. They could always come back in the next one.
I like that optimism.
Yep, this is certainly looking very tough. Unless Kwangdong Freaks make a colossal mistake, which, you know, they have in the past made mistakes before. But even this, like, it's gonna have to be like a really colossal mistake.
Oh, that's not happening this one, Atlas.
Yeah.
No, I'm very, very confident, and I know that you of all people can warn me about you shouldn't be too overconfident when there's a Nidalee involved, but let's be honest.
Yeah,
right now,
wouldn't be losing any hair over this one, I don't think. But I mean, that was 10,000 gold in 14 minutes, so who am I to judge?
Yeah, Vital, I think, tried to dodge to the left. Unfortunately, not enough. Maybe try and battle dance Sylvie post Q, but things are just not great. Maybe we're doing a desperation dive on a
Fnatic brush
on a Poppy.
That might be the way to do it. Just set up a brush.
That's also one of the things that I do want to give Kwangdong credit for. Obviously, you want to try and play towards your mid and bot lane, because I think particularly bot lane is pretty volatile. And if you pick a Poppy, like, what are you going to do? Like, you can't dive her, really. It's basically impossible. Are we going to set up a trap on Cuz? He's not really a guy you can kill.
Setting up a trap on Dudu.
Yeah.
Who just steadfastly presented to the lane.
They have Nash. So I guess they
Sylvie
might...
shows himself and will get heroically charged into this wall. There is the Drake being started by Nongshim. Dudu on a flank angle. I've seen this one before. He does the press R helicopter thing, and then someone says goodbye. Let's see whether Dudu can actually find the optimal target. Sylvie gonna need some swift footwork as the spears aren't necessarily landing, but Andal, he's trying to opt in for this. Finds a Magnet Storm onto a couple as Cuz dives forward, goes golden there as well. And these red health bars are getting torn apart, but no! The turnaround from Fisher! He finds the shove! They take down Leaper at least, but I think these wallets are just that little too hefty. And Vital just has to watch as all of his carries get destroyed. A triple kill for Cuz. 7, 0, and 4 on the Nidalee. And they don't even need to worry about an Infernal Soul. They're thinking about drifting their way towards a game number 1 win.
If that fight happened when they were like 3k gold up, that was a win. That was a win right there, Atlas. But instead, it's just enough. There's not enough stats. There's not enough gold. Want to call out a couple of things here. So obviously the turn onto Dudu is kind of doomed. I understand you want to try and do something here, but it just doesn't really end up working out. Gio has to cleanse immediately, and then Vital tries to go in. Beautiful buster shot from Bulldog, but then Vital still with the quickness flashes in, which sets up for the Fisher shuffle. But again, like, there's just not enough. There's not enough gold, there's not enough stats, so the health bars are low, and there are a lot of carries on the side of Guangdong.
Pouncing around!
Yeah, I mean, with the whole why is Cuz not picked up by top? I already have my vote in. We knew.
Yeah.
Baron's taken. They got the Infernal Soul. They're drifting on the Rift. We're looking at game 2, Atlas.
Yep.
That's what we're doing.
It's Cuz and Canyon. They're our Nidalee boys. They are definitely looking very, very good on this champ. And I think it's something that Nongshim are going to have to look into banning away in game number 2. Of course, Red side has seemed a little bit more difficult for a lot of our teams, unless you're Bro. In our previous series, because they win on both sides. They don't even care. 10,000 gold, though, now the lead. There is the Infernal Soul picked up, and no inhibitors to go down just yet, and no Nexus to go down yet either. So you might have written off Nongshim, but guess what? They've still got a Nexus. They may not have Fisher, though, because he's going to get stunned up. Cuz looking for the angle, finds the spear, and he's not there anymore. The stun doesn't last that long. Does have Sork Shoes, not a lot of tenacity, but still. Jiwoo now trying to rotate back. I think feeling like they're going to need all 5 if they're going to stand any sort of chance in any of these fights. But there is no Baron up and available now. And so getting a shove in is a little bit difficult into the Azir, especially who does have a fair bit of wave clear.
Oh, the Hail Mary.
All right,
Let's
here we go.
Hail,
straight on top of a ward. And Quantum Freaks, their ability to kite back is also quite nice, given the fact that walking into Fog of War when there's Nidalee is something that's quite difficult. Leaper always has vision of you.
Atlas, sometimes your faith in the scrappy underdog, going for a Hail Mary play, ends up working out, and everything's amazing, and it's the climax to a cool sports movie, and everyone's crying in the theater.
But there always needs to be that dip in the middle, you know? That's how the stories work. You've got to create the tension. Otherwise, what's the point?
Accepting that this was not one of those type of movies, but it's a best of 3. There's still game 2.
Yeah, you never know whether
we can dream.
The Empire Strikes Back turns into Return of the Jedi. You know, as Sylvie almost just straight up dies to Bulldog, just right-clicking him a bunch of times. All right, Nongshim. There's not going to be much of an option. I hope that they're now just considering what they're going to do as we move towards the second game. Because Quantum Freaks, they are right now, I think, like, maybe playing with their food a little bit, but also they need to wait for a Baron before they're going to get a shove through.
Well, they can definitely end. They're up 13k gold.
Yeah.
But...
And they have Infernal Soul.
But...
Yes.
If they want to play it safe...
Yeah.
Is wait till Nash. It's 40 seconds.
You do have to be careful about the late game scaling potential of a Renekton.
Yeah, or Zeri with 2 items.
Maybe that was a better example.
As we take a look at the itemization here, who do you target on Guangdong? Because always in these situations, it's always try and get a Hail Mary engages. Dudu is Elixir of Ironed Up, level 16, and unbothered.
That is Fisher. The biggest yodel ever.
Oh, Atlas.
Yeah.
How was your day?
It's been really good. I mean, somewhat surprising, but also not surprising, you know, with the Bro victory. It really does lift the spirits, and now the arrow is going to connect onto Sylvie. His spirits are going to be drifting away as he is placed into the death chamber quite gently here by the Kwangdong Freaks, who are looking to just slowly but surely move us towards a game number 2 in pretty clinical fashion. 15,000 gold the lead. And Andal just wandering over to make sure that Bulldog is just okay. And Nongshim with only 2 more turrets left remaining very, very soon. The one's on their Nexus, and a flash forward from Andal. That spear was gorgeous from Cuz as well. And that's a great target to be selecting. Oh, the double knockup with the Keeper's Verdict. And the Buster Shot will be able to find that kill onto Fisher there as well. And now Kwangdong Freaks, only Mihail and Jiwoo to look out for, and Sylvie, I guess, who's making his way off the fountain now. That is going to be the kill onto Cuz, so they at least do get rid of the legendary Nidalee. But that's not going to save the game. They just need to put a few autos into this Nexus. And that is the best 50 gold that you can get in this game. And Kwangdong Freaks, not sure whether they're officially back, but this is a great step in that direction.
Very solid game number 1 here from the Kwangdong Freaks. After a tumultuous couple of weeks, this is what they need. And if they can get a 2-0 like this, that will be exactly what the Doctor, the setup that they need, as next week they face off against KT, against BNK. That is realistically going to decide their playoff chances.
Oh, which one of those is going to be the Saturday showdown as well?
It's going to be BNK Kwangdong.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, nice.
And
I think I kind of like that one. I think the KT one, you don't want to really celebrate the coin flip that much. I think BNK Kwangdong, that is going to be a very, very important one.
Right now, in this game number 1, do you think that Kwangdong were just better on all fronts? They dealt with the lane swap well.
Yeah.
And again, I hope on blue side that Nongshim get lanes that they feel a little bit better in. Because I feel like it's also, as a coach, it's so hard. You look at this and you're like, guys, every single lane, we were like 10, 20, 30 CS behind. Experience was kind of a nightmare. And then we took a couple of bad fights, and then the game is just done. From that point on, it's not a whole lot you can do.
It's just so hard to get back into the game as well when you're looking for more mid to late game fights with the Zeri and the Azir, and if they fall behind, it just feels like they have nothing that they can really do. Azir maybe a little bit more with the shuffle, but we saw it not necessarily get too much, as Cuz almost does 4 times that of his opposition. Massive damage on this Nidalee. I think it just needs to be banned. I think Nongshim need to try and get rid of it. There are a few things that I think that they could sacrifice as far as bans were concerned, and that would be the first thing to look at. But now, it's time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down. We'll have game number 2. We'll see whether Nongshim bounce back.
여기. 아지로 높여. 아지로 볼게. 나왔어?
끝낼 생각 할래.
끝내자.
보자. 미드. 내가 밀어줄게. 나 가엔이라.
니 깜짝할게. 제리 밀게. 나 제리 봐줘. 제리 높여. 제리 이뻐.
앞에 있다.
봐줘. 나 좀 봐줘. 형 혼자야.
야, 타워줄게. 끝낼까.
제리 높여.
끝내가 보자. 나 궁 2초. 빨리 와도 돼.
끝내자.
GG, 나이스.
Game 1, Kwangdong Freaks take care of business. And no playing around, no horsing around, no dropping games against Nongshim here, as it is 1-0 here in this battle for playoff positioning. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Ox and the Valdanalist. And this one, pretty straightforward here. Early shenanigans, though. What do we think of the draft?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Cuz on Nidalee is just so hard to deal with, and I think it became particularly problematic, the fact that we ended up having such strong lanes for Kwangdong Freaks. And that wasn't just from the picks, you know, obviously the Ashe really strong early, but also what kind of came to be. Renekton into Poppy, if you fall behind in that matchup, it's suffocating because you can just easily shut you down. And I felt like Cuz just had a run of the game as a result of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this draft overall was pretty fine from both sides. You know, I think I like the Vi pick with the Azir. You can do a lot with that, a lot of playmaking, but as Ox was talking about, it really did come down to the way that the early game played out that kind of set the line of how this game was going to play out eventually.
Yeah, and remember, we did our certified Nidalee players, Cuz one of those guys. We take a look at the early game here. Ox, mid-top, bot top is the name of this highlight.
Yeah, so first off, Bulldog gets prio mid, stops to move towards top lane. We also had Andal get XP in the bot lane. So he's level 2. He comes up to help defend Dudu. Dudu does go down, but he immediately TPs back to pick up this big wave. So he's not missing any XP. They've traded kills there. We see Bulldog arrives from that move mid, ends up killing Mihail. Not great for Nongshim, but this is where the really big mistake happens, because instead of having Renekton TP bot and pick up this massive wave, they just go back to normal lanes. Like, okay, lane swap's over, let's send our bot lane bot and our top lane top. And all these minions are just sacrificed. You know, the Ashe has been getting a ton of XP, the Ashe has been getting a ton of farm. And now we see, when we look back towards top lane, Renekton walks back to lane level 1 as Dudu is hitting level 3. So hugely behind in this lane. And then bot lane as well, we see the Rakan level 1 in comparison to a level 3 Andal. So top and bot after that, just completely losing. And I think when you're in these swap situations, you have to make quick decisions. And for top laners, the focus has to be the experience. You know, we saw Dudu die, immediately TP's back in, I'm getting that wave. We see Mihail die, and the call from the team, they don't end up sending in bot, and it just backfires massively.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the lane swap meta, you know, it's still around. We see it occasionally, but I feel like, especially our lower level teams, they try it, and it oftentimes just falls flat on its face for this reason, like we saw in this game, or teams just kind of messing it up and actually falling behind on gold, even though they were the ones kind of initiating the swap.
Yeah, again, it feels like teams might understand the initiation of it and things go right, we know how to do this handshake. But once things deviate a little more, that's where I think a lot of experience from lane swaps happen. With this early lead, then Kwangdong Freaks take control of the game here at the 17-minute Drake fight.
Yeah, and Dudu gets so much value here. You know, we see Sylvia attempting to dash away from the Poppy. Gets hit, so now Jungler's not in the Dragon Pit. You secure the Dragon, which is massive, and then this Renekton slammed into the wall and stunned. We see Andal get this massive engage as well, and the momentum is just immediately in favor of Kwangdong Freaks. And with the Ashe, the Nidalee, and the Tristana, the chase potential is so easy to pin them down.
Yeah, you're not getting away from that, and I feel like Nongshim very much just kind of desperately trying to get into the pit, trying to start a fight, but instead they all kind of just group up and get owned by Rel. So at the end of it all, that was essentially the fight that ended the game, and it was only 17 minutes in, so really clean from Kwangdong.
Owned indeed. Well, let's see who owns this POG here from game number 1, and it is the Boom Boom Damage at the jungle, Cuz. And we have a couple of non-Cuz voters here.
Yeah, Cuz did really well.
Nice, Val.
I was having a lot of fun in Twitch chat. He did really well all over the map, right? He identified weaknesses and he punished them all, essentially. And like Ox was saying in the draft as well, you know, they had a lot of winning lanes and things went well early on, so Cuz was just able to run rampant. So it kind of makes sense that he gets it, but we didn't vote for him.
Yeah, I went for Dudu because I think at the Dragon fight, he played really fantastically. Also, it seems like a small thing, but him TPing back top got him a massive lead over Mihail, and he used that lead to really get Cuz ahead. And I believe you voted Andal, Brendan.
Yeah, spoiler. Oh, me and Observer. So I guess I'm based this time. And
Dean Koreancast. So, you know, we honestly thought it'd be all Cuz except us, but we have some savants as well.
Thankfully, Media and VNcast sticking together to really control the vote once again.
Yeah, with Chronicler, obviously, him and Media, you know, they're tight. They're tight.
I was tight before, but not in this one.
Yeah, the Poggers Media here on this one, and VNcast getting this one right. Kwangdong Freaks, unlike what we saw from KT, just playing straightforward, playing to who we know them to be. Again, Cuz has the Nidalee card. They play smart there. They're comfortable in this lane swap and made those right decisions. This is the type of game that I feel like they needed, Ox, as they are trying to push into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they got an advantage from some smart plays early, like the defense on the swap, really intelligent. Andal made a great call, and then they really just pushed that advantage massively because so good at taking over games. This sort of play, if they continue this, they'll not only be able to make it to playoffs, but they'll actually perform well there.
Nongshim pick red side here, which feels like a lot of teams just been picking blue after their loser. What do you think, Valdez?
Not a big fan of this. I mean, I don't really see a big reason to do this. I think they were on red side in game 1, right? And also, when you're on red side in this meta, you ban Rumble, you ban Ezreal, or you do what Bro did earlier, which is you leave both of them open and you get one. So it really just suffocates your draft, I feel like, right from the get-go.
And I feel like when you have a pick like the Nidalee, there was clearly an issue they couldn't deal with when it got ahead, you don't have the freedom to ban it on red side. So I think moving to blue would have possibly sort of solved some of those issues in draft.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here as the Freaks are up 1-0 on the Noodle Boys. Will they close it out? Let's find out as we send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. I just want to say that I'm really glad that Media and VNcast kept a level head and voted for the legendary Nidalee, who was the obvious choice.
What?
Like, what?
Votes like that are why Cuz wasn't in a top-tier team.
Exactly.
I think we had
a sign that said, "Don't play Shyvana." It was an essay long. So thank you very much for that one, Ji-sun. And she's going to translate the whole essay for us, and she'll have that one in prompter. I'll read that out for you during the game. I will not, and she will not. We don't have time for that.
You remember that old copy pasta? It's like, man, I have a 200-word essay due tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then here I am in chat watching Kwangdong versus Nongshim game 2. That's us!
I reckon we got 200 words for why you shouldn't pick Shyvana as well.
I think we have more, Atlas. I think we're going into dissertation territory.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, we've got an Ivern. That one's going to be banned away, as well as a Rumble. So Ivern, Sejuani, and Lee Sin were the previous bans on the blue side. Rumble, Ezreal, and Maokai were the bans on the red side. Nongshim picking red.
It's got to be Nidalee. It's got... Just ban it. Just ban it.
Yeah.
Just accept it.
Well, there's the Lee Sin, so we're not changing up our plan on that side.
Please.
Your move, Nongshim. There's Nidalee.
There we go.
All right, now the Sejuani to be unleashed, as now there's no Nidalee to counter it, no Ivern to counter it.
It's
unshackled Shyvana Nation.
Atlas.
Okay,
No.
it'll be Lucian instead. It's fine.
We're not blinding Lucian.
Why
We're
not?
blinding Lucian?
Yeah, well, you could also pick Tristana that was really good for Bulldog in the last game.
Bulldog is the one player, you know, the hipster guy that's like, I played it before it was cool.
Yeah.
I watched this band before. That's
He is definitely that guy.
For Tristana, that was him. He was always him. I also think Fisher, good enough job, but wasn't really about him in the last game. As now, what is Sylvie gonna play? The jungle matchup was the biggest issue in the last one. I gotta say as well, I think Sylvie, he's just not really a Vi guy. You know, I think we have some very obvious Vi guys. We have Raptor, we have Lucid, I think is currently #1. Obviously Peanut, incredible at it as well. I think this feels a lot better. You have a lot more agency when it comes to where you go around the map because you have so much more free time because your clear speed is kind of insane. And it pairs well with Renekton without feeling like it's too obvious as to what you can do to completely run it out of the game.
I just don't know why you wouldn't pick Ashe away. So I feel like Ashe was pretty good for Lipa. I think Ashe Tristana is a really strong backline. And Maokai is then going to be picked up, so we're not going to see the Shyvana this time.
So personally, I would have just gone Ashe Maokai on 1-2.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're getting, Atlas, so we're just accepting our fate. What is Dudu going to pick here? Do you think that the Poppy is definitely going to get taken away? It would be such a flex, though, to just lock in something else here.
Yeah.
It does look like that is going to be the angle. So this is Dudu saying, I am taking a beating, everyone. I'm not going to have a good time. This time around, there is a lot more flexibility for what Fisher can play because they do have a great AP source from the jungle.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Particularly after the, again, early game nerfs to Tristana. Getting an aggressive matchup. It's probably just going to be Corki.
Aurelia is so much more fun, Fisher. Aurelia is so much... Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we're not allowed to have fun, Atlas.
That's so sad.
Look at that. He's 52% win rate. That's positive.
That is.
That's good. That's Corki.
I much prefer mystery win rate, which would be
Well, you
Aurelia.
know I want mystery win rate as well, Atlas.
But actually, do you know what I really want? I want a Swift Rift. That's all I want. And we can get that no matter how this draft goes, as Jin is going to be banned. This is why I love Nongshim. Banning away Jin. It's beautiful. It's perfect.
Just making sure it doesn't grace your screen.
Exactly. And you can see CP Max is being very, very vocal.
What is this bot lane going to be?
I want it to not be a Zeri lane. I want it to be something with a bit of pressure.
Kalista, still open. That would be one of my first go-tos. Love the Ziggs ban. Definitely a really good call. So if you ban the Ziggs, you can go for... Oh, yeah. The Ashe ban makes sense from a we don't want you to play Ashe perspective. I feel like Kalista goes really crazy here.
I think it's a pretty good one. Gee, we could just lock that one away, leave counter pick for Vital.
Yeah, like Ashe is gone. Ziggs is gone. There is a decent amount of point-and-click CC as god. You know what? If they lock Leona here, I think it might be like a Vital Nila angle. I think that's the depth to which we have gone, or like a Smolder. I don't know, but if they're counterpicking here for GU, I hope that they actually use it. If this ends up being a Xayah, we will be very upset.
Well, this
it might be.
This could be a Kalista angle for Lipa, or he could just go for the Zeri himself. I think blind Zeri is actually very dangerous. Cogmore sounds way better. Heck yeah, let's do that.
Cogbrom.
Cogbrom, baby. Yeah, I think, like, look, I wasn't a believer, and then I saw it in, like, the third time that they played it. It was pretty good. As Zeri is going to be locked in, Andal is considering a Rakan, and that's going to be locked away as well. I'm not a huge fan of Rakan in this draft, especially with the amount of spaces you have to avoid, but that's fine.
Kalista, Kai'Sa,
the Smolder,
Nila were my my initial guesses. I think Smolder is just not good enough at the moment. There is one man that's allowed to play this champion.
Yeah.
One singular man. I think it's going to be Kai'Sa, though. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen. I love that Vital is also the one that hovers it.
Yeah.
Just to kind of give us the hint obviously knows very well about his teammates' tendencies. Instead, it's just going to be the Kai'Sa. I think Kai'Sa works wonders in this type of composition. I think Kai'Sa is good into Zeri, so it makes sense. But we both know what we wanted, Atlas.
Yeah, we did. We really wanted the Nila, but that's okay. Sometimes you can't have it all. And honestly, Def did make the Nila look not very strong.
Okay, but I think that's a skill
we saw
issue.
it played today.
I trust you.
This season, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do too. But I mean, it's just tough to, you know, pick up the champion that did just kind of run it down the last time it was seen. And Quantum Freaks, I don't think that this is necessarily as much of a run-over draft. I felt like the Poppy was a bit of a checkmate in game number 1. This time around, less of that checkmate aspect, more of just they have a more consistent draft. From the outset, I think as soon as you have Maokai, it feels like things are just a lot cleaner. But that means that there's less carry potential from Cuz. And so that might be a big thing that Nongshim can play around moving into this game that might give them a little bit more of an edge. Perhaps. That's what I was sort of thinking.
We also had a cute little fan sign there. Just everyone rooting Atlas. I want a third game. I don't want this to be a quick 2-0, even though we got the Dusante that the fans were calling for. I think that might struggle into the Renekton. So Nongshim, maybe a bit more early game pressure here.
Yep, I'm hoping no lane swap either, because that went horribly wrong. Just play regular League of Legends and you'll be fine. Let's jump into the Rift for game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The final game, potentially, of the week. And Fisher is in a spaceship today, opting in for a new skin, one that we haven't really seen in the LCK so far. So
that it looks really good.
It looks really good. It also is really big.
It's not corgi. You know, it's hard to.
Yeah,
you can't beat that.
No, you can't.
But it is really cute.
It's like whenever like Pugmore came out, everyone was just picking Pugmore because it was the only cute skin. I still am a fan of Monarch Kog'Maw because I like being a butterfly.
I'm a B-Maw kind of guy.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Well, Pugmore's the best, but if you have to
deviate, it's just the B.
Else.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that's understandable.
I just think it's cute.
It is very cute. There are quite a few. I like the Undersea one as well. Skeleton Kog'Maw's pretty cool.
No, I'm just about the B.
You're just about the B?
Kind of like, yeah.
There you go. I like to be a butterfly. It was also like the fun thing about the Monarch Kog'Maw was it was so low effort as well. They just took the base Kog'Maw skin and plonked wings on it. Oh, so good. I don't know whether that's the same now because he has gone through a little bit of a visual rework since you know, the very beginning of time where Kog'Maw started to exist.
Yeah, there's a lot of skins where I feel like the jank works for it.
Oh
it
yeah,
makes it better.
Oh, are we talking about it again? Junkyard Trundle, the biggest sin that a champion rework has ever committed was removing his pink Converse shoe.
You okay, Atlas?
I was so sad about it. I was so incredibly sad about it.
Hey,
my favorite skin.
As I'm the glass half full kind of guy, right now, Nongshim didn't swap. Not behind in 3 lanes.
There you go. And they actually have some winning lanes as well as Zeri 13-6 ahead of the counterpick Kai'Sa that Nongshim went for here. Don't know whether that says that much about the Kai'Sa in the matchup.
Yeah, I do think that's one of those scenarios where we do have a couple of very...
is Bulldog just dead? There's the flash. Oh, the minion almost took him down. Wasn't quite enough. He went down to about 10 health.
Yup.
And didn't expend flash.
Oh, Fisher, you see the giggle. That would have been a really big win there. Now instead he's just down a flash. Is of course still relatively safe. But does have to play a little bit more respectful as we might have a dive.
All right.
Man, Nongshim. Oh, no, never mind.
Never mind. We had a considered dive, and that was exciting in unto itself. We didn't need any more excitement than that.
So this is nerfed Zyra's clear speed.
Yeah, and she's still just happy feeding around the river.
Before the scuttle even spawns.
Yeah.
It's just... Oh.
Okay. Bulldog with flash in hand, but may not have it for
Doesn't
much
know.
longer as there's a Zenith Blade to connect. Great buffer though on the rocket jump. Maybe Bulldog should have just taken like Exhaust or Ignite or something instead. Like, I don't think he needs flash. Flash was unnecessary. It's Tristana.
Yeah, I trust Bulldog to hit his buffers.
Yeah, right.
Wonder if they could have played that differently. Like, Vital going for the E there is fine as long as you do have Sylvie actually at the ready to root him up. Wasn't the case? As oh, we're going back in.
Yeah, Fisher is going to get knocked off. Andil, that was gorgeous! And they'll take first blood. Bulldog still not investing anything outside of his teleport to get himself back to lane from before. Oh dear, Nongshim, I mean, it's better than the lane swap scenario, but it ain't much better.
That's a really big punish for the mistake from Fisher. If you go for that flash, you need to actually get the kill. Again, like 10 health that he went down to wasn't enough. And then you're down to flash. If you have flash, you can outplay that scenario. Vital's there, maybe you can win the 2v2, but instead, kill goes over to Bulldog as well. So really a worst case scenario there. It isn't even like Andil pays for the roam because Vital wasn't able to make an impact mid, nor did he play towards the bottom of the map to keep Leaper on the back foot.
Yeah.
We have a little proxy here going on for Mia, which again, this is how the matchup is supposed to go. This is all very much according to plan, so nothing too crazy in that regard.
Yep, he's going to go back home now. Has a 10 CS advantage, can teleport if he would like to, but probably doesn't need to because he cleared out that wave before he got to the turret.
Yeah, that's actually, the minions actually cancel Dudu's back. As we're taking a look at it, it's very straightforward. He doesn't have flash. Really nicely done, as you point out, by Andil. Also using the heal to ensure that they do actually get on him, on top of him in time. I mean, Dudu was also always gonna TP, but might open up a possibility for a proxy here again for Miha.
Yeah, I think Jiwoo saw that Cuz was coming over, but he's still just gonna flash in with the twisted advance. Bramble Smash comes down. Andil going to be able to help lock down the kill for Leaper. He takes a lot of damage from that turret shot, but that is still 2-0 here for the Guangdong Freaks. And it's feeling like they're having a bit of a renaissance, at least in this series against Nongshim. It's looking like there is definitely a clear better team on the Rift today.
Really is. Andil provides the setup, and it's Cuz getting the better end of the bot lane for Nongshim there too. Even with double summoners invested, ends up going down. And again, like in last game, Dudu is just fine.
Yeah.
Like, he's not diveable whatsoever. There's still level 6 Xante. So all that Nongshim will get for their bot side troubles is free grubs, which again, Dragon for grubs is a trade, that's fine. Completely fine here for Guangdong, so they're not going to be too bothered. I'll get a crab, I guess, that's something.
Yeah.
But Terry got a kill, so it's not a great trade, Atlas.
I would say that it's a trade down, yes, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Looking at the money,
yes.
Based on just the failed lane swap in game 1, it was about 800 gold.
Oh, this is
still better.
No, it is.
And it's still really bad. So that's just mainly context on how poorly the lane swap went in game 1 more than anything else. Thankfully, the levels are still there for everyone. Don't have any of these massive disadvantages outside of Jiwoo not quite hitting level 6, but there it is right now. And of course, our supports are level 4 because they've been all over the map at this point in time. So Fisher in his spaceship is getting zoned out of the way of a whole bunch of farm here. Bulldog really putting the screws in. And when Bulldog does have a lead, especially on Tristana, he really does like to play very far forward. And that is continuing to happen. Sylvie not really offering too much and can't really. Does farm a lot, as we can see here. 66 to 48, almost ahead of his top laner and well ahead of his mid laner when it comes to farm. Just some Zyra things here. Is Vital going to get knocked up? Oh dear, there's an ulti out of Leaper. He thinks that it's time as Jiwoo wants to try and protect his support. As, all right, he's going back in. Good stun onto Andil. And there is the last auto. That's going to get the first kill over to Nongshim. As now Guangdong Freaks are going to turn Mihail into a handbag. And there is the turret to help out. Cuz is going to grab the kill. That is now 4-1 for Guangdong Freaks.
Oh, Cuz. His impact on the map dwarfs that of Sylvie. I think this is one of the issues with the Zyra. It can be quite tough to know how to play and where to make your impact, but you need to. Like, one of the big advantages is that you have so much extra free time as Bulldog.
He's coming in. That is going to be the grasping roots connecting, but when you strangle thorns like that, you're going to get a flash. You're not going to activate the plants, which is a bit sad. Still, Bulldog makes it out, does invest the flash to do so, but will keep himself alive.
Yeah, imagine there wasn't a world there where if he does actually get the plant damage, I don't think he kills Bulldog, especially because the flash was still available. Ondo was in the general vicinity as well. So I like the attempted turn here in the 2v2. I wonder if Vital really had to go in. And I guess he did. I think like maybe with just the Ignite, Jiu still has ultimate at this point as well, as we do take a look at this extended play. I guess maybe he got a... No, didn't even get the summoner. That would have been quite big if he did. And then here, it's the... Yeah, it's the please, I need this.
I need this plate.
Yeah, and then immediately the punish comes through there. And I gotta say, Mihal, it's understandable given how last game played out, how you want to push your lead on the Renection. But this is again one of those things I was talking about earlier. This is the classic type of rookie mistake, because if the bot lane is complete Armageddon and Cuz doesn't show up, most likely it's going to be towards the top side of the map. So pushing that aggressively for a plate into a Cassandra with as much CC as he does is a risk you probably just don't want to take. And it's a risk he took, paid for it quite heavily.
Yeah. And now at 10 minutes, about 1,000 gold, the difference between the two teams, but
It's,
not really too
you know,
much to worry about.
Better than before.
Yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that Sylvie is really tearing apart the jungle. And so he's making a lot of money, hasn't had a lot of impact with it just yet. All right, Andal just spotting what's going on here. Bulldog not going to be overextending. Everything is going to be all right. As Grub's going to be spawning now as well. So Sylvie in position, denying Tristana Grubs. Pretty good idea, is what I'm going to say.
And if they can get 6, you know, they have good pushers.
Oh,
Jiwoo.
Okay, fighting Dudu now. Doesn't find the Void Seeker.
W would have been big, because that would have gotten the passive proc on Dudu. Not going to be the case. Might have a 5v5 on our hands here. So for Nongshim.
All right, there's the Nature's Grasp. Sylvie and Fisher need to be a little careful, but they're a little bit out of range here. You can see Rocket actually connecting for some good damage out of this Corki, because gets full positional advantage. Sylvie going to have to walk on over through a lot of bad guys. His first grub is going to be taken here by the Kwangdong Freaks. Ulti through from Leaper as Vital finds the backline, but he's also going to find his death, but not before Leaper goes down, surely, as he does get taken out. Cuz now looking to take care of Jiwoo as he takes the Blast Cone with him. Vital now at about 100 health, so he's not going to be able to save Jiwoo, who's going to be the first one to go down in the second half of this fight as Dudu looks for the Q, doesn't get there. That is going to be 4 grubs though, locked down by Nongshim. That's certainly a decent move. As Kwangdong Freaks Mihail slice and dice and acting all cool, but he's still going to explode. Not outside of the school, and that part of the quote does not quite work out, but still, that is going to be another one over to Kwangdong Freaks. And all right, Grasping Roots connecting here, and Bulldog, you did not need to die. As, oh yeah, okay, there it is. Sylvie able to lock that one up with a Q. Very nicely done. And Bulldog dying there, actually kind of a big deal, giving a bit of extra money over to Sylvie.
It makes it go from an atrocious trade to just kind of bad. That's a win in my book, Atlas.
Yeah.
It's still 1.5k gold deficit, but they did get 4 grubs, so they do hit the base level of Void Mites. So it's not ideal. They also, really everyone invested a whole lot of summoners throughout the play as well. I don't think that there'll be an opportunity for Nongshim to contest this dragon, but it's just the second dragon, and maybe, just maybe, we get Swift Rifts coming right up.
Oh, I really
Come
hope
on.
so.
Come on.
Okay, Chemtech down. And we got Swift Rift! We did it! Oh my god. You guys didn't see it, but we high-fived because we were so happy that we got Drift Rift into Swift Rift. This is like, what a time to be alive. Oh my god. Okay, let's have a look at this replay.
So it starts off with Cuz using a big ultimate, and a lot of poke damage comes down onto Vital, onto the backline of Nongshim, but that alone is not enough to dissuade them. And then here, things get messy pretty quickly. Leaper goes in aggressively, and they get a lot of damage onto Vital, so it doesn't matter that much. Then crucially, Cuz gets the W onto Jiu, which means that he actually follows him. If that doesn't happen, I actually think the rest of Nongshim can push deeper because Jiu has more threat, and maybe they're able to turn it around. Instead, that isn't the case. I think Meow, at this point, you know, like good sidestep, actually gets the E off there as well. Really, really nicely done. Waits till the last second till Cuz is on top of him, so he gets the double E, but he did get hit. And then this is actually a big deal. As you're saying, like, they don't know about the ward. And then Vital is like, oh, a bit of a bait. But then here, Sylvie, crucially, does get the damage down onto Bulldog. And even, I think, Fisher would definitely have gotten the kill. And, anyway, with the cooldown on that W. So it's now about 1K. I gotta say, Nongshim, it's something, Atlas. I'm just happy we got a bit of a game. I still think Kwangdong heavily favored. They have a really good team fight comp. They have Rakan, Maokai, and Cassante, which is like about as good as it gets in terms of front line. But
and it's the Dusante as well. It's not even
Dusante. Cuz also going for a build that I have strong emotions about. Which he's going. So he went Locket, which that's great.
And then Leandries, baby.
Yeah, I'm not. He is fed, so he has a bit more leeway with what he does, but still.
And no one does magic damage, so he's kind of the only one in charge of that.
Yeah, I know.
So it's not the worst, but it's not great. It doesn't make you feel like he's going to be very tanky. As there's a knock-up onto Vital. Nothing much else going to come of it. As Bulldog doing the Tristana thing, guys. He is in a side lane. He is hitting turrets. And Cuz is there to protect him as well. Mihail, I think, knows that there is a high likelihood of trees in the vicinity.
He's learned.
Yeah, but that just means that they take down the turret. That is going to be first turret blood going over to a Tristana, gets all of that local gold. And yeah, down 10 CS, but that doesn't matter. Took down the turret, and now Bulldog is going to be able to augment the build ever further. Does go for the Merc Treads, and he's got a Zeal now, so just feeling better and better as this game goes on.
Yeah, Mercs into Leon are always going to feel really, really good. And really, a lot of Nongshim's successful fights, I think, are reliant on getting a CC chain down into someone and then blowing them up between Vital, Sylvie, and Miao. Obviously, a lot of setup there. Diminishing the impact of that is always going to be a great thing. And it's kind of hard to lock a target down reliably. When you look at Kwangdong as Miao wanted to just weather the storm in the brush.
Yeah, I just wanted to stand there and just hope that the Tristana loses interest and goes away, or face checks in melee range, which would have also been nice. Control ward invested though there from Bulldog, and that is going to mean that Mihail is going to be a little bit worse for wear. Battle Dance from Andil gets him out of the way. As now Cuz, he presses the button and he will send himself in. That's a decent Stranglethorns, but the knock-up is only on to Cuz this time. Flash forward to try and lock down Sylvie's. Jiwoo is going to see to this one as well. Vital going down very low. He'll be taken out. A grand entrance is gorgeous onto Sylvie, who does get into the brush. It's a little bit frustrating.
He's
Judah
drifting!
going down low. Indeed, the Swift Rift paying off. As now Jiwoo may have overextended his, does have to flash as the Void Seeker comes out. And it is, I believe, a pretty even trade in the end.
Oh, you can sense how badly Nongshim want to kill there, but Kwangdong just outplayed him. Flashes invested, attempted kills, all swept by the wayside, and instead it's just a cooldown fest on either side. A lot of flashes being invested, but...
Oh, and that means a Swifty Drake is likely to be picked up here by Kwangdong Freaks as a result. Let's check out the replay.
So we take another look. A lot of damage again going down into Vital. The ultimate from Sylvia doesn't really get that much out of it, outside of the flash from Cousin. And here, Vital goes back in, which is definitely a bit optimistic, but I think he knows he's dead either. The problem is that there isn't any damage follow-up. Then here, Dudu doesn't actually get to close the gap towards Sylvie. Gio is doing a lot of autoing here across from the wall. And then here, if that's a little bit better synergized between Miao and the rest of the team, they might kill Leaper there. That would have been big, getting a kill on that Zeri, or at the very least force a flash.
Yeah.
Going to be the case. And now, a lot of flashes down. Do note, Leaper still is available, as does Dudu, as we have another fight. And I understand, Nongshim, they don't want to give this dragon. They might have to.
Yeah, Cuz moving over, Dudu looking to try and find Leaper here, Fisher here, and they will be able to pick it up. That's another ulti from Cuz and another kill. This one going over to Leaper this time around. I mean, this Maokai is kind of just straight up working. I think Cuz having a fantastic day so far, be it on a kitty cat or on a tree.
Yeah.
He's feeling pretty good, as that is going to be Soul Point going over to Kwangdong Freaks. Dudu looking to try and take down an outer turret in the bottom lane. Mihail has to deal with some... you know, just cleaning up on the top side, and Nongshim just slowly but surely falling even further behind.
You already see Fisher, I think, struggling today. We have Alex come in a little bit. And previously, I think Fisher's Corki has looked perfectly adequate, but really feels like a bit of a sore point this time around. Not able to have the impact that ideally we'd like to see for this Corki. And like falling behind in the 1v1 is one thing, but getting caught there, like that was not an unwinnable scenario. As we do have a lot of people on the way here. Try and deal with Bulldog. Andil's on his way as well. Can they get the wave in?
He's going to have to do some buffering, ladies and gentlemen, if he wants to get out of this one. Or he just hopes they go away. And guess what? They went away.
Yeah, just fired a buster shot at the Crocodile.
Well, now he's going in as Mihail is in so much trouble. There's the grand entrance, and Mihail is dead, guys. There is going to be a Ravenous Hunter. Is okay, Bulldog able to get himself out, but that is not going to be Andal with such luck. So Nongshim, oh man, all right, the handbag bait coming through and coming up clutch. Really nicely done. And Nongshim going to try and take down this Rift Herald, which is actually going to get a charge. I thought it was going to look like a little bit of a sad Shelly moment, but not actually in the end, and they will be able to take down the outer turret in mid lane. Sylvie might be able to at least steal a blue in exchange, and I think Quantum Freaks have been a little bit better at least attending all of the waves that are crashing in, because Dudu collects that wave top, and Bulldog gonna be a little bit upset, but picks up his quick blades, and I think he's still gonna be fine.
I would say a lot better. I think you can give Kwang definitely the credit there, Atlas.
Yeah.
As they have been a lot more diligent. As we're taking a look at this, you don't need to get the... It's not old Corki. You need to be safe. You need to be behind your team, because if you're a little bit further back, Sylvie's ult in that choke point, complete the turn does...
Oh, Andil is just always there, man! He is always there, ready to catch out the Croc. Gorgeously played. So glad that we're seeing Andal back and having performances like this. Really glad he takes care of himself as well, of course, but we did miss him when he was gone. Quantum, no shade, but he's not Andal.
It's a solo lane shocker this time around for Nongshim.
Yeah.
Both solo lanes really struggling. And in case of Miao, those side lane deaths don't even provide any value. Like, ideally, it's not the end of the world, it's on ill.
Yeah, he was trying to do some sneaky stuff yet again. This time he's going to get punished for it. Bit of a caster curse, I apologize. Maybe that's on me. Not sure how he got there so incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I imagine he just ran?
Yeah.
Just ran from bot towards mid, and then was trying to look for a jungle ward. As we're taking out a look here, oh yeah. Oh, Meow. Can't be that far up. That's very straightforward. Even in the 1v1, I think Bulldog obviously poses a great threat and would have gotten the kill. I think realistically, with the flash especially, he's still available and no flash on Meow. And then, yeah.
He was just clearing the ward.
It was clearing the ward and then walking up, trying to get some extra vision.
Yeah.
These kills matter, because they do mean that unlike the previous game, yes, there's a bounty, which Fisher will pick up one of right now. But I do think that this is one of the souls, as good as it is, where you could theoretically still win if you get a really good fight. I think the main thing is that you're just going to get pulled around the map, which has been the case. But at least GU has some money. And guys, I know I'm really
huffing,
kind of reaching here. Well,
yeah.
No, but I was really coming into the day ready for 6 games, Atlas, and it was dumb of me because I should have trusted Breon. Clearly,
yeah, that was a bit silly. But
it
could have been 5. It could have been 5. You're right. This one could have gone the distance. Still could. You know, it's not an insurmountable lead or anything like that.
I trust Guangdong. I think that the games where they've looked bad, in this split at least, are more so where it never looks like it comes together at all. I feel like last year was a lot of, we get a lead and now what?
Yeah, the vibe check definitely way better in this game.
And we all know why.
Yeah.
It's because they have Cuz.
Yeah.
You know, I need to...
This guy's pretty good.
Yeah, he really is.
Oh. I would say that Dudu is pretty good too.
I think Dudu is also back awake. You know, I think Dudu, he took a bit of a slumber. It happens to the best player when they're on a team that just
there was some Cuz hibernation as well.
Yeah.
As he's not hibernating now. He is twistedly advancing forward and just dead. Vital is possibly going to... Okay, never mind. Jiwa gets into the backline. Bulldog just explodes. Andal in trouble, but he's now able to grand exit. And Leaper, it's on you, brother. as Nongshim have everyone alive. They don't have a lot of health bars, but they've got a pretty healthy Renekton.
Should be Drake. I don't know if you. Oh god, they're just gonna Nash.
Are we?
Ooh, that's dicey.
That is definitely very dangerous. Is all right. Vital does have that Eclipse back up again.
They do have Kaisa as well as Zyra.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They are going to get a Baron.
Did I do that?
You might have just discovered that you are way too powerful, Chronicler.
They get Soul, so...
Baron for Cloud Soul. The swiftest soul on the Rift. I'd say not worth if you're Nongshim, but that's fine.
Well, so what you shouldn't do into Zyra is over-chase into the ultimate, because now you get two super segmented fights where they just blow up your Liandry's Maokai.
Yeah.
And then Gio it's very messy, so Gio has a really easy time to then clear up the fight. And then here, as soon as the Leaper, it's clear that Leaper isn't actually able to get on top of the backline, there's not really a whole lot they're going to be able to do. Cloud Soul was taken, as mentioned, and it is a really good soul, I think, for Maokai and for the Zeri and Rakan in particular. So it is still a lot of value. Yeah. But at the very least, Nongshim, they're clinging on. And Kwangdong, I just finished my thing about how you were so much more consistent. It's a little scary, Atlas.
Yeah, maybe it was a little premature. It's okay. Sometimes you just need to test your limits as a caster cursing Chronicle. You know, I think that's a fine.
Curses aren't real, Atlas. It's not a thing
until they are.
No, it's just confirmation bias.
Ah.
So often we praise players and nothing happens.
That's true. That's true. But also, so many times we're praising them and then they just go in and die. That has happened also. As Bulldog,
it has.
He's still going. Jonas Strong's like, wait, you're really going to chase this far? Nongshim are taking an inner turret. Vital is possibly dead. Blast Cone's back. Not exactly optimal, but Jiwoo can get over here with the Killer Instinct, but he's the only one that's going to have that level of mobility. Cuz looking to stop some backs here. Does get a smite off as Jiwoo still in the brush. Cuz is just dead though, guys. As Mihail is fighting Bulldog in melee range, that is certainly good for him. Leaper's going to be grabbing a kill. Oh dear, the Yakety Sacks are going to need to go, and Leaper, oh my goodness! That's some kills for the Zeri. 5-1 and 3 now, and where are the Barons? Where are the Barons? Sylvie has one, Mihail, he has one.
Probably just wanted to either commit to the push there, or get into the brush and let Vital die. Nongshim were a little bit split on the calls, so we got a bunch of recalls.
Yeah.
So I understand that you're overextended here, but you still have Baron buff, and you're quite strong, so I think you could have just tried to play for this.
All right, Bulldog, what? Whoa. Oh, okay, he just gets the shield. He's just fine. Don't even worry about it. Just soaks all of the damage from the Zyra and says, no, but I got my mates coming. Okay. Okay, Chronicler.
Take it away, Chronicler. I don't know, man. This is a tough one, Atlas. There's a bit too much happening. Vital, yeah, just
wander there.
Keep fighting. Just E. Don't think. Just keep going. By the end of it, it's a great trade for Kwangdong because they got rid of the Baron buff without losing the Nip, which was the worst case scenario. So they realized Vital was dead, which is true. But then this is the worst case, because if Sylvie's there, you can win that. Like, that's playable.
Yeah, and Andal goes in, and then he's out again, and then Vital eventually falls down.
Look at the speed, Atlas.
I know. He really goes all out, and if he wants to, he can then go all out of the camera if he wants to. It's a lot of distance to be covered. As Bulldog, yeah, he's pretty good at rocket jumping towards Mihail. We did see him inside a brush in melee range with a Renekton. Got all the way through the Steric shield and didn't really care too much about it. First shot is going to work out. Look at that Cloud Soul value. Wait.
No, he didn't kill him. That's the funny part.
Huh.
Yeah.
That was a mystery to me. That was why he was still alive at the end of the play.
Yeah, if he goes back in again and Renekton gets another W kill,
yeah, he just can't
die.
Yeah, can't soak that one. Didn't have a control ward. Well, there you go. I just really wanted to advertise the Cloud Soul value, and then it wasn't very valuable at all, as it turns out.
Cloud Soul is always valuable, Atlas.
I mean, it is, but I wanted an example of it.
So, that said, still, I think Kwangdong are heavily favored. Dusante is reigning the map. I know Leaper, it doesn't feel like he's that far behind. It's just because both AD carries are ridiculously
They are kind of fed.
Accelerated in terms of pace of the game, which is why they have so many items. Is oh
dear.
Oh, Bulldog
is going to walk past. A little bit dangerous.
I don't think they should. Yeah, that's a very good choice. Because like, look at the words like, oh, they don't know, right? They didn't. So
Yeah.
it's okay. But so Dusante's doing amazing. But there was one thing, and you and I both know what Challenger teams love, and I know they haven't been in Challenger for a while.
Oh, Spatula's at the ready?
Spatula's at the ready. Hope
Cuz wins those, man. Like, I feel like we've had a few moments where there have been certain elders on the rift.
Yep. I know, I'm with you. I don't think it's a good strategy.
Oh, I do. I think it's a good strategy. Because it's not about winning. It's about flipping.
No.
And what is, like, there's nothing more fun
when
than a barbecue with your buddies. You know, and do you know what you have to do there? You have to flip the burgers. And that's what they're going to do around this Baron.
What if you
around the Elder.
What if you have a barbecue without burgers?
Oh, then you probably still need a spatula for whatever else you're barbecuing, so it's fine. You're still going to be flipping things. It's just not burgers.
Doesn't feel as good.
Really?
Like flipping a chicken breast, I don't feel like it has the same
What about
ring
flipping
to
an
it.
eggplant?
Well, that sounds good, actually.
Yeah, right? I knew you'd be on board. You know, you're just like, you're roasting up
Do you
some,
call them,
some eggplants to put them in the baba
eggplants
ganoush.
or aubergines in Australia?
Eggplant is generally what we do.
Well,
you can
let's
do both.
see the flip.
All right, this one is the purple worm flip. Let's see how this one's going to go. First, it will be Cuz taking down the Rift Scuttler.
They're half health.
The Baron's getting a lot of work done. Yeah.
Oh, Bulldog. No.
Wait, is he just going to go on solo Elder?
Yeah, he's trying. Oh my god. They
God.
need to engage.
And Nongshim, they have no idea, and they're not being decisive enough to actually start this one off.
Oh my god. Wait,
oh no.
Though. But it doesn't matter, he's just going to get it.
Yeah, he's just going to get Elder, guys.
Vital go!
Oh, they have to go in, they have to do it. He's not even losing health, who even cares? Oh, the Nature's Grasp! And they're like, we don't know where Bulldog is. He could be anywhere. He could be even taking the Elder. And they're still going to go for the fight, the all-out onto the jungler. They take down Sylvie, Vital doing what he's always been doing so far this series, which is wandering around trying to buy space. And Kwandong Freaks just went from being in a relatively close game to utterly crushing them. And the burn, and there goes the dragon. Oh man, that was gorgeous. All really sad, depending on which perspective you're observing this one from. But I tell you what, Kwandong Freaks, they're like, if there's ever a day to argue how back they are being in a positive direction, this would be a good day to do it.
Man, imagine having to defend that point of view, Atlas, as Kwangdong take a decisive 2-0 here. Okay, so I was on the Dusante train, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Could I just give it to Bulldog for that call? I don't know if he was the one who made the call, but I kind of wanna.
I mean, I think that you're allowed to vote for whoever you would like. And Vital going to be given some fist bumps here. First time in quite some time. Wasn't a great day for Nongshim, unfortunately. But definitely a good one for the Kwandong Freaks. They are looking so much more like the well-oiled machine that we saw earlier in the season. And obviously, it's up against Nongshim. They have certainly been going through some struggles. It's been a long time since we've seen them without Guga there as well to sort of add that level head. And I think that it was sort of noticeable in a lot of those decisions that they were making later on. Just wanted to get those young hands in there. And Nongshim, unfortunately, just not able to get it done. But good to see Kwandong Freaks sort of back on the way towards the playoffs. And Cuz they're having a really good day. I know the build's still weird. He's quite greedy when it comes to what he likes to purchase on his champions. And Bulldog just having a real good time. Okay. He might be able to win a ceremony competition with that one.
And I want to remind everyone that with this, Kwangdong gonna go to 6 and 8. But in terms of game score, will overtake BNK. And KT with the loss is only 2 games and 1 series ahead of them, and all these teams still playing each other.
Yeah, I mean, if Kwandong can just win their games next week, they are just in playoffs. That's just it. And that's sorted.
Man, the race for playoffs, I love it when the race for playoffs continues up until the very end. And I was worried, Gen.G already locked in.
Yeah.
Hanwha Life, Gen.G, that's going to be the closer of the season. Not sure that's going to be cool, but I want drama. And it could be a world where it's going to
Whoa!
The final series. Look at that.
Look at that arm! That's crazy. It's kind of disconnecting a little bit, but that was pretty dope. All right. Bulldog fans getting more and more creative as the seasons go on. Yep, Leaper having a pretty good one. I think it was a little bit quiet, but I think that's how you want a Zeri game to go.
He was fine. He picked up the last hits. He wasn't a liability.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Precisely. So going to bow to the Lol Park audience here. Huge turnout, honestly, for Nongshim versus Kwangdong Freaks. That is great to see. And who is going to get it? That is my question as far as the POG, as we've got a whole lot of CV Max photo cards. My goodness. That's a lot of CV Max. Yeah, my goodness. All right, well, Mihail, at the beginning of this game, having a very rough time. And honestly, this was like, do we miss Dundun territory in this series? I'm not going to lie, Chronicle. It's a bit of a rough one.
We have seen what a successful integration of a challenge player into the LCK looks like.
Yeah.
And the best scenarios have been players like Perf, even taking into account the loss of today, right? If you look at him in the beginning of the year, Lucid's another wonderful example. Pace is the like, what if you had infinite money and you have like, in a game we have the god hack that you just can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Another great example, you can even go back a further while back, right? What T1 did basically, where the players slowly got introduced.
Yeah, true.
And I think we're seeing with Nongshim in real time that even though a lot of these players obviously were in the LCK last year, there is such an insane gap of just basic stuff that consistently goes wrong for this team in game. And that is something that without an experienced player, or ideally multiple, you're just never going to be able to fix. And I think from that point of view, the Google experiment makes sense, but it just doesn't work. And for Kwangdong, you can see the power of those voices, right? Because has transformed this team from a team that struggled so much to a team that is able to make calls like this.
Yep, Andal as well is looking like a pretty fantastic call-up at the same time. Unfortunate that he does have a few of these health issues, but when he's on form, my goodness, he just makes the right decisions. And you're right, like with Dudu and Cuz there as the solid rocks of the top side of the map, you can sort of see that without a foundation, Nongshim don't really have the same amount of a chance. And that was pretty cool. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Dudu is a cool guy. And Bulldog did a lot of damage. And honestly, like, this was some pretty vintage Bulldog Tristana as well in this game. Just felt like him playing ultimately on the front foot over and over again. Just doing whatever he wanted to do.
I wonder who gets POG. I ended up going for Andal, actually. I think his engages were
He was also
beautiful.
everywhere.
All of the time.
And even like when he face-checked and died, that was just after he was on the other side of the map,
so
getting a kill.
Us out.
It was very, very cool. Speaking of very, very cool things and people, let's throw it over to the space, break down that series.
Thank you very much, cool guys. Great cast on the day. A clean 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks as they take it all the way to the Elder Dragon, but still don't fumble the bag and take care of business here and work their way up the standings. Welcome back to the space as we close it on off here. Digon alongside Ox and the Valdanalist to break down that game number 2.
Yeah, and I think we get stuck straight into the draft. I feel like Kwangdong Freaks composition, we've seen these comps where they have double AD carry with the Maokai, you have the Kasante for the front line and the Rakan for that extra engage. Really straightforward to play. And Nongshim, I think their composition's fine. They've got a lot of picks that are pretty strong in the meta, but it definitely felt like when it came to those 5v5s, Kwangdong Freaks could be the ones really setting the pace. When they want to engage, they can engage. And honestly, Bulldog and Tristana, again, you can really see why this pick has been so good for him.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see him first picking the Tristana after it kind of fell out of the meta a little bit. And, he's just saying, I don't want to play Corki, I want to play Tristana. I'm the Tristana guy. And it was kind of the resurgence of Bulldog, as everybody was saying in this one. Besides that, I'm a big fan of picking up the Maokai as well. Just really helped out the team to do the carrying.
All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights as a lot of early action here dictated the pace of this game.
Yeah, and I think ultimately we saw Andal getting a lot of work done here on the Rakan, moving about. able to set up some of these early plays that really set the pace of the game. And I think, again, with the composition that teamfights so well, has 2 great scaling AD carries, so much teamfight power, if you start to get that early momentum, you really just run away with the game.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Cuz, just moving around the map always in the right place at the right time, able to lock down the targets. Andal also doing a great job of doing that. And eventually, some of these early kills, you just get that ball rolling, and kind of a interesting game, I would say, from Andal. Vital. He actually looked okay. Like, it felt like he was pretty comfortable, but just not having quite the same impact as his support competition on the other side.
Yeah, definitely got pretty scrappy there, I feel like, in that last highlight. And I think this game wasn't as smooth sailing as the first one. Definitely feel like there was moments where Nongshim found an opportunity to challenge back a bit. But it was really the later game where things got a bit more hectic.
Yeah, almost there to the later game. At 11 minutes, we had another fight here where, again, it's scrappy. It was a scrappy fight.
It was a very scrappy fight. Well put, I almost called you Bulldog. Digon, as tried to zone them off of the grubs. Definitely want to get as many grubs as possible for the Tristana. They're setting up very aggressively for it, and eventually Nongshim, they decide, well, we have to do something, and it looks very crazy for Leaper here at first, but he ends up beating them very far into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they really focused on the Zeri, which I think makes sense. You don't want it to have that momentum in the fights and start cleaning up, but the problem is they have to commit so deep to finish off. You see in the situation, Jiwoo gets taken out in the ensuing fight. A lot of those big cooldowns have been burnt. We see Sylvie just trying to back away, and then even end up getting the Renekton go down as well. So just felt like there was a cleaner sort of peel back from the side of Quandong Freaks when it came to protecting Leap, and even though he goes down, they're rewarded so heavily for the overextension from Nongshim.
So then after that, it kind of felt like both teams were happy to just stall on out. Drakes were being stacked there by Kwangdong Freaks, and the other side, Nongshim, were just scaling, getting items, to the point where we got to this hectic Elder Dragon trade for Baron fight. It ended up not working out here.
Yeah, there was like a comeback fight that Nongshim got that we didn't end up showing, which sort of kept the gold lead close even at this late point in the game when Quandong Freaks had control. And they make the decision, they're like, look, we can stall them off Baron, which they're doing right now. The Baron's health actually starts to regen. And in the meantime, the Tristana is capable of just soloing the Elder. You get this point where suddenly Nongshim realize, well, we have to fight. We have to win quickly before the Elder comes in. But it's too late. And once the buff comes through, there's no way, even 4v5, you're going to end up winning that fight just with the power that the buff grants you. And on top of that, the fact they have a Cloud Soul means it's so easy to chase them down afterwards.
You were looking at Andal's movement speed halfway through the game, like, how is he going this fast? And just able to eventually get that kill at the end of the day. The double kill goes their way, and it just came down to Nongshim just being put between a rock and a hard place, not really sure where to go, what to do. They had to fight over the Baron. They couldn't get to the Elder. It was really rough for them, and Quandong Freaks closed it out.
Yeah, moments there, I think, for Nongshim where you could see, all right, Vital being on in, Guger got the start early on in the split. What did you see between these that change there?
I mean, I feel like Guga definitely, when he came on Nongshim, it felt like he took a bit to sort of find his footing. And then he started, the team had a bit of momentum going, but it's just been a bit inconsistent, so I can kind of understand them making the change. But I feel like really Nongshim are struggling a bit from an identity problem. We've seen the teams who've had a glow up in the later end. B&K Fearx is a great example. They have drafts that work for them, and they just play them to a T. And I think Nongshim, it feels like they're playing around Jiwoo less than they used to, which kind of hurts them. Sylvie's kind of been picking up pace as a carry in some games. Like in here, he's Nazira, but I don't think he's been playing that well as a carry. So they put the role on him, but it's not been working. And honestly, I think they'd probably fare better if they just allocated more resources to Jiwoo and played around him again.
Yeah, I don't think the voice of Guger was doing enough, so I actually like bringing in some of their younger players, the guys from Challengers, get Calyx in there as well, give him some chances, get Vital in there, give him some chances, especially new to the role and stuff, to maybe build up that synergy with Jiwoo, because Jiwoo's not going anywhere, as we know. He will be like the main guy on Nongshim here for the foreseeable future, so getting him a good support, I think, is really important.
And then on the opposite side, as we're waiting to get the POG ready here in just a second, what do we take away here from Kwangdong Freaks, who take care of business against an opponent that they're supposed to, played through a very clear identity in game number 1, and although game number 2 was scrappy, they still get it done. What do we take from this?
Yeah, I mean, I think game number 1 was really good. Game number 2, they still ended up closing it out, and as much as it is a team they should beat, we saw last season and seasons before, when they collapsed, they would just sort of start losing to anyone, right? This team has lost to Bro this season as well, who I know you love them, but they were definitely low on the table. So I think it's a positive omen. They still are in the race for playoffs, but the play needs to keep sharpening up because Nongshim is one of the easier teams they're going to face. And if they get to playoffs, the opponents will be much more difficult.
Yeah, I'll just say that I think a lot of teams have looked good beating Nongshim this season, and unfortunately, not every team is going to be the strongest team, and Nongshim at the moment is not the strongest team, and Quantum Freaks just able to roll them doesn't really tell me too much personally. I think it's a nice look. It can build up some confidence, but we still got to see more.
All right, well, now we get to see the POG from game number 2, and after some tie-breaking, it goes to Andal. 400 POG points for the support player.
Yeah, had pretty insane kill participation in this game. There was 19 kills total, and he had 18 of them. And I think really these early setups, when they were going for these skirmishes, was what I think set the pace of the game for Quantum Freaks. And obviously, it did stall out a bit. There was a little bit of a comeback from Nongshim, so it wasn't a super clean game. But I feel like the reason Quantum Freaks had control the whole time was because Andal was able to find those early moves and then also deliver well in team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the playmakers in this one were really the guys to go to. I actually, once again, went for Kazu. I did get one guy on the Korean cast as well who did it, but I ended up being the tiebreaker, so I went with Andal as well. I think that Bulldog, he shot his gun, he was very fed, but I don't think he was really the guy driving the force of them winning, so had to go for the playmaker on this one. Also, Ox is sitting next to me, and he threatened me.
I did. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. I won't deny it. I'm kind of impressed though, because Mao didn't side with Media this time.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Went
they were really tight last time.
Yeah, maybe there's been some disagreements in the camp. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. You guys were in rare form today. All right. Well, you know what else is in rare form? Our Mushinsa stylish play of the week, where we recap the big play that happened. And this week's play goes to Viper, where he, of course, pops off like he always does. The Great Escape.
Yeah, this one also against Nongshim, but this one was really actually just hilarious, and I feel like this is a very stylish play as well because he shows off his moves, how fast he is, and how cool he is running away from everybody and still getting away.
So which film do you think this is? Is this like Too Fast, Too Furious? Is it Tokyo Drift? Fast 5?
Drift?
What? Drift?
Where are we ranking this, in terms of in terms of Fast and Furious?
God.
Congrats to Viper for winning the Mushinsa stylish sports set. He'll get that for his super speedy plays as the fastest man on Earth on the Jin. Now it's time for our weekly best ceremony from our winners from games this week. Let's see what our options are. First, it's Guma Yushi with a little hair pull.
Yeah. It's pretty good, It's kind of like a classic Guma.
It was the last time we saw him with this hairstyle because he had the sumo style going on.
A lot of
aiming.
A lot of 80 carries pandering to the fans, I feel, with the first two poses.
With the flower. Oh,
okay,
this
I'm
is
just
the
going to say,
winner.
this is by far the best.
Competition is over.
Not even close. Not even close. You see the other 80 carries, trying to give some love to the fans, and Hayes is just murdering Lehens.
Yeah, thanks for stealing my penta, bro.
Oh, and we were able to get Fate in there. That's right. Because they got the win today. I'm so happy we got that. Yes. Oh, wait. It's the Mystic shots by Envy. Those were great.
This one was pretty good.
That's probably second best for
second
me.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, give me Bulldog. Yes. Oh, that's so timely.
There's a lot
too.
of competition. I don't know.
This is the Kia Tigers cheerleader dance.
Personally, I think there's a lot of competition for second, but Pays and Lehens.
Yeah, Pays and Lehens is first. The other two, I think, are very close.
Yeah, well, you guys at
Maybe
home,
Bulldog wins.
make sure you go vote right now which one you think is going to win.
Yeah, make
That
sure you
doesn't look
vote for
anything
Pays and
like- yeah,
Lehens.
that
You have to
that looks better.
You have to follow what we said. is
There's two
best.
parts to it. I was...
Did you look it up?
Why don't Egon, why don't we leave that to Bulldog? I think he did a better job.
All right, well, we'll do some more practice while you guys at home vote and listen to the interview. Right now, standing by is G-Sun with the translations.
2024 LCK Summer 광동 프릭스와
Thank you very much,
농심
guys.
레드포스의
This is
대결에서
Ji-sun for the
광동
PUG
프릭스가
interview
2대 0 승리를
translation,
거두면서
and we are here
연패를
joined by
끊어냈습니다.
Kuz and
POG로
Andil on the
선정된
side of
커즈
Kwangdong
선수
Freaks
안딜
after
선수
their 2-0
만나보겠습니다.
victory
승리
up against
축하드립니다.
Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations!
네, 광동이 연패를 끊고 2라운드
Guangdong has broken their losing streak and secured their first win in round 2. How do you feel about ending the losing streak? I was definitely not expecting a 5-match losing streak, so we really wanted to, get a win to stop this happening. And hopefully with this win, I hope that we can start off a great momentum and a winning streak.
이겨야 할 경기들도 뭔가 지면서
Yeah, there were a lot of games where we were supposed to win and then we just gave it away. So I'm kind of glad and proud that we managed to kind of overcome those hard times and bounce back eventually. Yeah, I mean the losing streak continued from the end of round 1 and lasted a little bit longer than we all expected. What did you discuss with your teammates to overcome this? I mean, I had a lot of conversation with Leaper, especially. I was whining a little too much, but he was also really good at listening to me and making adjustments. So I'm really thankful for him, and also thanks to that, we managed to kind of refurbish our performance. Because in game 1, you picked Italy as soon as it was let through, you're undefeated champion. You have a 7-0 record with Italy, and Italy also is on a 7-game winning streak here in 14.14. What do you think is the greatest strength of Italy? Obviously, poke, damage. If you start to land those spears, the enemy kind of starts to rush, because they don't want to lose any more health. So you can also capitalize on that. And then they even let through Bulldog's Tristana. How did they react to that? So because we were too focused on Italy being open, we were not aware of it in the first pick, and then after that we were like, wait, Tristana is also open. So we were expecting them to take it away, but somehow it was let through again, so we got it too. So I want to know about your lane swap. The lane swap strategy happened early on in game 1. How did you manage to deal with it from the opponents? So we were planning for an invade, but I think their level 1 was not that strong. So we just managed to kind of take that fight slowly and then turn it around. And there was one moment where Nidalee was able to pick up 3 back-to-back kills. You used that Zonias to kind of buy more time and then ended up picking 3 kills. I mean, we were very confident, especially I was confident to pick up more kills and pick many kills. We thought it would be an easier fight for us, but I somehow realized we already lost 2 of our teammates, but still, it was a decent angle for us, so I managed to get 3 kills. And Andil, today, Nongshim started Vital as their support. Since you might not have enough information on him, what did you focus on in preparing for the match? Just like you said, not too much information. So we rather wanted to focus on what we have to do instead of what the opponent support is good at or what kind of champion he plays. And you got your POG in game 2 with Rakan, maintaining and extending your winning streak on Rakan. Were you expecting a POG? To be honest, I was expecting a POG in game number 1, not game number 2. I think game 2, other players played better. Cause, do you agree with him? I also kind of wanted me to win POG, but I thought Bulldog also had a very impressive moments and kills, but I was a little bit surprised to find out Andil won the POG. During game 2, there was a time of crisis when you actually just gave away the Baron to the opponents. They kind of sneaked it away. So we were, talking about it a little bit, but our execution was not on point. But we still managed to keep our focus and turn the game around. Because later tonight on Lolly Night, you will be joining the show together with Lipper, and I, Eunbin, will be the special MC of the night. Anything you want to say about it? It will be an amazing episode, especially Lipper. He's a very funny guy, so I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna like it. So everyone, make sure to tune in. It's gonna happen about 30 minutes after the stream ends. Until next week, Kwangdong Freaks goes up against KT and BNK Fear X. These are very important series for Kwangdong. What is your mindset going into next week? I mean, preparing a specific tactics up against our given opponents is important, but I think we should also focus on what we're good at and what we should do. So I hope we can continue our streak and momentum next week as well. Next week is going to be very important for us, and just like we did today, I hope we can come back with a stronger performance and also get rid of all the mistakes that we displayed in the matches. And that will be the end of the interview from Andil Cuz on the Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those translations, Ji-sun. As there it is, Kwangdong Freaks. They were on shaky territory, especially seeing BNK Fear X do as well as they have lately. But now they steady the ship and have themselves in position with 4 games remaining.
And honestly, the playoff race on the bottom end, really tight, and especially I think this BNK Fear X vs Kwangdong Freaks matchup, the Saturday Showdown, really influential in deciding who is going to end up in those top 6 spots.
Yeah, and take a look. I mean, KT is one of those teams that's trying to fight for that last spot, and they got to face Gen G this week. So, I mean, they did it before in spring, but I don't know about right now. Maybe because they lost to Bro, will that improve their chances of beating Gen G? Did they get powered up? Maybe so.
I don't know. Well, I mean, it's playoffs from here on out for Kwangdong Freaks. As you see the schedule for challengers, we'll have the co-streams here on the English streams at home tomorrow and on Tuesday. Y'all, it's been a heck of a week. Make sure to tell your friends that you care about them, you love them. They're doing a great job. Thank you so much for spending time with us here at the LCK. We'll see you next week for more LCK action.
I love you, Digon.
I love you too.
Love